Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Became the Most Powerful Sekiryuutei Existence movie. Before we start, please go support Issei510 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei Hyoudou is a young man who lived quietly with his parents in his beautiful city of Kuoh. It was not until his life took a 180 degrees turn when he learned that he had a power that could rival that of the gods. What will life hold for him from now on? Past, present, and future, perhaps the most powerful Sekiryuutei in existence. Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei. This story begins when we see a brown-haired boy no older than 5 years old playing with his friend in the park, being watched by two of his best friends, Kori and Aki. His friend with whom little Issei is playing is called Shido Irina, although he is not really a boy but a girl. But Issei did not realize. Irina, hey Issei, don't you think it's too late for us to stay out here? I'm already cold. Issei, I think you're right, my parents will kill me if I'm late again. With that said, Issei headed home. But on the way to his house, Issei felt like his left arm hurt too much. When Issei saw his arm, he saw a red metallic gauntlet with golden spikes and a beautiful green gem in the center with red and gold sparkles that looked like dust. Issei looked at the gauntlet in surprise but felt green eyes that looked like a reptile's looking back at him. Issei thought he was hallucinating and closed his eyes. When he opened them, the gauntlet was no longer there. He didn't pay much attention to it, and went home, ignoring the pain in his arm. Upon arriving home, he entered and greeted his parents. His father was working preparing the fishing rods he would use this summer, while his mother was cooking for the three of them while watching a series on her television. Issei's dad, son, I see you're home. How was your day? My day was pretty good. I spent the whole day playing with Shido. I was also with Aki and Kori. Issei's mother smiled, her husband, and she looked at her with a mischievous smile on their faces, although the little one didn't quite understand why. The family continued to eat happily while everyone shared fun things about their day. Issei felt tired and his arm hurt, so he went up to his room. When he arrived, he lay down on his bed. While he was in his bed, Issei had hallucinations about a large red dragon calling him. Issei fell asleep very tired. That night Issei could not sleep well because he had nightmares about a large and very destructive battle between two dragons, one white and the other red. When Issei woke up, he felt very different. He saw his left hand and saw the gauntlet again. He thought he was hallucinating and hit his face to wake up properly. But he kept seeing the gauntlet. Issei, no, I have to keep dreaming, if that's what it must be. No boy, you're not dreaming. Issei turned everywhere looking for the cause of that voice. He got very scared because he couldn't find him. Kid, just close your eyes and clear your mind. Issei did what the voice told him and soon found himself in a dark place but lit by flames around it. That surprised him, but the most surprising thing was seeing the great red dragon of his dreams. Hello brat, let me introduce myself. I am the great celestial dragon Red Emperor, also known as the Welsh Dragon. My name is Drake. Issei was in shock. He looked at him with sparkles in his eyes. It was surprising to see a dragon that looked so cool. You can blame him. A celestial dragon is no small thing. The boy felt like he was in that hero show he watches every afternoon. Issei. Hello, my name is Hyoudou Issei. It's amazing that I'm seeing a dragon, but I have a question. Drake, call me brat. Issei. How come you're here? Unless I'm dreaming and my mind is imagining all this, Issei said, putting on a thoughtful face. Drake just looked at the boy complicated, but he was impressed that his wielder had been able to awaken the boosted gear being just a child. That made him think that the child had great potential, or that the child had something that had awakened the sacred gear. Drake, look brat, pay attention to what I'm going to tell you, that will answer your questions. Issei paid all the attention he could to Drake since he caught his attention. Drake, look kid, I reside in the gauntlet you have on your left hand. That artifact is called boosted gear. It is one of the sacred gear that the biblical God created so that humans could defend themselves from supernatural creatures. I just looked at the dragon with a thoughtful face with his hand touching his chin and said, Issei, interesting. I don't understand anything, but interesting. Drake just growled, scaring little Issei. Already over the initial scare, he said angrily. Issei, hey, if you want me to understand something, explain things well, celestial lizard. Drake, ignorant brat, celestial dragon, said the dragon angrily, but was surprised to see the boy facing him. Drake, but you're right, brat. Look, what you need to know first is that all religions, mythologies, and mythical tales are all real. Issei was impressed and started thinking about all the stories his mother read to him. Issei, so King Arthur. Drake, Yes, his story is real along with his legendary sword Excalibur. Issei, incredible, you think I'll be able to find his sword and use it? Drake, I don't know. In order to wield a holy sword you need to have the ability from birth, so I don't know if you are capable of using one. Issei continued fantasizing about the legendary sword. He imagined him dressed in great armor fighting different monsters and did not pay attention to the dragon. Drake, hey brat, pay attention so I can continue explaining. Issei, good, said Issei, returning to pay attention. Drake, well, since you know that all mythologies exist, I imagine that it's about God and Lucifer. Nope, I don't know who the second one is. God, I do. Drake, look, Lucifer is a demon, but before he was an angel, an example of beauty and intelligence, whose pride caused him to lose his position in heaven, transforming into Satan. Little Issei felt a chill run through his entire body. Issei knew about demons because his mother told him that if he misbehaved, a demon would take him away so he wouldn't be able to eat sweets or watch his favorite shows, and little Issei was terrified of it. Drake, that sums up his life, said Drake, but he realized that the boy was no longer there. He looked for him and found him hiding under his tail. Drake, hey kid, get out of there. No, demons don't scare me, they'll take away my sweets. Drake only had a drop of sweat running down his head, but he told her, Drake, child, you don't have to fear demons since you are the current Sekiryuutei, the most powerful dragon of all, only surpassed by the Ouroboros dragon and the Great Red. If you are afraid, just become strong to face everything the world puts in front of you. Issei stood up with a determined look and said to the great dragon, Issei, well, I will become the most powerful Sekiryuutei of all time and defeat the evil demons, said the boy, puffing out his chest proudly. Drake just smiled and was happy for the child, although it made him laugh that his motivation was like that, but it was to be expected since he was a child. The Welsh dragon's hellish training. After Drake heard Issei's great declaration, he proceeded to tell him everything else. He told him that apart from the angels and demons there was another race, which was the fallen angels. This race are angels who fell into the temptation of sin and were expelled from Eden. Drake also told him about the war between the three factions where he was fighting with his great rival the White Dragon Emperor, or also known as Sekiryuutei. He also told him that because of that battle he is locked in this sacred gear. Seeing that Issei did not know what it was, he told him that they are artifacts created by the biblical gods so that humans can defend themselves from everything supernatural, and explained that there are 13 of these sacred gears called Longinus which have the ability to match the power of a god and even kill him. He told him that the boosted gear is one of those and that his White Dragon Emperor is divine dividing, which unlike its ability to increase the power of its bearer every 10 seconds, it divides the power of the adversary in half and delivers it to its bearer. Hearing about all this, Issei became excited, thinking about the great adventures he was going to have, the possible battles against gods, saving damsels in distress and being a hero. After the great talk between the dragon and the boy, Issei got out of bed and went down to the dining room to have breakfast with his parents. Issei wanted to tell them everything the dragon had told him, but Drake told him it was better not to do so since it could put them in danger. So Issei decided not to mention anything until he is strong enough to protect them. Issei left his house heading to the forest that was on the outskirts of the city since he had asked Drake for help to train. When he arrived there, Issei asked Drake what they were going to do. Issei, okay Drake, we're already in the forest I mentioned, you're going to help me. Drake, yes, the first thing I'll teach you will be a basic magic for physical training that every dragon knows. I asked him excitedly. Issei, what is that magic? Will I be able to throw fire with my hands? No, better lightning or palm, or what about ki? Will I be able to do the legendary Kamehameha? I imagine it will be possible, right? Drake, look kid, that attack doesn't exist, it belongs to a cartoon. Although ki exists, it is not used that way. Issei, are you telling me that Goku doesn't exist? He asked Drake with tears threatening to come out of his eyes. Drake, frowny face, yes, Goku doesn't exist. Issei started to cry because he admired Goku so much, and thought that he existed since Drake had told him that all the stories existed. So he believed that he could meet him. Drake didn't know what to do in this situation, until an idea came to him, or rather he remembered something. Drake, hey brat, don't cry. It's true that Goku doesn't exist, but there is a character that inspired them to create Goku. The dragon told him in an attempt to make the boy stop crying. Issei, really? Issei asked, wiping away his tears. Drake, yes, his name is Son Ryukon, although he is also known as Son Goku. He is the legendary Monkey King from the Journey to the West. Woo, then I can meet him and fight with him and beat him and take his staff and his flying cloud as a trophy. The little Sekiryuutei said to Drake. Drake, yes, but you have to train first, since Sun Wukong is too strong and I don't think you can do anything to him. Issei, hi dash. Issei said with determination. Drake frowny face. Okay, what I'll teach you is gravity seal magic to increase your physical strength. Issei, hi, tell me how to make them. Issei questioned the dragon. Drake frowny face. Just imagine a magic circle like the ones in your cartoons but that weighs about 5 kilos. Issei, a little hesitant, did what Drake told him and was surprised when he saw that in front of him there was a purple magic circle. A bit small, but there it was. Issei, look Drake, I did it. Issei said very happy. Drake frowny face. Okay, now with that circle touch your arms, legs and body. Issei did it without wasting any time. Issei, I already did it, he said to the dragon so that he would tell him what to do. Drake, now say, activate. Issei, activate. As soon as he finished the word he felt every part of his body very heavy, so much so that the moment he wanted to take a step the weight won, and he fell face first onto the floor. Issei, that hurts, he complained while trying to stand up, but it was almost impossible. Drake frowny face. Now with those seals you have to return home before 6, that's today's training. Issei's face turned blue, he didn't believe what the lizard had said, but he knew it was so he could become stronger. So with great effort Issei managed to stand up and walked slowly towards his house. He had 7 hours to get there. On the way from the forest to his house Issei fell many times, but he didn't give up, he said. All for the sacred staff and the flying cloud. And he got up again and continued on his way, until he finally managed to get home. He arrived all dirty and with some bumps but nothing serious. Drake told him that he could remove the seals, which the boy thanked him for with all his heart. When he removed the seals Issei felt light and relaxed. Upon entering his house, his parents asked him why he was so dirty and battered. Issei told them that he was playing in a tree and that he stepped wrong and fell into a puddle full of mud. His parents told him to be careful while playing and sent him to take a bath. After he got out his mother treated his wounds and he and his parents had dinner. After dinner Issei went to his room and slept since Drake told him that the training he did today he would do tomorrow round trip. It should be noted that Issei's face was white, imagining his destiny. Training continues. The next day Issei woke up with a sour face, went downstairs and ate his breakfast as slowly as possible since he didn't want to start the understanding. While he was having breakfast, Drake told him to hurry up so he wouldn't be late for training. Issei pretended not to hear him and continued eating breakfast as if time was slowing down around him, so much so that his parents looked at him strangely. He finished eating and headed to the door, placed the gravity seals and proceeded to perform his arduous task. Although it doesn't seem like much weight, for a 5-year-old child it is torture. The little Issei did this for a whole week and a half. His routine was to go back and forth from his house to the forest. Drake forced him to get used to the weight of those seals, until he could move normally. Well, almost normally. It helped Issei that he was on vacation since he could do his training without anyone bothering him. Issei had told his friends that he would be busy for the rest of the vacation. They got a little sad but accepted without problems with the condition that Issei would treat them to ice cream when they saw him again. After a week and a half, Issei had almost completely gotten used to the gravity seals, so Drake decided to continue with his training. He told him that now with the seals on, he would do 20 push-ups, 30 sit-ups, and run 10 laps in a circle that Issei made with a 10-meter radius. The holidays were about to end. There were only 3 weeks left for Issei to return to school, so Drake had no mercy. As the days went by, Drake increased the training. Whether it was 30 push-ups, another 10 laps, he increased as he saw that Issei was advancing and becoming stronger and stronger. With this little training Issei could endure up to 6 power increases. If he reached 7 Issei's body hurt, but he could bear it, and if he reached 8 he would faint. Drake explained how his sacred gear worked. Boosted gear increased its power every 10 seconds to double if we didn't have to put in place, or Issei's power now would be about 100. Drake is satisfied since being a child he already had a decent power as if he were a dragon. Drake also told him that by having the boosted gear Issei was already 10% dragon and that it was his decision whether he wanted to increase that or leave it like that. Drake told him about the advantages of being a dragon. He told him that his power was going to increase. For example, if he had 100 right now, when he became a dragon he would have 500, but Issei told him that he didn't want to see how far he could go being a human, he wanted to test his limits. Time passed and the holidays finally ended. Issei thought he would be safe from Drake's training, but Drake had told him that while he was in school, since he was stronger now, he had to increase the weight of the gravity seals to 8 kilos each. Since Issei already has a somewhat decent strength for his age, it wasn't too difficult for him. The first day was very tiring for him, especially because that day he had physical education. Issei got more tired than the others and his friends made fun of him, and Issei stuck his tongue out at them and continued doing his thing without paying attention to the girls. Issei went out at night to train his magical power with the help of Drake. Drake told him that he was the least talented when it came to using the power of the Sekiryuutei, since he could not take too much power from Drake. Drake frowny face, I'm serious, brat, you don't have much talent in handling my power. Issei, really? Issei asked with a little sadness. Drake, yes, but you are compensating for that disadvantage with your determination and your way of adapting. Not everyone could get used to this exercise routine as quickly as you, and that's even though you're just a brat. Imagine what you'll do when you're older. Of course, if you continue following my way of teaching. Also, it's good that you can't take too much power since you could get lost in it. I see. Do you believe that, Drake? Drake frowny face, of course. You are destined for great things, especially that power that is hidden inside you. Issei continued with his training, but he felt that something was watching him, that something was there with him, that he was not alone. Issei, Drake, do you feel that? Issei mentally asked his partner. Drake, if it feels like a fallen one. Issei, I know you're there, so come out before this gets violent. Issei said quite seriously and summoning his gauntlet. Wow, for a kid you're pretty skillful, said a man in his 30s, with black hair and a smile that made Issei feel chills. I knew you had a sacred gear, but I never imagined you had the legendary booster gear, the man said as he approached. Issei immediately got into a fighting stance that Drake had taught him and prepared to fight. He gave a boost and stared at the man. Come on, be realistic. Do you really think you can beat me? I'm the best fallen angel that exists in Gregory. My name is Jeff. Issei continued analyzing the movements of the aforementioned Jeff. Something about him didn't please him and made him feel uneasy. Jeff, look, don't make things harder for me. Just don't move. This will end quickly. I promise I won't make you feel too much pain. All I want is your sacred gear. I'll finish this artifact that I stole from Azazel very quickly. Jeff launched himself at Issei at a speed the boy couldn't see. He took a direct hit in the stomach and flew towards a tree, breaking it. And if he got up, he was grateful for the training his partner had given him. But it was still too much for him. Even so, he got up and put himself in his battle pose and faced Jeff. Jeff, as expected from the Sekiryuutei, you got up from that blow. Well, it seems that it won't be a waste of time. Show me what the current Sekiryuutei can do. Jeff launched himself again towards Issei, who had already given 3 boosts, and was able to keep up with him since he transferred 2 of those boosts to his eyes to increase his reflexes. Issei with great difficulty managed to dodge the blow and responded with a kick to the stomach towards Jeff, who did not expect that reaction and received the blow full on. He admitted that he had quite a bit of strength. His kick separated him a few meters from the boy. Jeff, well, as expected, you have talent, Sekiryuutei, but it is not enough to defeat me. Issei knew Jeff was going to fight seriously now, so he deactivated the gravity seals, giving him greater mobility and strength. Jeff disappeared from Issei's sight and appeared next to him, hitting him in the face that Issei could barely block. When he felt the blow on his left arm, it went numb, but he responded with a blow to the face that Jeff blocked, and so they both engaged in hand-to-hand combat until, when Jeff wasn't looking, Issei applied the new magic he was practicing. Issei knew that Jeff is stronger and faster than him. Issei devised a plan to cut that advantage. Every time Issei hit Jeff, he put seals on the part where he hit him. As the battle progressed, Jeff's speed and strength were considerably reduced, and Jeff felt more tired. Jeff, shit, this is more tiring than I thought. I feel very weak. The fallen man was breathing heavily. Issei, dragon shoot. Issei shouted, creating a small ball of energy that hit Jeff's abdomen. Issei took advantage of this, and jumping along with the last 3 boosts, he hit Jeff so hard in the face that he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Issei was a little worried since he could have killed him. Great was his surprise when he landed and his partner told him that he had already killed him. That blow broke his spine, killing him instantly. Issei was in shock, but his partner convinced him that it was self-defense, but he still felt bad. Issei returned home with his parents but didn't pay much attention since Jeff's face was passing through his mind, but he knew it was better that way since it was him or Issei. Although that doesn't mean that he had killed someone, and he felt bad about it. The battle. Days passed, and Issei was able to overcome the guilt of having killed someone. Issei continued training since he had seen firsthand what the world had to offer. Those days soon turned into months and then years, Drake after the fight decided to exercise more rigorous and heavy training. Over the years Issei had gained considerable strength. Now he was strong enough to face Jeff by himself, without any augmentation and with his gravity seals in place. Today we see a young brown-haired 11-year-old with a trained and buffed body. He was about 1.5 meters tall. He was somewhat tall for his age. Issei had continued his normal life as a student, hiding his aura so as not to attract attention. Since during the course of training Issei became 25% dragon, he did it mainly to endure the training. This dragon part was shown a little in his hair and eyes. The hair showed a change in color in some hairs to red, and in the eyes it had green touches. Issei had already had enough fights against beings of other races such as fallen angels, yokai on his vacation trip to Kyoto, renegade demons that attacked him, and only once with an angel. That time Issei was going to Irina's house to hang out since Drake had given him a break. Suddenly he felt something looking at him, and then attacked him. To his surprise it was an angel. That time Issei fought seriously and almost beat the angel if it weren't for the fact that his angel partner interrupted the fight and took his friend away. Now we see Issei going to his school to have a normal day of studies. I. How boring today is. Drake, yes, but education is important. Issei, I know, but it's very boring. I would like to go out and explore the world, have exciting fights, and finally fulfill my dream of being able to obtain Sun Wukong's staff. Drake had a drop of sweat running down his head. He thought that as the years went by that childhood dream would fade away. But he was surprised to find that it grew bigger and bigger as Issei became stronger. I just hope the target is strong. He has to be at my level or stronger. Drake just laughed as he knows very well the direction his partner has when fighting with someone stronger to surpass his limits and think of things out of the ordinary in order to win. Irina, wait for me. Her friend shouted, running towards him. Issei, Irina, I thought you were already at school. Irina, what happened is that I woke up late, said the girl with a smile. Well, it doesn't matter, by the way. Will you stay at the Kendo Club in the afternoon? Issei asked. Irina, yes, I'll stay with Aki-chan and Kori-chan. Issei, well, maybe I'll come see what you're doing, and if you ask me, I'll show you how to use a sword correctly. Issei said with a proud smile, since thanks to Drake's training he learned to use the sword in case he ever needs it. Irina, I'd like to see that. I bet any of us could beat you. Issei, oh, I heard a challenge. You know I never say no to a challenge. Irina, if you win I will bring you breakfast every day for a week, but if you lose you will be my butler for a week. Do you accept the deal? Irina said, extending her hand. Issei, I accept, he said, shaking her hand. Irina, it's a deal. I hope you know how to serve well since you will be my butler for a week. Irina walked away from Issei and ran towards her classroom even though they both went to the same school. Issei and Irina went to totally different groups. Issei arrived at his classroom and attended classes without paying attention to the others. Issei had no friends since everyone considered him a little genius, and men did not approach him since he was quite popular with women. Issei was chivalrous, kind and attentive, earning the affection of many, or in his case, many, and the hatred of others. Classes passed and Issei headed towards the Kendo Club, but in the process he heard a woman screaming. Help, someone help me, was heard in the streets. Issei immediately ran out looking for the person causing the scream. It didn't take long for him to find a woman being attacked by a rogue demon. Demon, shut up, damn you, don't you see I'm trying to kill you? The demon shouted at the woman as he approached. The woman just closed her eyes waiting for her inevitable end which never came. She opened her eyes and gave in behind a boy no older than 12 years old who was in front of her. Demon, great, more prey to devour, brat. It seems that today is not your lucky day. If you had continued on your way without bothering to come here, you would have continued with your life, said the demon while smiling grimly. Issei, no, I think you're the one who's unlucky since you ran into me. The atmosphere changed from one moment to the next. The demon felt a very strong thirst for blood coming from the boy standing in front of him. He was surprised, but even more surprised when he felt a tremendous blow to his abdomen that made him stamp and embed himself into a nearby wall. Issei, wow, even if I limit my power you suffered great damage. It seems that you are just a weak talker. Issei moved at great speed, grabbed the demon, and slammed him against the floor. Issei, you know I hate talkers like you. Issei increased the strength of his arm and with a single blow pierced the demon's chest. Issei, when I started with this I felt bad about killing, but I understood, if it's not them it's me or some innocent person and I won't allow it, said the young man, seeing the blood on his hand. Suddenly Issei felt an incredible aura which surprised him since it came from the woman he had just saved. Very well done, Sekiryuutei. I see that the rumors that were spreading were referring to you and your strength were true. I also heard that the renegade demons of this area were disappearing and that a human with a sacred gear was killing them, but I never imagined it was the Sekiryuutei. Issei. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am, said Issei, turning to look her straight in the eyes. If you want to make this story right. But I can feel that disgusting dragon on your left arm. Even if you try to hide it, you can't hide it from me. Issei knew that this conversation was not going to end peacefully, so he deactivated his seals and summoned his gauntlet. Issei. It would be foolish to deny it after I can feel it. Issei was surprised when the woman began to transform into a tall man with black hair and red eyes. He was dressed in an old-fashioned suit because it was clear that he was from a classy background. Well, let me introduce myself, Sekiryuutei. My name is Agriel. Visago. I am the next leader of the Visago house, said the now introduced Agriel. Issei, what is one of the following leaders of the 72 pillars doing in my city? Issei asked while getting into a fighting stance. Agriel. I came to see who the idiot was who was destroying my army of renegade demons that I was going to transform into my legion of 26 demons. Do you know how difficult it was to convince them to betray their masters? Issei. That would have been avoided if they weren't here attacking innocent people in my city. I protect it from vermin like you. Agriel. Wow, for a brat, you've got some guts. Maybe it's because of the dragon on your arm. Or maybe you're just stupid enough to know who you're talking to. Agriel lunged at Issei, who reacted quickly and tried to hit him, but Agriel dodged him splendidly and counterattacked with a kick to the jaw that Issei blocked. As he lowered his arms, he saw Agriel's fist approaching him. He couldn't block or dodge it, so it hit him in the face, drawing blood from his nose. Agriel, you are skilled, I admit it, but you can't handle my family's magic. It allows me to see a piece of the future or the past of whatever I decide. The battle Issei was in was quite difficult. Issei tried to come up with a plan against that magic, but Agriel didn't give him time to think. Agriel disappeared from his visit and appeared behind him. Issei reflexively ducked something that made Agriel smile since he predicted that, and launched a kick to his abdomen that knocked the wind out of Issei. Then he grabbed his head and headbutt Issei, which caused him to bleed from his forehead and fall to the ground. Agriel, come on Sekiryuutei, I know you can do better. Issei stood up, wiped the blood and smiled. Issei, that's how I like fights, Issei said while listening. Boost. Drake frowny face brat. The weakness of his magic is that he can see what will happen. But if what will happen exceeds his physical speed, no matter how much he can see it, he will not be able to dodge it. Issei, well, thanks Drake. Boost boots boost boost. Boost boots boost boosty. Boost boots boost boosty. Agriel, looks like you're motivated. This is going to be fun. I think the same. Demon versus Dragon. Issei and Agriel looked at each other cautiously, taking into account each other's every move. The first move was Issei. He moved at great speed and unleashed a powerful blow that Agriel blocked with some difficulty. Agriel, using the famous ability of the Welsh Dragon, the demon said to Issei. Issei, you use your family's magic, you have nothing to claim. Issei moved again and launched a high kick towards Agriel's face. Agriel ducked in response, thinking he had dodged it, but his surprise was great when he saw Issei's fist go straight to him. Agriel couldn't dodge it, and hit him hard in the face, crashing him into the ground, creating a small crater. Issei, wow, what happened? Did you find another candidate for the 26 Demon Legion hidden in the floor? Issei said mockingly. Agriel stood up, looked at Issei and felt his blood run down his lip. Agriel, fine, I'm tired of games, this will be your end. Agriel moved again at great speed. Issei did the same and both faced each other in a violent battle. If it hadn't been for Agriel transporting them to a pocket dimension the moment the fight started, people would have noticed their fight. Punches, kicks, spells and rays of power could be seen in the battle, which went from ground to heaven. Issei could fly thanks to the gravity magic that he had learned by using it in reverse. Instead of adding weight, it takes away from him, so he could fly as well as making him faster. In this battle, Issei could be seen covering his arms in fire and hitting Agriel. Issei realized as the battle progressed that the more Agriel used his magic, the harder it was for him to keep up. But he still didn't look hurt. Agriel found an opening in Issei's defense and punched it, breaking it, delivering a blow to the face and an axe kick that crashed him to the ground. Agriel swooped down with his leg extended with the intention of crushing Issei against the ground, who reacted and moved to the side, letting Agriel pass. He got up, jumped, and performed a somersault with his leg extended, hitting the arm that Agriel was covering with and breaking his block, giving an opening that Issei took advantage of, and with his burning fist hit Agriel's face with all the force he could muster, sending the demon towards a building and going through the wall. Issei felt exhausted. He had never fought at his full power, and had received so much damage. Agriel got up from the rubble and ran back towards Issei, who took the fist that the demon threw at him and threw a punch that Agriel caught. They both held each other's fists as they raised their auras to the top. The floor cracked from the strong pressure the two exerted, until Issei launched a high kick straight to Agriel's face. This hit Agriel's face. The kick unbalanced him. Issei took advantage of this, grabbed the demon's arms and slammed him on the ground several times, then threw him and launched another attack. Issei, Dragon Flame, Issei shouted as a great torrent of fire came out of the magic circle in front of him. The attack hit Agriel in the abdomen, dragged him across the floor, and finally crashed him into a building. Issei knelt down since that attack was consuming a lot of power, and he was barely practicing it. But suddenly where the demon was, an exploration was heard and Agriel was seen coming out of the rubble bleeding a little from the face. Issei was surprised to see him, almost unharmed. Agriel, splendid, this is the power of a celestial dragon. I feel satisfied with this. I will leave here, but I will leave you some gifts to entertain you, he said while shaking his suit of the rubble. Agriel was disappearing through a magic circle. Seconds later another magic circle could be seen from which 10 renegade demons emerged. Agriel, defeat the errors of the Legion, and if you survive we will meet again, Sekiryuutei. Agriel's voice was heard. Issei, great, this is more troublesome. Issei easily finished off the demons. Even though he was weak he could fight them. Issei, well, I think it turned out well in the end. Drake, frowny face brat, I think you're forgetting something. Issei was left thinking about what he forgot, until a chestnut crossed his mind. Irina, if you win, I'll bring you breakfast every day for a week, but if you lose, you'll be my butler for a week. If you accept the deal, the brunette reminded. Issei, damn, knowing Irina she'll make him her butler for not going. Issei said, discouraged and knowing his fate. Drake, frowny face brat, I have something to tell you. Issei, what's wrong? Asked his partner doubtfully. Drake, frowny face, thanks to the recent battle your dragon percentage has increased. Issei was surprised, but he didn't care much anymore. He had already gotten used to it. Issei thought being a dragon would be great. Issei, how much did it increase? Drake, 40%. Issei, it seems that little by little I am becoming more of a dragon. Issei sighed, wiped the blood off him, left the dimension and went home. Issei thought about the fight that had occurred. Issei knew that if the fight had gone on he would most likely have lost. He felt a little frustrated. With that in mind, Issei went out his window, and it was where he fought Jeff the first time. This was where his fantastic adventure began. Issei, Drake, I need more rigorous training. I need to be stronger for when Agriel appears again. Drake smiled. He knew that his bearer was not going to stay like that. His partner was not someone who gives up. Drake, frowny face, okay, but I warn you that it will be very difficult, and we will also have to leave the city. Issei, fine, but how are we going to do it with my parents? Drake, frowny face, I have an idea. Issei spent the night training very hard. Issei no longer cared if they discovered his aura, so he raised it to the limit and trained like that, in a more secluded place. Do you feel it, Rias? A brunette asked the aforementioned Rias. Rias, yes, sorry Akeno, answered a very beautiful redhead. Akeno, Era, it seems that the person who has been helping us with the rogue demons has decided to stop hiding. Rias, it would be nice to find him and thank him for all the help he's given us. The adventure begins. Issei was returning home after training with everything he had. He let out all the frustration that the battle against Agriel left him. But Issei couldn't stop thinking about what he had discussed with his partner. Issei knew that if he wanted to improve he would have to leave, but the fact of leaving his parents made him feel bad. He wondered, if I left, who would protect my city? Who would protect my friends? And most of all, who would protect my parents? Those were the questions I had in my head, but I knew the dragon idea was pretty good. Flashback. Drake, frowny face, I have an idea, said the dragon very seriously to his partner. Issei, tell me. Issei questioned him. Drake, frowny face, what do you think if we tell them? Well, if you tell your parents that they gave you a school transfer to the United States. Issei, how do you think that could happen? Drake, frowny face, you just have to falsify the documents. It's nothing serious or difficult. Issei, it would be more believable if I was given a school transfer to Tokyo. Drake, frowny face, seems logical to me. Well, I think we have a plan. Issei, yes, I think so. Issei just sighed. End of flashback. Issei entered his room by jumping out the window. I see that he still had 4 hours to sleep, so he took advantage of them and rested since his day was very heavy and difficult. The next day Issei got up like every day. He took a bath, brushed his teeth and put on his uniform. His way to school was very quiet until a certain chestnut arrived. Irina, hello Issei. She greets the girl with a smile. Issei, hello Irina. He responded to the greeting. Irina, Issei, I want you to take my backpack to my classroom, Irina told me without losing her smile. Issei just sighed. He had been waiting for this. So he took Irina's backpack and without saying anything he continued walking. He took her to her classroom and then proceeded to go to his own. Issei spent half the day paying attention until recess, where he sneaked into the principal's office, gave the school transfer papers and placed his name at the top of the list. Issei knew that a student was going to transfer to the Tokyo school soon, so he took advantage of this. Once he finished his work, Issei was going to lie down under the shade of a tree until he saw Irina sitting under the same tree. He was a little surprised to see 2 lunch boxes, but he already knew that one was for him since Irina had always been kind-hearted. Irina, you're late. There are 20 minutes left until the break ends. Irina reproached her, puffing out her cheeks. Issei, sorry, but I had things to attend to. Irina, Issei, there is something I have to tell you, Irina said to Issei, a little discouraged. Issei knew it was something important to make Irina act like that. Issei, what happened? Is something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Irina, you didn't do anything wrong. The thing is that in a week I'm moving to Italy. Issei was a little surprised by what his childhood friend had said, but he already suspected that his parents were followers of the Catholic Church, since not in all houses a holy sword was displayed in the living room. Issei, don't worry, we can keep in touch. You know that you are a very important friend and I want to continue talking to you no matter the distance. The young man told her while hugging her warmly. Irina burst into tears at the words her secret love had said, hugged him tightly and told him not to forget her, that she would always think of him and no matter how much time passed she would wait for him. Issei didn't understand that last part but just said yes and mentioned that maybe he would also go on an exchange to Tokyo. The day passed normally along with the week. The news that he was going to change academic units to Tokyo had already been made official. His parents were proud of him, although a little sad because they wouldn't see him for a long time. The day I said yes I would go from Japan to Italy had arrived. She and her parents were waiting for the plane that was going to take them to Italy to take off. They were in the waiting room talking to each other. Irina, come on, daughter, don't be sad, you'll see it one day, I'm sure of it. Her mother told Irina, trying to cheer her up a little. Irina could only nod in response to what her mother had said. She felt bad for separating from her best friend and her first love, also scared. She knew she was going to train with the Vatican since it was discovered that she could use the sacred swords. The flight attendant announced that the passengers bound for Italy had boarded the plane. Irina was feeling very downcast as she hadn't been able to say goodbye to Issei. Irina, wait. The scream was heard at the entrance of the living room. There she saw her friend with a smile and a little box. Irina, Issei, how did you know I was here? She asked her friend even though she felt very happy. Issei, you told me that today you were going to Italy, so I assumed that you were going by plane. I did some research and found out that this is the only flight today to Italy, so I decided to bring you this and say goodbye, Issei said, smiling and handing him the box. Irina opened it and could see a necklace holding a red dragon-shaped figurine. Issei, you know that I like dragons, so I thought that you would miss me, but you would see that necklace and know a part of me is always with you. What the young man said, interpreting a warm smile. Irina felt her heart fill with happiness. With those feelings she hugged Issei and thanked him. When Irina was leaving she returned to Issei and gave him a fleeting kiss on the cheek and said while blushing, Irina, that's so you remember me, and she said while showing a radiant smile. Finally the young woman left in the water. Issei Mijo left for the train station heading to Tokyo, where the adventure and legend of the most powerful Sekiryuutei would begin. Arrival in Tokyo. At a well-known school in Tokyo, something was happening inside one of the classrooms that doesn't happen very often. Issei, nice to meet you. My name is Hyoudou Issei. I come from Kuoh City, hoping we get along, said a brown-haired boy with a big smile. The room was completely silent for a moment, until a scream was heard. Kya, a handsome boy is in our living room. Yes, he is very handsome. Damn, now I have less chance of getting a girlfriend, a boy shouted from the back. True, it's very difficult to get a girlfriend these days, and now it will be even harder with a pretty boy in our room. All the men in the room seconded the notion. Teacher, now I'm quiet. If anyone has any questions, raise your hand. Suddenly all the women and a few men raised their hands. Professor, this will be long. Well, Yui asks, said the professor as he sat at his desk. Yui, my name is Yui Masamune and my question is, do you have a girlfriend? Issei, no. Yui, and you don't want one? She said, smiling maliciously. Issei blushed a little since she had never been told something like that. Drag frowny face, you can fight against demons, angels and fallen angels, and you can't stand this? Ha 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 ha. Issei frowny face, shut up super developed lizard. While Issei and Drag were arguing in his brown-haired mind, outside the girls were saying, look how cute he blushed. It's very nice. Damn, even I think he's cute, said a boy crying while everyone looked at him strangely. Teacher, okay, Hyoudou-kun, you may sit. Issei moved as far away as he could from the boy who had called him cute. The brown-haired boy sat next to a young woman with jet-black hair tied in a ponytail. The girl was cute, but Issei wasn't going to say it out loud. Issei, hello, I'm Issei, greeted the young man. No, you just introduced yourself, the girl answered curtly. Issei, could you tell me your name? I ask him. Yuki Adagaki. I answer without taking my eyes off the teacher. I hope we can get along. Adagaki-san smiled at him. Yuki, yeah, whatever. He continued paying attention to the class. Issei didn't understand why her reaction, but he didn't care much either. Don't worry, Yuki doesn't like anyone, another girl on the other side told her. Issei, I really didn't give it much importance. My name is I am Terumi. I am the class president. If you have any questions you can ask me. Issei, thank you Terumi-san. I am is fine Issei-kun. I am replied to Issei. The class went on normally. During the break Issei found himself trapped by all his classmates who asked him different questions, which Issei answered politely. Her first day was normal. She returned to her apartment that the school had provided her and changed her clothes. Now he was wearing black pants along with his sneakers of the same color. He also wore a red sleeveless shirt. Then he went out to explore the streets of Tokyo. Issei felt the atmosphere different from what he was used to. Here everything was more hectic. He felt several presences like demons and fallen angels. Issei was excited about the different fights he could have in this new place because of the training he had promised his partner here since he met someone who would most likely be here. Issei, but I walked through the streets towards a small dalo where kendo was taught. Issei, good afternoon, is anyone here? Asked the brown-haired boy as he entered the dalo. Suddenly he felt something was about to hit his head, so he bent down and saw a wooden sword pass over him. He grabbed the arm of the one holding the sword and threw it in the opposite direction. Good reflexes, brat. It seems that cheap dragon now has a good carrier, said the man who attacked him. Drag frowny face celestial dragon, stupid fallen, engrave it well in your memory. Issei was surprised to see that the dress had appeared without him having summoned it, but he was even more surprised that Drag spoke out loud. Well, brat, let me introduce myself. My name is Glenn Stand. I am a fallen angel. Well, half fallen angel and half human. I am the owner of the sacred gear fairy sword. Issei. I am Hyoudou Issei, current Sekiryuutei. Issei introduced himself. Glenn, well, Sekiryuutei, let me ask you something. What are you doing here? The fallen one asked the brown-haired boy. Issei, Drag told me that you could help me in my training. Glenn, why should I? It's not something I'm obligated to do, but I'll give you a chance. If you can land a hit on me, I'll train you. Issei, I can assure you that I will give you more than one hit, Issei said while getting into a fighting stance. Glenn, I doubt it very much, affirmed Glenn with a small laugh. Issei launched himself straight towards Glenn to hit him. He launched his powerful attack at Glenn's face, but he didn't right, just stepping back a little. Issei was a little surprised, but immediately the others attacked towards the same point, which Glenn dodged again without much effort. The brown-haired boy began to kick and punch, trying to grab him, but he couldn't. Glenn always dodged him, making the minimum of movements possible. Glenn, I told you I wasn't going to train you until you hit me, but I'll make an exception right now. Glenn punched Issei in the abdomen, which knocked the wind out of him. The brunette fell to his knees gasping for air. Glenn, first lesson, never rush into attacking. That makes you very predictable and your opponent can easily read your movements, he said to him while he was lying down and looking at him from above. Issei stood up, took a deep breath and remained calm, then took his position and stared at Glenn's movements without missing a single detail. Glenn was a little surprised by the attitude the young man took, but he smiled now he was ready to attack Issei. Glenn's attack went towards his chest. Issei saw everything and could swear that for a second he saw Glenn's attack in slow motion, and he was able to dodge it precisely. Just by moving to the side, Glenn's attack passed without hurting him. Issei was surprised by what he had just done, but very quickly he recovered and saw that Glenn was defenseless, and just a kick straight to his abdomen. Although Issei seemed calm and mature, he was actually very childish, and the blow that Glenn had given him before resented him, and he wanted to get revenge by doing the same thing as him. The paw of the packed on Glenn's abdomen but did not move it an inch. Glenn, only under his guard, looked at Issei and smiled. Glenn, fine, I'll train you. It seems you have potential, but if I'm going to be your teacher, you'll have to learn how to use a sword. Issei, of course, I was always interested in being able to use a sword. The useless dragon sealed in my left arm didn't know how to use it, so he never taught me. Drake, frowny face, your grandmother is useless. The Welsh dragon shouted angrily at the chestnut. Glenn, well, Issei, it seems you get along very well with Drake. I just have to tell you that your training will start tomorrow, but it will be very difficult, so you can leave today and rest because you will need it a lot tomorrow. Issei shuddered when he heard his new teacher say that while smiling evilly. Issei thanked him and left the doll. He wandered the streets of Tokyo until dark. He was returning home when in an alley he saw 5 guys cornering a woman. This would be fun, come on, don't you believe it, cutie? Said one of those guys with lust in his words. Issei's blood boiled when he saw that they all had the same look and the lust emanating from their bodies could be smelled from afar. Issei hates those types of people a lot. He thinks that a woman is sacred and that you can't do anything to her without her consent. Before any of those pigs could do anything, Issei ran, hit the one who said those words, broke his nose, grabbed him by his shirt and threw him towards the other guys who were not even aware that he had arrived there. Issei, repeat that once more in front of me and you'll have something more broken than your nose. Issei yelled at him with disgust and anger. The other thugs watched him and saw that there was only one. They thought they could beat him. Oh, how wrong they were! If they had known who he was, they would have begged him to let them go. Issei beat them so badly that they were left lying on the floor bleeding from their mouths, noses, and some from their eyes, but they were all lying on the floor unconscious and most likely with bleeding in their heads. Issei turned to look at the girl he had saved and was surprised to see that it was his partner Yuki. Issei, you're okay now, Yuki? They didn't do anything to you, right? The brown-haired man asked her in a warm tone to make her feel safe. The young woman just looked at him and hugged him while repeating the word, thank you, numerous times. Fighting in the streets of Tokyo. After Issei found Yuki and helped her, he told the police to take that group of trash away. Yuki was so scared that she didn't leave Issei's side at any time. She was terrified that one of the thugs would come to attack her again. So Issei offered to take her home so she'd be calmer and not so scared. On the way to Yuki's house, she turned around every 5 minutes behind them to check that no one was following them. Issei understood why she did it, so it didn't bother him at all. When they arrived at the house, Issei realized that the place where she lived was a somewhat large house. Issei realized that he was with an Ojo-sama. Issei, you have a nice house, he told her. She just nodded. Issei left her at the door and said goodbye to her. Issei, well, I have to go. See you tomorrow, Aragaki-san. Issei was about to leave, but Yuki grabbed him by the sleeve. Yuki, Hayata-san, thank you for today. If you hadn't come, I would. Yuki just held her sleeve and cried a little. Issei, don't worry. The good thing is that nothing happened and you're here fine, said the brown-haired boy and hugged her warmly. Yuki felt fine, but she was still afraid that tomorrow when Issei was gone they would attack her again. Yuki, Hayata-san, can I ask you something? Yuki asked while still hugging Issei. Issei, sure, as long as I can do it I'll be happy, Issei replied. Yuki, could you pick me up tomorrow so I can wait for you? The brunette asked. Issei, no problem, Issei replied as he released her and smiled at her. Yuki, thank you, I really appreciate it, Hayata-san. I returned the smile. Issei, well, I'll go to leave, see you tomorrow, I'll come around 7:30 in the morning. Issei mentioned to her, and she nodded. Issei left the place. Issei didn't know whether to return home or go around investigating. He finally decided to go out and see what Tokyo had to offer, and boy did it have a lot. The first thing that happened to Issei was that he encountered a band of rogue demons. Seeing them, Issei couldn't help but think of Agriel. She was also worried that Kuoh was in trouble and danger. The ones she cared about most were her parents and her friends Aki and Kori. Pushing those thoughts away as he didn't want to worry about being gone, Issei just walked up to the demons and faced them. Issei, it seems that wherever I go I always find garbage in my path, said Issei as he stood in front of them. Demon, kid, get out of here, we're not hungry today. We're waiting for someone. If you would be so kind as to go. He couldn't finish as Issei kicked him in the face. Issei, look, I know you're going to see an old acquaintance of mine, so I think I have to avoid him. Issei launched himself against the demons again. One of them attacked him with its tail. Issei saw it and grabbed it. The demon tried to get out of the brown-haired boy's grip, but Issei began to whip him on the floor again and again. Another demon went to help his companion. One of his legs was sharp and with it he attacked Issei. He only covered himself with the tail of the other demon and consequently, the tail was split in two. The tailed demon gave a cry of pain that did not last long since Issei grabbed the tail that was still attached to him and pulled it, attracting him. When the demon was close enough, Issei hit him in the face, which threw him into the other demons who had started to get motivated. The blade demon wanted to take advantage of the fact that Issei couldn't see him and attacked him again, but was surprised to see that the boy had stopped him with his left hand, which was covered by a red gauntlet. Demon, everyone run, it's the Sekiryuutei, shouted the same demon as he started to run. Issei, don't go, there's still a lot of fun left, I still want to dance, said Issei while it was heard in the background. Boost, 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 boots. Issei moved at great speed and hit all the demons and gathered them in the center. Issei, this will end quickly. While the brown-haired boy said this, a magic circle began to form in his hands. The demons could swear they could see Issei's eyes turn bright red for a second. Issei Flame Dragon. With that said, a powerful torrent of flames came out of the magic circle and began to surround the demons. The demons just screamed in pain upon feeling such flames, while Issei just watched them and said out loud, Issei, will you continue to hide all the time, Agriel? Said Issei while a magic circle was seen on a wall from which Agriel came out. Agriel, incredible, Sekiryuutei seems to have improved a little, said Agriel, then turned to look at the demons and said, Agriel, you stand in my way again, but this time will be the last. Agriel expected Issei to launch himself at him, but Issei just raised his guard and stared at him without losing sight of him. Agriel, what's wrong, Sekiryuutei? Are you scared? The demon asked him. Issei, not you, I'm just cautious, I know what you're capable of, Issei told him. Agriel, you flatter me, Sekiryuutei, well, since you don't want to start, I'll do it. Agriel launched himself at Issei and formed a magic circle from which lightning bolts came out. Issei saw the demon approaching him very quickly, but he just took a deep breath and calmed down. Issei felt the same as when he was in the training fight with Glenn. Issei moved a little from his place to dodge Agriel. When Issei dodged the attack, Agriel disappeared and appeared above him. Agriel, don't tell me you forgot my special magic, Thunder. Issei couldn't dodge that attack. When the electric attack hit him, he felt every muscle in his body tense, and it hurt a lot. When the third RS reaping light disappeared, Issei could be seen with smoke coming out of his entire body and his clothes torn, bleeding from many parts of his body. Agriel, incredible, you are simply amazing, Sekiryuutei. That attack could easily kill a middle-class demon, and you could withstand it. Agriel was surprised. Although he did not use all his power, it was a good attack that a child could not withstand. Issei, that's because of my hard training. Issei felt his body too heavy, that attack had surpassed his limit. Agriel, I let you live once to see if when we met again you could make me use all my power, but unfortunately it was too fast, and unfortunately I have to kill you. Agriel said this while forming a magic circuit that released flames. Agriel, Sekiryuutei disappears, true flame. A powerful blue flame came out of the circle and headed towards Issei. When it was about to hit Issei, a person cut the flame with a blue sword that looked like water. Glenn, hey brat, if you intend to be my student, you better not die, said the man standing in front of Issei. Issei, Glenn sensei, thank you. When he said this, he fainted. Glenn, well, brat, for your level, you did pretty well. Glenn just gave him a satisfied smile, and then turned to look at the demon. Glenn, I think you and I will have to talk, you just hurt my new disciple, said Glenn as he pointed his sword at Agriel, and it changed shape. Now it was blue with white and gave off rays. Agriel, I would love to, but I have more important matters. With that, Agriel disappeared next to the bodies of the demons. Glenn, I'd better take the boy to get him cured. Glenn took Issei's unconscious body and took him to the Dallo where he healed his wounds. A day on guard? Issei woke up after the fight with Agriel. He was a little scared but quickly recognized the Dallo. Issei, I think I really got beaten up now, Issei complained. Drag frowny face, don't even say it. The dragon's mocking tone could be heard. Issei stood up and saw that his entire torso was bandaged. Issei no longer had the clothes he had on from before. Now he was only in shorts. Issei, my whole body hurts. Even though I don't have scars or any bruises, I still feel the pain. Glenn, that's why I treated the outside better than the inside so you wouldn't attract attention at school. Glenn replied as he came in with clean bandages. Issei, by the way, thanks for saving me from Agriel, Issei said with a small bow. Glenn told him to sit on a bench. Issei did so and Glenn began to change the bandages since, although he had healed his body, he only healed serious wounds well. 1 or 2 were not healed. Glenn, don't worry about that. I just want you not to be so reckless from now on, the fallen one said to Issei. Issei, by the way, what kind of sword was it you had? Issei questioned since he remembered that sword cutting the fireball. Glenn, it's my sacred gear fairy sword, he said while summoning only the handle of a sword. Issei, that's just the handle. Glenn, the ability of my sacred gear is that I can use any element and turn it into a sword. Observe, said Glenn when a blue blade emerged from the handle of the sword. If you got close enough you could see that it is pure water. Issei, incredible. The brown-haired boy was amazed. Glenn, and his balance break is that I can summon another sword just like it. Only now I can combine the blade with other elements such as fire with thunder, water with earth, water and thunder, wind and water, among other combinations, and in my balance break state I can create a light layer of an element on my body. Glenn explained to Issei. Issei, and how does that cape help you? Issei asked. Glenn, it depends on the element. For example, fire gives me more strength, thunder speed, wind agility, earth defense, and water heals me little by little. Issei, hey, that's very cheating. I complain. Glenn, says the one with the boosted gear, which doubles your strength every 10 seconds. Issei, good point. Now that I think about it, what time is it? I ask him. Glenn, around 6 in the morning. Issei, well, I'm on time. Glenn, you'd better go. Glenn threw him a shirt to wear. Issei got out of the dalo and went to his apartment to take a shower and get dressed to go pick up Yuki. Issei left already dressed and headed to Yuki's house. When he arrived, he rang the doorbell. Good morning, how can I help you? They asked him through the doorbell. Issei, good morning, will Adagaki Yuki be there? I am your classmate Hyoudou. Issei. He answered a little nervously. The voice told her to wait a second. Shortly after, the door opened and Yuki came out with a man who looked like her father. Yuki's father. My daughter told me what happened last night, so I would like to show you my most sincere gratitude for saving her. If you hadn't done what you did, my beautiful daughter, well, let's not think about that. Hyoudou-kun, if you have any problems, count on me for whatever you need. Yuki's father told him. Issei, don't worry, I just did what anyone would do. Yuki, we have to go, Dad, Yuki said to her father. Issei, yes, sir, we have to go and don't worry about your daughter. I'll take care of her. Nice to meet you, Issei said, shaking his hand. Issei and Yuki went to school. Issei felt a little uncomfortable since Yuki walked behind him holding his coat. But from one moment to another, Issei felt a murderous instinct that was close to him. Issei looked everywhere but found nothing. Yuki, is something wrong, Hyoudou-kun? He asked, thinking that someone was following them. Issei, no, it's okay, sorry for scaring you, said Issei. Now he was much more alert. Issei and Yuki arrived at school together. People were surprised that the new student was with the Ice Princess. Issei didn't pay attention to his companion's comments. Issei was more focused on feeling that presence again. Yui, since when is Issei-kun so close to Yuki? She said to Ain. I don't know, but I'm glad they get along. Some of her classmates felt bad because they thought Yuki was Issei's girlfriend. Issei was in his own world thinking about that aura. He doesn't know why it made him feel very uneasy. The whole day passed. Issei paid little attention since he constantly felt the presence. Although he always tried to find it, he never found it. After classes, Issei took Yuki home, and when he was leaving for his training, when he felt the presence again, but now he knew it was not directed at him but at Yuki. Issei decided to stay close in case something happened. Issei stayed on top of a building and was leaving until he felt the same presence but now close to him. Boy, you are hindering my work, said a beast. Issei, how curious. I thought the same thing. I have to protect her, I promised her father. He was surprised to see him. Issei, you look familiar, what is your name? It seemed familiar to him, but he didn't know why. Look, I hadn't recognized you, you're the Sekiryuutei brat, the beast told him. Issei, I am, but tell me, who are you? I wanted to remember but I couldn't. I am JFD. Because of you I turned into this thing, but today I will have my revenge. Jeff spat at him angrily. Issei, how can it be you? If I killed you? Issei was surprised. Jeff, you did, but some alchemist found my body and revived me into this monstrosity, and now I have to obey him. Issei, before I end your existence again, what do you want with my classmate? Issei asked. Jeff, I'll just tell you why you won't get out of here alive. What she wants is that girl's magic. Even if she seems normal, she has very powerful magic. Jeff replied. Issei, well, thanks, but now I have to eliminate you, said Issei when he disappeared from Jeff's visit and appeared in front of him and hid his face. Jeff flew out, and in the sky Issei appeared and kicked him towards a small forest nearby. Issei, this looks like where we fought for the first time. It seems like a good place for you to rest again. Issei looked at him with superiority. Jeff, you've improved quite a bit since the last time we fought. Now Jeff launched himself at Issei to hit him, but Issei dodged him. Jeff attacked again, but he dodged it again. Issei, it seems that only I have improved. Oh, well, tell me something before I kill you again. Where do I find that alchemist? Issei asked him. Jeff, I won't say it. Even though I hate him, I hate you more. Issei, okay, bye. Jeff saw Issei's eyes change color to red. Seconds later Issei appeared hitting Jeff's abdomen, making him spit blood. He immediately followed with a kick and a knee to the face. Jeff was lying on the floor covered in wounds. Issei, last chance, tell me and I'll let you live. Issei told him while pointing a magic circle at him. Jeff, never, I'll just say that girl will be in constant danger. Jeff told her while smiling maliciously. Issei, not if I protect her. Now Jeff disappears, flame dragon. A great torrent of fire covered Jeff's body. Jeff, Sekiryuutei, was the last thing he said before turning into ashes. Issei, I think I'll have more work from now on. Glenn's training. After Issei finished with Jeff, he left the forest and headed to his apartment, so he could change his clothes since the ones he was wearing were stained with blood. Issei changed and only stayed in boxers since, outside it was already night. He decided that he would sleep a little. The wounds from the fight with Agriel bothered him a little. He woke up around 5 a.m., changed into some shorts and went for a run, then headed to Glenn's dallo. He arrived at the dallo and entered and saw Glenn sitting with his eyes closed. Issei could feel his aura. It wasn't that imposing, but suddenly Glenn's aura was visible to the eye and his presence suddenly increased. Issei felt it. Issei, wow, that's some amazing power. Glenn listened to his Issei and opened his eyes, surprising the brown-haired man. Glenn, Issei, what are you doing here? Glenn asked him as he stood up. Issei, I came to see if we could train a little. Glenn, oh, okay, but you need a sword. Glenn went to a nearby room. Glenn, I think it was around here. Tell me, Issei, what kind of swords catch your attention the most, the Japanese or English type? Glenn asked him in the other room. Issei, although I am Japanese, I like English-style swords more, like King Arthur's. Glenn, that's good to hear. Glenn came out of the curtain with what looked like a sword but was covered by a blanket. Glenn, this was my sword that I had before I discovered my sacred gear, he said to the brown-haired boy while removing the blanket. Issei saw the sword and thought it was very beautiful. He liked that sword quite a lot. Glenn, I named it Blue Flame. It has an excellent edge and is capable of conducting heat magic. If you want it, I can give it to you as a symbol that I accept you as a student. Glenn told him, giving him the sword. Issei held it. It was heavy. That would help him increase his strength. He liked the sword. Issei, I will gladly accept it, master, he said, bowing. Issei, by the way, master, at what age did you discover your sacred gear? Issei asked him. Glenn, around 20 years old. I woke him up late, but he was better than ever, he said with a smile. Glenn, okay, if you don't have any more questions, how about we get started with the training? Issei, yes, he answered enthusiastically. Glenn had a lot of work to do with Issei. First, what he did was correct how Issei held the sword and his posture. It wasn't that difficult since Issei quickly adapted to what Glenn taught him. The first thing he did, once Issei's posture was corrected, was to tell him that he would launch attacks with a wooden dummy that Glenn had. Issei did so and was surprised that the doll was not damaged. Glenn, was it surprising? It was natural that you couldn't damage it. It's reinforced with a lot of defense magic. It wouldn't be fun if it broke, right? Glenn told him. Issei spent all the time he had left before going to school training with Glenn. The understanding was simple. Issei kept launching sword attacks at the doll and Glenn would correct him if he did it wrong. Issei, master, I have to go to school. Could you leave the sword with me? I don't know where to put it, Issei said to Glenn. Drag frowny face, boosted gear is not necessary. You can save it, the dragon said to its bearer. Issei, how? Issei questioned him. Drag frowny face, only the boosted gear appears. He takes the sword with him and wishes for it to be put away. The sacred gear responds to the feelings of its wearer. Drake mentioned to him. Issei did what his partner told him. The gauntlet appeared, and with it he took the sword. Instantly a light appeared, blinding those present. When the light faded, the boosted gear had changed a little. The blue flame blade protruded from the boosted gear, and Issei was amazed. After a few seconds, the blade disappeared. Issei, incredible. Drake frowny face. Now the sword will always be in the boosted gear. When you want to use it, just say the name of the sword and that's it. Issei, blue flame. Issei shouted, blade. It sounded from the boosted gear, and immediately the sword came out of the boosted gear. Issei, this is very useful, said Issei. Issei left the dojo already in his uniform, since he went to the dojo with a backpack where he carried his uniform. Issei went to Yuki's house to go to school together. After hearing from Jeff that they loved her for her magic, he wasn't going to leave her alone. He was greeted again by his father, who greeted him friendly. Issei returned the greeting. Yuki felt a little embarrassed by her father's attitude. Issei and Yuki went to school, and again everyone was talking about them. As Issei was now not focused on other things, he could feel the envy of the men directed towards him. Issei spent his school day normally. Issei got along great with Yui and Ayam, who reminded him of Aki and Kori. He also talked casually with Yuki about trivial matters. At the end of classes, Issei left Yuki at his house where his father invited him to eat. Issei politely declined, saying that he had to go to his kendo classes in a dojo near his house. Yuki's father agreed on the condition that he would eat with them tomorrow. Issei agreed and went to his training with Glenn. When he arrived, Glenn was waiting for him, and they began training. Issei and Glenn started with the same thing as in the morning for an hour until Glenn interrupted him. Glenn, okay Issei, now we'll have a practice fight, so be on guard and remember everything I've told you so far. Glenn said, putting himself on guard. He took out his sacred gear, and the blade turned light blue as a sign to use the lightning one. Issei, yes master. Issei replied, doing the same. Neither of them attacked. Glenn thought Issei's decision was fine, so he started by testing the defense, so he gave a side cut that Issei blocked with his sword. Glenn, stand firm and don't lose sight of your opponent, his teacher told him. Issei, yes. Now Issei pushed Glenn's sword, and now he attacked, although his attacks were clumsy. Glenn, if you're going to attack, it has to be fast and precise. Glenn dodged the cuts and blocked some. Issei kept an eye on his master's movements to see if he could learn anything. From one moment to another, Glenn blocked an attack from Issei and counterattacked. The sword was about to hit Issei but stopped millimeters away from him. Glenn, good training Issei. I think that will be all for today. Just do the punching routine 10 more times, and you can go home. Issei was surprised that he didn't hit him. Issei knew that his teacher was someone amazing. He was already a role model for him. He continued his reverie, and then retired to his house where he began to think about his future training. After a while he fell asleep peacefully. Issei's mission. I continued training with Glenn for about a month and a half, where Glenn taught him different techniques that he had acquired. Currently Issei was in the dojo having a practice fight with Glenn. In said fight, Issei could be seen with his sword in hand, but around it a torrent of fire could be seen. Glenn, good. It seems that you are already mastering the skill of the sword. But you still have a long way to go to be able to face me. Come on, I know you can do better. The fight continued. Sparks were seen coming out when both swords clashed. Throughout this month and a half, Glenn realized the talent that Issei had, and he also realized that Issei adapted very quickly to the first ones and could read them like an open book. Glenn, Issei, you have improved a lot throughout this month, so now I have a mission for you, his teacher told him while wiping his sweat. Issei, what kind of mission, master? His student asked, doing the same action as him. Glenn, I've been hearing that near here there is a church that is being run by a priest who is trying to create artificial holy sword bearers. The man answered Issei very seriously. Issei, isn't that good? I mean, isn't it good that anyone can use a sacred sword? I asked him. Glenn, no, because the sword is the one that chooses the bearer, and besides, the person who can carry the sacred swords is always someone good and never has any desire for evil in his heart. I answer. Issei, I understand. I will do what I can, master, but I have a problem. If I leave, who will protect Yuki? Issei had gotten along very well with the girl over the months, and they were already friends. Glenn, don't worry, I'll personally take care of her, he answered seriously. Issei was calmer. After his training and being informed of his mission, he went to his apartment, had some breakfast, and left for Yuki's house. Issei arrived, and as was the girl's custom, she received him. Since they ate together, the man trusted him more, and for some reason he told him to make his daughter happy. Yuki's father, hello Issei, as punctual as always. Issei, hello sir, I'm glad to see you well. Issei and Yuki's father exchanged a few words until Yuki arrived. Yuki, Issei, we better go or we'll be late. She leaves her house holding Issei's hand and dragged him out of her house while he said goodbye to his father. Yuki's dad, take good care of my future son-in-law, don't mistreat him too much. He shouted at Yuki and he just blushed. Issei, you heard what your dad said because I didn't he. The brown-haired boy said to the brunette. Yuki, he didn't say anything important so let's go, he said while his face was red. Issei and Yuki arrived at school. The students of said school had already gotten used to them being together so the screams were no longer heard and Issei stopped feeling the killer instinct. Classes went on normally. During the break Yuki had brought Issei his favorite food which the brunette thanked and happily devoured, something that made the girl happy. After school, as was routine, the young man took the girl to his house. At the door, Issei told her, Issei, by the way, I'll have to go out for a few days since I'm going to see my parents. The young man lied a little so as not to worry her. Yuki, don't worry, do the teachers know? Replied the young woman. Issei, yes, I told them before we left today, he replied. Yuki, just be careful on your way. Issei, don't you remember what I'm capable of? He said with a smile. Yuki blushed a little from the smile but managed to hide it very well so that the brunette wouldn't notice. Yuki, yes, but don't do anything reckless. The girl approached and kissed him on the cheek and quickly went into her house. Drag frowny face, that's two and counting. The dragon in his head said to Issei. The young man blushed a little, stood for a moment in the doorway, and then went to his apartment to pack his suitcase. Once he had packed his suitcase, he headed to the dalo where his teacher was waiting for him. He told him that the church was located more or less in a forest 10 kilometers from Tokyo. Issei wasted no time and took out his dragon wings since in all this time his dragon percentage had increased by 60%, and his hair had also changed, having more red rays next to his eyes that were now greener, but nobody noticed it, since Issei had a spell that his teacher made for him to hide it. The young man arrived at the church at dusk, since he could recognize it because it was deep in the forest. When Issei arrived, he saw that several children who seemed to be his age and some others younger were inside a magic circle, and a fat father with glasses was the one who was singing. Drag frowny face. Issei, you better hurry. That magic circle is absorbing the children's vitality. Drag warned him. Issei, upon hearing what his companion told him, wasted no time and quickly headed towards his father. Issei tried to enter through the window but was stopped by a swordsman, who attacked him in midair. Hey, don't you think it's bad to interfere with other people's work? Issei, out of my way, I wouldn't have to tear you to pieces if you move, said the young man as his eyes changed from a green hue to crimson red. You don't seem to be a demon, so tell me, brat, what are you? The man asked him. Issei, I don't have to answer you, blue flame, shouted the young man. Blade. In Issei's hand appeared his sword shining along with the boosted gear. Oh, so you're the Sekiryuutei. The church has been looking for you all this time. They'll reward me if I take you to them. The swordsman stood on guard. Issei launched himself against his enemy, sparks flying from the clash of swords. Issei felt that the guy wasn't very good. He could defeat him, but it would take a while. In a moment of carelessness, the swordsman Issei turned around and cut his abdomen. When the swordsman felt the cut, he gave a snort of pain. But Issei didn't stop there. He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and slammed him against the floor. Already on the floor, the young man looked at him with those red eyes and said, Issei, I thought it would be more entertaining, but it turns out you're trash, so you won't need this. Immediately afterwards, and without feeling guilty, he cut off his right arm with his sword. The swordsman screamed in pain. Issei was about to kill him when suddenly he felt something catch him. Issei flew out and crashed into the wall of the church. Issei, what the hell is this, because I can't move? Issei shouted. Balfour, come on, Freed, we made it even if one of those brats got away. Freed, Lord Balfour, that young man here is the Sekiryuutei. We will have to take him. Balfour, impossible, the magic I'm using can barely hold him back for a bit. Issei, when I manage to get out of this, both of them will die. Issei expelled all his power and was able to free himself. Issei created a magic circle in his hands and shouted, Issei, Flame Dragon. The torrent of fire headed towards both of them, but before it could touch them they were teleported by a magic circle and escaped. Issei was upset by that but remembered the children. He quickly entered the church and could see the children's bodies lying down. Although they were not hurt, their bodies did not emanate any sign of life. Issei just clenched his fists and screamed in pain for not being able to save these innocent young people who knew the cruelty of the world. Issei fell to his knees crying, Issei, forgive me, I wasn't strong enough. Issei hit the floor trying to release some of his frustration, while a few drops fell down his face. In a nearby place, the young man who had escaped ran in case someone was chasing him, but in his mind he could only remember how his friends sacrificed themselves so he could escape. The young man fell on the snow, dying on the brink of death when he heard, "Don't die, live for me." Suddenly a light surrounded him, and he felt his body and strength return to him. "Now you are my servant, you are my knight, tell me your name." "Kiba, my name is Sekiryuutei," the young man answered. "Rias, nice to meet you Kiba, my name is Rias, and I am a high-class devil." Both of them just disappeared in a magic circle that the redhead created, leaving the cold forest behind. The truth of Hyoudou Issei. After the chestnut tree buried the children, Issei returned to his teacher to give him the news that he had failed in his mission. This lasted approximately 2 days. Issei arrived at the Dalo. The poor boy felt too guilty. He had the children in front of him, within reach of his hands. If he hadn't let himself be carried away by his battle instincts that told him to make the swordsman suffer, he could have saved the children. Issei gathered his courage and entered the Dalo. When he entered, he didn't see his master, so he imagined he would be taking care of Yuki. The young man saw the doll that he couldn't break and decided to relieve his stress with it. So he took off his jacket and took out Blue Flame. Issei began his training with the sword, wildly hitting the doll. Without the young man realizing, his eyes changed back to a red color, and his attacks increased in power. Meanwhile, Issei was in his mind, and in that place the faces of the children who told him passed by again and again. "It's your fault we die. If you had been stronger we would still be alive. You let yourself get carried away by the fight and you forgot about us. You are weak." Issei could only listen to the comments towards him. They were right, he was weak. Issei in the real world punched the doll with brutal force. While in Issei's subconscious, he was in a door. When he opened it, he saw a person standing in front of him. Issei couldn't see him well since it was dark and he couldn't be seen. "Issei, who are you? What are you doing here?" the brown-haired boy asked him. "Hyoudou Issei, you are weak, do you know why?" the person said in a sinister voice. From one moment to the next the shadow disappeared. Issei couldn't see it anymore until he felt something holding him by the neck and pushing him back until he slammed into the wall. "Why do you lack hatred?" At that moment Issei was able to observe the figure well. That figure looked just like him, only with red eyes and black hair. He was dressed in rusty armor that looked like it was from medieval times. "Issei, what are you?" Issei asked, trying to get out of the grip. "I am you and you are me. We are both the same person," said his other self. "Issei, of course not, your aura is sinister. It's nothing like mine," refuted the brown-haired boy. "It's only a matter of time. You are still weak to know our power, but I will give you a taste," the red-eyed man told him. After that it disappeared and Issei left his mental space and saw in amazement that the doll that seemed indestructible was split in two and was beginning to burn with a purple fire. "Issei, what happened?" "I don't remember anything," said the brown-haired boy holding his head. "Glenn, do you really not remember anything?" he asked the teacher with a look of astonishment. "Issei, master, when did you arrive?" the brown-haired boy asked. "Glenn, just a moment ago, but let's not talk about that." "What was that technique you just did?" his teacher asked him curiously. "Issei, excuse me master, but I don't know what you're talking about," Issei told him. "Glenn, you just executed a technique I've never seen before. The way you swung the sword was surprising, and the purple fire I've never seen before. There's also the fact that your eyes changed color," his teacher told Issei. "Issei, I don't remember anything, master," Issei told him. "Glenn, well, it was simply amazing. Leaving that aside, how did the mission go?" he asked seriously. Issei told him everything that happened on the mission, and Glenn just listened. "Issei, it's okay that you're upset with me for failing. I'll understand if you no longer want to be the teacher of someone as weak as Issei didn't finish the sentence since his teacher hit him. "Glenn, don't buck with me. You're someone worth releasing. Don't come up with nonsense, Issei. You may have failed, but we all fail sometimes. Failures don't define us. What defines us is getting up from that and moving forward." He shouted everything from the bottom of his heart. Issei listened to his teacher's words and realized he was right. He couldn't stay regretting his mistake. It hurt him not to be able to save the children, but he had to keep fighting and become stronger so that wouldn't happen again. So he stood up and with a firm and determined look he said to his teacher, "Issei, you're right master, I needed that hit, thank you." Issei thanked him. "Glenn, you better not do that again or I'll beat you so bad even your ancestors will feel it." A chill ran down Issei's spine at the thought, and at that moment he decided to never anger his master again. Glenn, as punishment for what Issei did, forced him to have a meeting with him. It should be noted that Glenn did not hold back at all and beat him so badly that Issei fainted. The next day Issei woke up with a lot of pain all over his body and his face was bruised since Glenn also didn't heal him as punishment. Issei no longer protested and stood up to go to his apartment where he took a shower and changed his clothes to go to school, but not before passing by Yuki. Issei headed to Yuki's house where he once again met the girl's father. Yuki's dad. Issei, how naughty, what happened to you? Yuki came burning out. Yuki's father shouted, Yuki, what's wrong, Dad? Why are you so scanning Issei? What happened to you? Like father, like daughter. Issei told them both that while he was staying at his parents' house he had a fight with some thugs who wanted to rob him. Yuki hit him, in his words, for being a reckless idiot. Issei apologized but it didn't seem to work. Yuki's father just watched this, satisfied he liked the boy. Yuki did not speak to Issei during the entire walk from home to school. When she got to the classroom she just sat down and did not speak to Issei. While Issei was surrounded by all his classmates who asked him about his injuries, and he told them the same thing he told Yuki. Some, like the men, told her that it was very cool, but others, like the women, gave it away for foolishly exposing themselves to danger, if only they knew. Classes passed and Issei accompanied Yuki home, but she still didn't speak to him. Issei, hey Yuki, forgive me, it wasn't anything serious, Issei told her. Yuki, it wasn't serious, you start to think that they could have killed you. Do you know how I would have felt? Yuki shed a few tears. Issei looked at her and dried her tears. He hugged her. He finally understood why she was angry, even if it was a lie Issei told her. Issei, forgive me. I didn't think about those who will be sad if something happens to me. I'm an idiot, he said in Yuki's ear. Yuki, if you are a huge fool, now you have to reward me for your foolishness. Yuki said to the brown-haired boy's chest. Issei, what do you think if I invite you to see the movie you've been waiting for? Issei suggested. Yuki, only if it's with lots of sweets, Yuki told him. Issei just smiled. He already knew about Yuki's love for sweets, so he accepted and took Yuki, who didn't want to leave his chest, to his house, where her father saw them and gave Issei a somewhat serious look, which scared him a little. The boy quickly left the girl at her house, said goodbye to his father, and went home to rest. Inside Yuki's house, Yuki's dad. So, do I have a son-in-law now? He asked his daughter with a mischievous smile. Yuki, Dad, we're still just friends. The first thing he said was in a whisper that his father heard perfectly. Her father was glad that his daughter was acting like a teenager since she had always been very serious since she was little. Yuki's dad, I see, I hope that changes soon, he said with a smile to his daughter who blushed and hid her dad. In a slightly secluded spot, a person could be seen watching Yuki's house. Just a little more, and your magic will be mine. Problems at the cinema. After the incident where Issei met his other self, the young brown-haired boy spent the week training with his master who, since the young man had the basics of sword use, taught him his own sword style which he named Elemental Sword Style. He created it specifically for his sacred gear, but that does not mean that it is an overwhelming style. When Glenn taught him his style, Issei was impressed by such a display of power, the way he wielded the sword. What Issei realized is that Glenn's style is fast and strong. After finishing the demonstration, Glenn showed him the position he should take, and it wasn't too difficult for Issei since it seemed very easy. After Issei was able to do the pose correctly, Glenn proceeded to teach him a technique. Glenn, okay Issei, you've mastered the posture, now I want you to invite this. Glenn took his stance, tensing his leg muscles, and in one step he moved about 10 meters and made a diagonal cut that extended a thunder wave so fast it seemed to distort reality. Glenn, that was the dimensional slash attack. It is a very powerful attack if executed well. Issei, incredible master, but when will you teach me how to use lightning? Issei asked. Glenn, that's your job, for now you can't use lightning so you'll have to find a way to adapt it to your fire magic. Glenn told him. Issei started thinking of ways he could do it. They all worked, but they didn't give that resemblance of cutting reality. Issei spent time practicing his technique to perfect it. The most accepted one by him was to infuse heat magic into his sword to attack, but he was not strong enough to give his all in the technique. Today, 2 weeks later, Issei was frustrated for not being able to do the technique. Glenn noticed it and told him to rest and meditate. Issei did as suggested and began to meditate. When he did, he found himself once again in front of that door. He opened it again and found his other self again. Look, it's nice to see you again, Issei. Have you come for some advice? His other self said. Issei, do you know what I need to complete the technique? Issei asked. Yes, but I won't help you. I'll just tell you that it's not in the magic but in you. The person just went deeper into the darkness and disappeared from Issei's visit. Issei woke up and thought about what his other self had told him. The problem was not in the magic. If it is not in the magic, then it will have to be in his physical strength. Issei remembered when his master tensed his leg muscles and slightly his arm muscles before attacking. Issei did the same as his teacher, and when he took the step he traveled less than his teacher. About 5 meters less. Issei had an idea. When the brown-haired boy appeared he jumped and turned on his axis. When he turned around he fell. He planted his feet very well on the ground and released the slice. Issei, dimensional cut! Shouted the brown-haired boy, and a slice of fire came out of his sword. The fire was so fast that its temperature increased, and the heat seemed to distort space. Issei smiled as his plan worked. Glenn, who always watched him train, smiled at his student's ingenuity. He knew that Issei was destined for great things and, of course, great battles. He just wanted him to be able to face both head-on and without fear. Issei, I did it. Did you see, Master? Issei asked Glenn. Glenn, yes, Issei, but he is still weak. Train him more, Glenn told him. Issei spent the morning training until it was time to go to school. Following his routine, Chestnut went to Yuki's house. His father greeted him and Yuki left. They both went to school. Yuki, so today is the day, right? Yuki asked. Issei, yes. Do you want me to pick you up or should we leave the school? The brown-haired boy asked him. Yuki, we're leaving school, Yuki told him. Issei accepted and they arrived at school. Things were boring for Issei since his teacher also gave him private lessons, since he said that being only strength, and without brains but very stupid. Issei and Yuki left school and headed to the movies as he had promised the girl. Issei paid for the tickets and the sweets. The young man was not very excited to see the movie since it was a romance movie. When they arrived at the movie theater, both young people sat in their respective places and the movie began. Halfway through the movie, the young man struggled to stay awake until he felt something wasn't right and Yuki noticed. Yuki, is something wrong, Issei? She asked him. Suddenly everyone in the room disappeared and only Issei and Yuki remained. Issei, a pocket dimension? Issei shouted, but suddenly felt a great energy approaching them. Issei grabbed Yuki and dove to the side to dodge the energy. Issei landed and threw Yuki behind him to protect her from another attack heading towards them. Issei, blue flame. Immediately the sword appeared in the young man's hand and with it he cut the energy and stood on guard. Issei, come out right now. Issei's eyes and hair had changed. Apparently his master's spell doesn't seem to work here. Yuki, Issei, is that you? She asked him, since now her hair and eyes color had changed. Issei, Yuki, stay behind me and don't move. Issei looked at her but his eyes changed back to red. Yuki was scared by those eyes but knew it was Issei. She just nodded and stood behind Issei. Sekiryuutei, don't get in my way, otherwise you and the girl will die. A young man with glasses, black hair and a trench coat came out of the darkness. Issei, I don't know who the hell you are. Get out of here and you'll get out of this alive. Issei pointed his sword at him while looking at him with those eyes. I am the alchemist, Regulus. I just want the girl. For now I have no problems with you, Sekiryuutei, said the now known Regulus. Issei, if you mess with her you mess with me. Issei's eyes shone. Regulus. How scary, Sekiryuutei. But you can't beat me with your power now. Without warning, Regulus crouched down and touched the ground. In front of Regulus a pillar of earth appeared and headed towards Issei. Issei just swung his sword to cut the earth, but it transformed into metal, so Issei couldn't cut it. The pillar hit Issei in the chest and sent him away from Yuki. Yuki, Issei! Yuki shouted as she ran towards him, but Regulus appeared blocking her path. Regulus, not so fast, girl. You're coming with me. He couldn't finish as he felt Issei on top of him. Regulus blocked Issei's attack with a layer of earth, but Issei landed and kicked the alchemist, who also blocked the attack again. Issei propelled himself with that block and grabbed Yuki and pulled her away from him. Regulus, I didn't think you could withstand that attack, he said to Issei. Issei, still holding Yuki in his arms, just looked at him angrily. The part where the pillar had hit him, his clothes were destroyed. Issei, Yuki, you better get away from here. This is going to get violent. Yuki, Issei, I won't leave without you. Issei, please just go. I don't want anything to happen to you. Suddenly another pillar headed towards them. Issei, now with fire on his sword, cut the pillar. Regulus, I remind you that I'm still here and I won't let the girl escape. Things had gotten difficult for Issei as he would have to fight and protect Yuki at the same time. Balance breaker. Issei was in a difficult situation. The alchemist Regulus was in front of him threatening to take Yuki away, At this moment Issei was in front of Regulus protecting the girl. Issei, I already told you, I won't touch a hair on his head. Issei threatened him with his sword. Regulus, we'll see about that. The alchemist touched the ground again and a pillar of rock that slowly turned into metal headed towards Issei. Issei just flowed his fire magic into his sword and splendidly cut the pillar. When Issei cut the pillar, Regulus was no longer in front of him. Suddenly he felt something coming from his left. Thanks to his reflexes he was able to block with his arm a kick from Regulus that made him retreat. Regulus, wow, I didn't expect you to be able to block this, you have good reflexes. Issei, I thought you only attack from a distance, seems like this will be fun. Both Issei and Regulus increased their speed. Issei attacked with his sword and Regulus created a sword with a piece of the one Issei had cut. Sparks were flying everywhere. Yuki, who was nearby, could only see the sparks coming out, and sometimes she could see them attacking each other for a tenth of a second. You could see Issei attacking and Regulus blocking, then they both disappeared and reappeared when, now Issei was the one blocking. In a clash of swords Issei kicked Regulus, who couldn't dodge, and hit him, stamping him on the ground. Issei tried to cut him with his sword. On the ground Regulus covered himself from the attack, then kicked Issei in the abdomen and finished with a pillar that went straight to his abdomen, but Issei covered himself with his sword to avoid further damage. Yuki was impressed by the fight her friend and secret love was having. Although she was worried about what would happen to Issei, she trusted him. Regulus, you fight well, Sekiryuutei, but I wonder, why haven't you used the legendary gauntlet? He asked Issei. Issei, I thought that my sword would be enough, but you are stronger than I thought. But now, then the gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Boost. Regulus, well then I won't hold back either. Regulus covered himself in armor. Regulus, this is an armor that is coated with speed and strength spells. The armor was light but looked strong. From one moment to another Regulus disappeared. He appeared in front of Issei. He was so fast that Issei didn't see him. Issei was hit in the abdomen. The brown-haired boy spat saliva and flew until he hit the wall. Yuki, Issei. The girl was worried, but immediately saw how Issei came out of the wall attacking Regulus, who blocked him. Boost, boost, boost. Issei, what's up with that strength and speed? Said the brown-haired man, making Regulus back away. The alchemist didn't respond. The brown-haired boy launched another attack that the alchemist dodged and hit Issei. The brown-haired boy couldn't land any attacks. Regulus, in a moment of Issei's carelessness, kicked Issei's jaw, which lifted him into the air a little. Issei lost consciousness for a moment, but Regulus jumped and with an axe kick crashed the brown-haired boy into the floor. Yuki, Issei, it can't be, you can't be dead, come on, get up, she said to Issei, crying. Regulus, it seems you weren't that bad, now for the girl. Regulus was going towards Yuki but heard Issei. Yuki was scared of what was going to happen to her. She was also very worried about Issei. Yuki thought Issei was dead. Issei, hey idiot, I'm not defeated yet. When he said it, Regulus could see his eyes shining and the gauntlet gem next to them. Yuki was glad to see him standing, but it hurt to see him so hurt and bleeding so much. She felt guilty. Drag, Issei, we are entering balance breaker. You just have to expel all your power. He said to his partner. Issei just nodded. Issei, balance breaker. Issei shouted at the top of his lungs. His gauntlet responded to the influence of its wearer. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male. It was heard from the boosted gear. Issei was engulfed in a pillar of fire, and when the fire faded Issei was seen wrapped in a shining red armor. Regulus, impossible to reach the balance breaker in this situation. Regulus was impressed, although his impression didn't last long. Issei appeared in front of him, and with a blow to the abdomen destroyed the part that covered it, causing Regulus to spit blood and fall to his knees. Issei immediately kneed him in the face, which destroyed his helmet and lifted him into the air. Regulus felt his whole body ache. But Issei didn't stop there. Activating his boosters, Issei kicked him towards the ground, bouncing off it. Issei appeared next to him and kicked him to the side, crashing him into the wall. Issei, wow, even I'm impressed by the power I have now, said Issei. Yuki was impressed by Issei's display of power, approached him and said, Yuki, Issei, are you okay? She asked worriedly. Issei, Yuki, I'm fine, stay behind me, Issei told her. Suddenly an explosion was heard from where Regulus was, and Regulus came out of the exhibition. Regulus, Sekiryuutei, you will pay for this, and no one has treated me like this. Regulus shouted angrily at Issei while creating a magic circle. Issei, Yuki, don't leave me, he said to Yuki. Regulus, explosion! Shouted the alchemist as a loud explosion headed towards the boys. Issei just stretched out his left arm as it was heard in the background. Boost boost boots boost boots boost boost boots. Burst. A magic circle appeared on Issei's outstretched palm and Issei just said, Issei blast burn. When he said it he touched the ground and it began to crack. From the cracks fire came out and headed towards Regulus. Issei took Yuki by the waist and raised his head to dodge Regulus's attack. Regulus thought Issei was running away and prepared another magic circle. Regulus. This is your end. When he was about to launch his attack he found himself engulfed in a great torrent of fire. The floor he was on broke and fell into the sea of flames below. Both Issei and Yuki closed their eyes so as not to see what happened to the alchemist. When Regulus fell to his death, the pocket dimension began to destroy. Issei with the help of Drake left it, and realized that they were outside the cinema. Issei landed on the roof of a building and took Yuki down. Issei deactivated his armor and fell to his knees tired, worrying Yuki who came over to see how he was. Issei, I'm fine, just a little tired, he said to Yuki who said nothing. Issei, I know you have a lot of questions but now is not the time, I have to take you home. Issei took out his dragon wings and took the girl to his house. When they arrived she hugged him and said, Yuki, thank you for saving me again, I love you. He kissed her on the cheek and entered his house. Issei just flew to his apartment where he healed his wounds and rested and slept for the rest of the day. The truth told and a farewell. Issei got out of bed after yesterday's fight against Regulus, got dressed and went to see his teacher to tell him about Yuki. Issei entered his master's dalo and saw him training his sword style. Issei still thought it was cool but still interrupted him. Issei, master, I'm speaking to your master so he can see you. Glenn, oh Issei, it seems that yesterday on your date you had a lot of action, he said jokingly watching Issei's blows. Issei, yesterday an alchemist who wanted Yuki's magic attacked us at the cinema, he said seriously to his teacher. Glenn, looks like you defeated him, although it took some work, it seems. Glenn replied. Issei, yes, he was a strong guy but thanks to the fact that I obtained my balance breaker I was able to win, the brown-haired boy told him. Glenn, oh so you finally got it, well I'll have to create a new routine, he said to Issei. Glenn was about to leave to plan the new training routine for Issei but he interrupted him. Issei, Yuki found out about everything, the brown-haired man said again seriously. Glenn just looked at him and touched his head. Glenn, I understand, I'll see what I can do to help her. Issei, thank you, master. Issei bowed slightly in gratitude. Issei left the dalo and went to Yuki's house where instead of his father opening it as usual, Yuki opened it, who took Issei's hand and left the grounds of her house. Issei, Yuki, what's wrong? Issei asked her. Yuki, right now you will tell me everything that happened yesterday. Yuki replied. Issei, it will be after school. Issei told him. Yuki, not now, she answered seriously. Issei, if I tell you now it would take us a long time and we wouldn't get to school, said the brown-haired boy. Yuki, I don't care, tell me everything. Issei just sighed at his friend's foolishness, so he took her by the waist and raised her back with his dragon wings. He did it very quickly so that no one would see them. Issei took her to a forest next to a park and landed, putting the girl down. Issei, okay now we're alone, tell me, what do you want to know? Issei asked. Yuki, what are you? He asked. Issei, naturally I was human but with the excessive use of this, summons the boosted gear, I am 80% dragon and 20% human. Issei replied. Yuki, what is that? He said pointing at the boosted gear. Issei proceeded to tell him the story of the war of the three factions. He told him that there are demons, angels, fallen angels, dragons and practically everything about the tales that exist. Since he told him all that, Issei told him about the sacred gears, which are weapons that the biblical God created for humans to defend themselves from supernatural beings. He also told him about the Longinus. Yuki was very surprised by everything that was said, but there was no reason to doubt it. She saw it yesterday at the cinema. The force that both of them exerted was not normal. Issei, do you have any other questions? He asked. Yuki, yes, why is that guy after me? He asked. Issei, from what a guy who was sent to bring you to him told me, it seems that you have an amazing magical power and Regulus wanted it for himself. The brown-haired boy answered. Yuki felt guilty since she heard the day before from Regulus that he only wanted her. If it weren't for her Issei wouldn't have had to fight and he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Yuki, Issei, forgive me, because of me you always end up in fights and now you're hurt. Yuki shed a tear that ran down her face. Issei approached, wiped the tear with his thumb and lifted the girl's face so she could look into his eyes. Issei, it's not your fault, Besides, if I hadn't fought with him, you would probably be suffering a lot right now. I'd prefer to fight than for someone to suffer. He told him in the most honest way he could. Yuki just hugged him and thanked him for everything he always does for her. Suddenly Issei's phone rang, and she saw that it was her teacher. Issei, master, what's wrong? Issei asked him. Glenn, Issei, are you with Yuki right now? He asked. Issei, yes, he is by my side. Why? The young man told him. Glenn, great, come both of you to the Dallo. There is something that might interest you. He told him. Issei told Yuki everything, what his teacher had told him on the phone. They both went to the Dallo to find Issei's teacher. Both Yuki and Issei entered the Dallo where they found their master sitting. Glenn, they arrived quickly, he told them. Issei, what was that important thing you wanted to tell us? He asked. Glenn, you said that Yuki had a very surprising magical power, right? He told them. Issei, aha. The answer was short since he didn't understand anything. Glenn, well, you see, I got Yuki a place at the most famous magic school in the world. It wasn't difficult. Apparently they had already noticed her. I answered them with a smile. Issei and Yuki were in shock, but they quickly got over it and asked more about the school. Glenn told them that school was located in England and that it was run by the demon Mephistopheles. Although he was a demon, he was someone who cared more about humans. That's why he had created that magic school so that humans could learn to awaken. Glenn convinced Yuki that he was the best option. The girl agreed to go to school to become strong and fight alongside the brunette. The days passed and Yuki had to go. When the girl told her parents that she had been invited to an academy in England, they were happy and agreed that she should go study abroad. The day Yuki left, she and Issei spent the whole day together. It was time for Yuki to leave. She told Issei that when she returns, she will come back strong and able to be by his side. Issei agreed without fully understanding the words. Before the plane left, Yuki approached Issei and kissed him on the lips and said, Yuki, it's so you remember me, he said with his face all red, and quickly got on the plane. Drake, frowny face, that's two and counting, said the dragon happily. Issei turned red. His teacher, who was next to him, laughed out loud and Yuki's parents smiled with satisfaction. Eventually Yuki left for England and Issei stayed to continue his training. Since that day, 5 years have passed where Issei, now a young man with red hair and green eyes, was returning to his hometown of Kuoh. Issei was at the entrance of Kuoh, on a mountain, watching his beautiful town that he had loved so much. Issei, I'm back, home sweet home. Drake, do you think we'll find more fun here? He asked his partner. Drake, frowny face, well, considering that 2 of the sisters of 2 mouths are here, I think so. Issei, you said it, buddy. Issei dropped off the mountain and soared with his dragon wings towards his home. The return to Kuoh. Issei arrived home. He hadn't seen her for a long time and he had missed her. He quickly rang the doorbell and in the background he heard a woman's voice saying, I'm coming. The door opened, revealing an older-looking lady with brown hair who was surprised by the person at the door. Issei's mother. Person, but who are you? Issei's mother asked him. Issei wasn't surprised that they didn't recognize him since he had changed a lot. Issei, it's me mom, Issei. The redhead answered with a smile. Issei's mom. Issei, my Issei, it's been a long time since I saw you. Look at you now, you're very different and more handsome than I remembered. His mom said, hugging Issei. Issei, a lot of things happened when I went to Tokyo, said Issei, returning the hug. Issei's mom, come on Issei, come in, you're at home. Let me tell your father, he needs to know the news, said his mom, entering the house and then his room. Issei was happy to see his mother after so long. He entered the house and went up to his room. It was the same as he had left it. Issei lay down on his bed and slept for a while. He was tired from the trip. Issei slept for approximately 3 hours. He was tired because on the way there he ran into some guys who invited him to their group. Something about heroes. Issei doesn't remember it well. He only remembers that he swept the floor with everyone except the spear boy who didn't fight. Issei woke up, washed his face and went down to see if his father had arrived. When he went down he saw his parents talking in the living room. Issei's dad. Oh Issei, you're finally awake. It seems you got tired of the trip. His father said, hugging him. Issei, nice to see you, father, he said to his father. Issei's mom, well, let's eat now, she said to both of them. Already at the meal, Issei's father told him. Issei's father, by the way Issei, where will you study? His father asked him. Issei, at Kuoh Academy. I already put all the papers in order from Tokyo, Issei said to his father. Issei's parents were surprised that their son entered there since the school's level was very high. Issei, I just need to pick up my uniform. In fact, when I finish eating I'll go get my uniform, he said to his parents. After finishing the meal, Issei left in the direction of school. On the way, Issei attracted the attention of many people, especially women who considered him very handsome. Issei arrived at school and saw a young girl who looked his age, but her aura was that of a demon. The girl had short black hair, wore the school uniform, and also wore glasses. Issei approached her because it seemed like she was making sure no one entered. Issei, hello, good afternoon, I'm a new student. I'm here to pick up my uniform. My name is Hyoudou Issei, he said to the girl with a smile. Oh, you're the student who comes from Tokyo. Nice to meet you. I'm Sauna Orai, student council president and third-year student, she said to Issei. Issei, could you tell me where I can pick up my uniform, Shitori-senpai? He said again with a smile. Sona was the younger sister of the Mao Leviathan. Issei knew the names of the Mao sisters but had not seen them, so by the name he assumed it was Sona Citri. Sona, yes, the uniforms are collected in the student council room. Follow me and I'll give it to you. Sona entered the school and Issei followed her. On the way, Sona asked him why he changed schools. Issei told her that it was time to return to his village. They both continued talking until they reached the council room where another young woman was. She had long black hair. Like Sona, she was dressed in the school uniform. Sona, Tsubaki, you are still here. I thought you had already left, she said to the now recognized Tsubaki. Tsubaki, Kaicho, who is the young man coming behind us? She asked with a small blush that no one noticed. Issei, nice to meet you. I'm Hyoudou Issei. I'm a new student who starts tomorrow, he said, approaching the girl, taking her hand and kissing the back. Issei remembered what his teacher had told him. His teacher told him that when he met a girl he had to be a gentleman. But with Sona he didn't do it because he thought she would get upset. Issei's action blushed the girl who didn't know how to act. No one had done something like that. It didn't help that she was a fan of those stories where the knight in shining armor saves the princess. Sona just watched in amazement as her friend blushed, something she hadn't seen since she met her, even though she was courted by many boys. Sona, cough, cough, here's your academy uniform. I just have to say welcome to Kuoh Academy, she said to Issei. Issei, thank you Kaicho, it's time for me to leave, see you Kaicho and miss, he said to Tsubaki. Tsubaki, Tsubaki Shinra, he said, stuttering a little to Issei. Issei, Tsubaki-san, see you tomorrow. Issei repeated the action from the beginning, but now with the two of them since Sona stretched out her hand. Issei left school and decided to explore the surroundings of the town, which in recent years seemed more like a city than a village. While walking through the streets he heard a scream from two girls. Issei felt déjà vu, but he wasn't going to ignore the scream. He moved very quickly to where the voices were coming from and saw two young women, one with pink hair and the other with brown hair. Issei recognized them instantly. They were his friends Aki and Kori. Issei saw them on the floor and it looked like they were hurt. Issei felt anger run through his body and without realizing it his dragon armor activated and went to the demon that was there attacking them. With a single blow Issei pierced the demon's chest, deactivated the armor and approached the girls. Issei, Kori, Aki, please answer, come on, it's me Issei, he said to both of them, who reacted but it was too late. Kori, Issei, is it really you? She asked him, but both she and Aki were very sick. Issei, Drake, tell me how serious things are, he asked his partner. Drake, Issei, you can't do anything. Issei just clenched his fists but heard footsteps. You have problems. It seems that the resurrection will be without consulting them. He heard and immediately became on guard. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. I'm Rias Gremory, I can save them, but they won't be human anymore. Do you agree with that? The redhead asked. Issei's sad face, he will take their evil pieces, but it will be better than them dying, just do it, the redhead told him. Rias took out a box from which she took out two pawns and placed them next to each one. Rias, live for me. From below the girls a magic circle came out that enveloped them, but suddenly two other pawns came out of Rias' box. Two of the four got into Aki's body and the other two into Kori. Rias, interesting, that's it, they're fine now. Rias made them disappear in a circle and turned to Issei. Issei, where did you send them? He asked threateningly. Rias, don't worry, they are in their respective houses. Now would you mind accompanying me? I need explanations? She said to Issei. Issei, sounds good to me. With that, they both disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the alley empty. Meeting the demons, Issei and Rias appeared in the old Kuoh Academy building. Issei didn't know him, so he asked him. Issei, where are we? Issei asked the redhead. Rias, we are in the old Kuoh Academy building, she answered Issei. Issei, okay then, what do you want to talk about? Issei told him. Rias, What do you think if we sit down? Rias told her. They both sat down on the armchairs that were there. Rias offered him tea and they both began their conversation. Rias. I introduced myself again. I am Rias Gremory, a demon, she said to Issei. He just remained calm. Issei. I'm not surprised. You already used your evil pieces to save my friends. Issei replied, taking a sip of tea. Rias. That saves us explanations. Now tell me, what are you? You don't have the aura of a human or a demon, she asked Issei. Issei had no reason to hide it, so he answered her truthfully. Issei. At first I was human, but due to the excessive use of my sacred gear I became a dragon, Issei replied. Rias, what kind of sacred gear do you have? Could you tell me if it's not a bother? He asked. Issei just made his boosted gear appear. Rias was impressed. She knew from her brother that the Sekiryuutei had appeared a few years ago, but was not affiliated with any faction. Rias, you are the Sekiryuutei. Issei just nodded. Issei, yes, I imagine you already know about me from your brother, Issei told him. Rias, that's right, but you still haven't told me your name, she said to the redhead. Issei, excuse my manners, my name is Hyoudou Issei, the current Sekiryuutei, he said to Rias. Rias had in front of her the legendary Sekiryuutei who had been in all the important events of the modern world alongside the White Dragon. She couldn't pass up this opportunity. Rias, Issei-kun, wouldn't you like to be part of my nobility? She asked the redhead. Issei had already expected it, but he liked being what he was now, and it seemed great to him. Issei, sorry Rias, I'm not interested in becoming a demon for now, he replied to the redhead. Rias, but I could give you riches, your power could increase, even if you try hard you could even have your own nobility, she said, almost begging him. Issei knew something wasn't right. The way she asked him was a little desperate. Issei knew Rias was good. The young redhead had a natural ability to know if a person was bad or good. Issei, Rias, something's bothering you. I can feel it. Tell me what's wrong and maybe I can help you, the redhead said. Rias was surprised by the way he spoke to her. She didn't know what it was, but he made her feel warm and safe. Rias, Issei, what do you think about arranged marriages? She asked Issei. Issei, I don't think it's right. People who get married have to have the same feelings to get married, he answered sincerely. Rias, I think the same, but the devils have been in danger and pure devils are no longer born for a long time. That's why arranged marriages are being implemented, she said to Issei. Issei, I understand, you're in one of those arranged marriages, right? He said to the redhead. Rias, that's right, but it was supposed to be until I graduated, but it was brought forward to a month from this date because they say I could be in danger. I refused and Razer proposed a rating game. I had no other options and I accepted, she said angrily. Issei understood the reason for her despair, so he empathized with her. Rias, that's why I want you to join my peerage and help me, please. Rias bowed her head to ask Issei for help. Issei, I'm sorry, but I haven't changed my mind, he replied to Rias. She only shed a small tear but accepted. Rias, I understand that you can help me, she said to Issei. Issei, I didn't say that. I said I wouldn't become part of your nobility, but I never said I wouldn't help you. He gave a smile to the redhead. Rias, but if you are not of my nobility, how will you help me? She asked more calmly. Tell me Rias, as I understand it, demons can make contracts with magicians, right? The redhead told her. Rias, yes, but what does that have? She was going to ask him until she realized. Issei just smiled. Issei, I see you realized. I will make a contract with you and help you in the rating game, he said with a smile. Rias was so happy that she threw herself at Issei. The redhead only blushed from feeling the girl's breasts on his chest. Although Issei doesn't show it, he loves them. Issei, okay, apart from that I will train you and your nobility so that you can win, he said nervously to the redhead. Rias, thank you Issei, she said in his ear since she was still hugging him. Issei ended the conversation with Rias. After the rating game problem they both continued talking about trivial topics. Issei headed to his house where he now felt the demon inside it. The redhead hurried and upon entering he saw a young blonde. Issei didn't know her, so it seemed strange to him that she was here. Well, Mrs. Hyoudou, I'm leaving, he said with a smile. Issei's mom, yes Asia, see you later. Oh Issei, when did you arrive? She said to Issei. Issei, I just arrived, by the way. Who is she? He asked his mother. Issei's mom. This is Asia, who comes to help us from time to time. Asia. Hello Issei-san, my name is Asia Argento, nice to meet you, she said with an angelic smile. Issei doubted for a second if she really was a demon. With the help of his gift he realized that she was someone very good, so he lowered his guard. Issei, I really like it, Asia. I'm Issei. I hope we get along, he said to the blonde with a smile. The girl blushed a little at Issei's smile. She noticed that he was a good person, and in her opinion he was handsome. Asia, why yes, I hope so, Issei-san. Issei could only say, Issei, Linda. He let out of his mouth. The girl blushed profusely and ran out of the redhead's house. Issei's mom, Era Issei, how handsome, his mom said mockingly. Issei, don't bother me, he said, embarrassed for letting his thoughts escape, and went up to his room. Issei thought about how today had turned out. He lay down on his bed and hoped that tomorrow would be calmer, and he hoped to be able to talk to his friends. First day of school. Issei got up very early to do some morning exercise. Issei went out for a run. On the way, Issei met different people and they greeted him. Issei was in the forest since he liked to train there since what happened with Jeff. Issei, Drake, do you know that I can train? He asked his partner. Drake, I don't know, Issei. How about you train the balance breaker? Since you sealed your powers in that insistent one in Greece, you are much weaker. Issei, will you shut up? It was necessary for Athena to seal those powers. Until I can control them, it is not good to use them, he said seriously to his dragon companion. Drake, frowny face, well, practice your balance breaker. Try to reach your previous power. Issei nodded and activated his balance breaker. The ground under Issei cracked. At the same time, the redhead's armor could be seen. Who's there? Was heard behind him. Issei gave himself a mental blow since he hadn't activated any pocket dimensions to train in. Turning around, he saw Sona Citri along with Tsubaki. Both of them had a magic circle in front of them. Sona, you are the Sekiryuutei. What are you doing here, Sekiryuutei? She asked Issei. Issei sighed, not to say laughed, and took off his helmet so that she could see his face. He didn't care if they knew his identity. Issei, hello Kaicho, Tsubaki-san, he said with a nervous smile and waving his hand awkwardly. Sona Hyoudou-kun, so you are the Sekiryuutei, the black-haired girl told me, surprised. Tsubaki just looked at the redhead in amazement. He was also surprised like Sona. Issei, I didn't mention it, said the redhead scratching his head. Sona, you didn't say it, the black-haired girl shouted angrily. Issei was surprised that Sona put on a mature attitude and yelled at him, although it also made him laugh. Sona, it's not funny, silly, besides, what are you doing here? She asked, returning to her normal attitude. Issei, I'm just training, Issei told him. Sona, by the way, have you never thought she couldn't finish because Issei interrupted her? Issei, no, I'm not interested in becoming a demon. Rias already proposed it to me and I said no, so save me the proposal, the redhead told him. Sona, I had to try. Sona just shrugged. Issei, well, since you're here, you'll train with me, the redhead told them. Both girls turned pale with joy from the Sekiryuutei's training. The confinement was rigorous for both of them. Issei forced them to run with the gravity seals he had learned. Since both were not used to physical training, that exercise was torture, and it didn't help that if any of them complained, Issei increased the weight. At the end of the training, both girls were sore and tired. The girls wondered why the redhead was feeling so well. They both knew the answer since Issei's training was more rigorous than the one they had. Issei said goodbye to the girls and returned home to bathe and put on his new uniform. He went down to the kitchen where his father had served him breakfast since both his father and mother were cooking. Issei had breakfast with his parents and left to go to school. The walk to school was relaxed until he arrived at the school where he heard many girls' voices. Look, that boy is very handsome. It's the same boy I saw yesterday. Look, he has our school uniform. Issei tried not to listen to them since he didn't want to attract too much attention. Issei passed by the door where he saw Sona standing, although she looked very tired. Issei, Kaicho, I think it would be good if you rested, Issei told her. Sona, this is nothing, by the way. Good luck on your first day, said Sona, who was struggling between life and death. Issei thanked him and went into the school where he looked for his classroom and entered it. Issei drew too much attention. The girls screamed with excitement when they saw him and the boys screamed with anger. Issei was able to observe the blonde he had seen yesterday at his house. He approached and greeted her. Issei, hello Asia, right? He said with a smile. Asia, hello Issei-san, nice to see you, she said with an angelic smile. Issei felt that this was an offense. How can a girl who looks like an angel be a demon? That makes no sense. Issei, do you mind if I sit next to you? Asia, no, go ahead, she answered happily. Issei took a seat and waited for classes to start. The young man saw his two friends enter his classroom and immediately called out their names. Issei, Aki, Kori. I shout to the young women. They both looked at him strangely since they didn't recognize him. Aki, excuse me, but who are you? The pink-haired girl asked. Kori just stood next to her friend to show that she was interested in her too. Issei, it's me Issei, don't tell me you forgot about me, Issei told them with a smile. Both girls didn't believe it. Their friend who had left years ago was back. He was very changed, but he was still their friend, that friend that both girls felt something for. Without thinking twice, the young women launched themselves at Issei and knocked him down. Aki, idiot, you know how much I miss you, she yelled at Issei. Kori, idiot, you didn't tell us you were leaving. The girl tapped him lightly on the chest. I felt guilty for not having told them about his school change. They had every right to be upset. Issei, forgive me, everything happened so fast and I couldn't tell you, he told them while stroking their hair. Both calmed down and sat next to Issei. The teacher arrived and introduced himself, and also gave them a surprise exam. For Issei it was not a challenge since he had a very good level thanks to his teacher. Classes passed and recess arrived. Asia, Aki-san, Kori-san, could you join me? I asked them both. Issei, so you're Rias's messenger, huh? Asia looked surprised, but Issei told her that she would find out everything when they were with Rias. The girls followed Asia through the school to the old building where they entered. The hallways looked neglected and old until they reached a classroom that was very shiny and beautiful. Inside they saw the two great ones Samus, Rias Gremory and Akeno Himejima. They also saw the school mascot Tujo Kaneko and next to her the prince of the academy Kiba. Asia, Butcho, I brought them, she said respectfully. Rias, thanks Asia-chan. Issei, I see you came too, the redhead told them. Issei, I was bored, and if I didn't come I would miss out on your expressions. Rias just shook her head at Issei's attitude. The talk the day before had shown her that Issei likes to have fun. Aki, what's going on? Kori, yes, tell us. Issei, do you know something? She will explain to you, he said pointing at Rias. Rias, well first of all, I'll tell you that they are demons, she said taking out her wings. Aki/Kori, Wait, the bird appears. Aki/Kori, what? They shouted at the redhead. Issei, great, I have it on video, said the redhead looking at his cell phone. Rias, you see, you became demons just like us. The redhead took out her wings like the rest. Aki and Kori were so surprised that they almost fainted, but they managed to hold it in. Issei just smiled and pointed behind them. The girls turned around and saw the same demon wings as the others. Aki, this has to be a joke, she said surprised. Kori, we're demons, God, ouch. She complained of a headache like everyone else. Rias, true, I forgot, you can't say anything related to God, ouch, damn, like I was saying, don't say anything about that or you'll get a headache. Rias told them in pain. Issei, this is fun. The redhead laughed at the misfortune of the demons. Kori, Issei, are you a demon too? She asked, rubbing her head. Issei, no, I'm not a demon, I'm a dragon, he told her sincerely. Kori, liar, you're not a dragon, I claim. Issei just showed off his beautiful dragon wings according to Drake. Kori, you are a dragon, she yelled at him. Issei, you are a demon, Issei yelled at her now. Kori just looked at him with an annoyed face and made a pout that seemed cute in Issei's eyes. Rias then explained everything related to the demons to them. She also mentioned the fact that they had each spent 2 pawn pieces so they both had a sacred gear. The girls asked what that was. Issei explained everything about sacred gears and showed them his. Both girls asked how to activate them and Issei told them to think of the strongest thing they knew. They both did the same and in front of both of them the same sword appeared. Issei, I can't believe they both have the sacred gear dual sword. Rias, dual sword? I've never heard of it, Rias mentioned. Issei, that is why it is not so well known. This sacred gear appears in 2 different people. Those people are destined to be together. Their sacred gear allows them to have telepathic communication and they can see what the other sees. That makes them a very dangerous team. In their balance breaker they unite their lives. That means that if they do not kill both neither will die. By joining their lives their strength of both is added and the 2 have that strength as well as speed, resistance, agility. Apart from that both can change positions with the other as if they were teleporting. Issei mentioned to them. Rias, that's incredible, she said excitedly. Aki and Kori now understood why they always got along and the Kendo Club when they fought as a team they made a perfect team. Issei, it is said that some of its bearers were Perse and Lancelot, knights of King Arthur. They formed a terrible and formidable team. Issei told them. Issei, so, the sword can change its appearance for your convenience, he told them. Aki changed the sword for a katana, as did Kori, since the sword had appeared as an English sword. Both girls felt a little strange about everything that had happened to them, but they were also excited for what was to come. After that day, Issei helped them train the entire Gremory group. He made Rias and Akeno do physical training since they had good magical power. Their training consisted of putting gravity seals on them and making them run throughout the forest where they trained. Rias saw him as a demon. This made her laugh, and Akeno blushed at such actions of the redhead. This made her a little nervous. He made Kaneko have practice fights with Kiba since the girl was slow. He made young Kiba fight with Kaneko so he could see different styles. To poor Asia, Issei made her exercise with seals with the minimum weight so that the young woman could have more resistance and strength, although he felt bad for doing that to that demonic angel. He made Kori and Aki do the same thing as Kaneko and Kiba since both can know what move the other will make, they could block it. Issei wanted both to get used to their sacred gear. Time passed quickly. 3 weeks passed where Issei began to get along very well with the entire research club. All the girls began to get along very well with him. Rias would turn to him to talk, but Akeno did it too and wouldn't let Rias take Issei, while Asia brought him breakfast, which Issei devoured since Asia cooks wonderfully. One day Issei was in the club room with everyone. Rias, Akeno, leave Issei alone, he wants to be with me, she complained to her queen. Akeno, era, it seems the princess doesn't like having things she wants taken away from her. Issei, I think it's better to calm down. The young man couldn't finish because both girls yelled at him. Rias/Akeno, don't get involved, they told the redhead. Both girls emanated their aura. Rias was surrounded by the power of destruction and Akeno by lightning. Both were going to launch an attack when a magic circuit appeared on the floor. Rias, it can't be, it's not time yet, Rias complained. From the magic circle appeared a blonde man of about 25 to 30 years old wearing a red suit. My dear Rias, I came to see you and see if you've changed your mind. See, he told her. Rias, I haven't changed my mind. I won't marry you, Razer, interrupted the redhead. Issei just stood there silently watching how this played out. Razer, come on Rias, you have no chance of winning, just be good and give yourself to me. Razer was approaching Rias. Rias, never, get out of here and don't touch me. Rias hit Razer's hand. Razer, how dare you? Razer raised his hand to grab Rias's neck, but something stopped him. Issei moved from his seat and took Razer's hand. Issei, you didn't listen, they told you to leave. Issei looked at him, and Razer could see how those green eyes shone, and for a second they changed color to red. Razer, you don't get involved. He was going to hit him, but Issei caught it like it was nothing. Issei, are you stupid or something? I told you to leave. Issei released Razer's fist and hit him in the abdomen, making Razer fall to his knees. Stop right there, this isn't necessary, a voice said behind him. Rias, Graphianissima. Before the raiding game, Rias, Graphianissima. I answered to a white-haired girl. Graphia was a beautiful woman who looked no older than 25. She was dressed as a maid, but Issei felt great strength from her. Razer stood up and stared at Issei with a very strong bloodlust, who just ignored him since he cared more about the woman who had arrived. Graphia Ojo-sama, I ask you to calm your friend, she asked Rias. Issei, no need, I won't do anything while I'm tied up, don't get smart, he said to Graphia. Razer, this guy has a name, and he is Razer Phoenix, learn it well, commoner, he shouted at Issei. Issei, oh, so you're a chicken, look, I think I have seeds in my pocket for the birds, do you want some? He said to Razer. The phoenix became extremely angry, caught fire and launched itself at Issei. Issei just stopped the blow. Razer gave another blow that Issei stopped. Now with Razer's hands held, Issei gave a kick to the abdomen that would have sent Razer flying if it weren't for the fact that Issei was holding him. Issei let go and Razer fell back to his knees. Issei put his foot on Razer's head. Issei, look, the chicken is looking for seeds, he said to Rias. Issei threw the seeds he had in his hand in front of Razer. Issei, eat them, he said to Razer. Razer was too upset. He increased his flames and tried to get up, but he felt Issei put more force on his leg, preventing him from getting up. Issei, you're deaf or something, I told you eat it. Issei's eyes changed color. Issei was about to slam Razer's head into the ground when Graphia stopped him. Issei's merciless action made a certain black-haired girl blush, and that gloomy tone moved her. Graphia, I ask you to please release Razer-sama, please, she said to Issei. Issei just lifted his foot. Razer was going to attack him, but the redhead dodged his blow. Issei, chicken, you didn't listen to your lifeguard, stay still. Roots wanted to burn Issei, but it would be disobeying Lucifer's queen. Razer, you'll pay for this, he threatened him. Issei just ignored him. Rias, Grafia, what have you come for? He asked the white-haired girl. Grafia, I just came to remind you about the raiding game, and to see if you had changed your mind, but I see that you haven't, she said with displeasure. Rias, no, I'll change my mind, besides I'm ready for the raiding game. Grafia, I understand Ojo-sama, sorry for the inconvenience. Razer-sama and I will leave, she said bowing. Razer, Rias, I hope you get ready after the raiding game, you will be my wife. He was approaching Rias but she moved away. Rias, just go, that's been too much humiliation for today, she said laughing. Razer just turned to look at Issei and faced him. Both of them were millimeters away. Razer, you don't know how much I want to split you in two, but that would mean going into contact with Mao Lucifer, he said to Issei with annoyance. Issei, don't worry, you'll have the chance soon, I just hope you're a challenge. I answer Razer. The Phoenix disappeared with Grafia into the magic circle. Rias, Issei, what you did was unnecessary, but I thank you, she said to Issei, approaching to hug him, but Akeno got ahead of her. Akeno, Issei, you are very strong, you treated that bird mercilessly, I like that you are like that. She said the last thing in his ear. Rias, Akeno, get away from him now, she said to Akeno angrily. Akeno, now Rias, you're still here, please leave, you're a nuisance. Issei and I have things to talk about, she said triumphantly to Rias. Rias, Akeno, even if you are my friend I won't allow you to do that, she shouted at her friend covered with the power of destruction. Issei just separated both girls. Issei, this is not the time for this. Girls, I have decided to take the entire Gremry entourage on a training trip. Rias, do you have a place where we can go? He asked the redhead. Rias calmed down and replied that she did have a place. The next day, Rias's entire entourage could be seen climbing a hill, but they were all carrying a very large backpack. Rias, this is torture, she complained. Akeno, I like his sadism, she said with an obvious blush. Asia, it's very difficult. Asia complained. She was the only one who made Issei hard to make her do the exercise. Aki, Issei, you are a monster, she told him tiredly. Kori, bad Issei, she said to her friend. Kiba, even though it's difficult, this is a great workout for your legs. Kiba was the only one who was excited. Kaneko was quiet and helped Asia with her backpack. Upon reaching the top they saw a large mansion. Issei just turned to look at Rias, who smiled triumphantly at him. Issei, you are an Ojo-sama, he said to Rias. Akeno just laughed and Rias pouted childishly. Issei, well, leaving aside the Isama, everyone start training. Now Issei had Rias and Akeno practice in a practice fight. Needless to say, they both let out everything that bothered them. Aki and Kori had a practice fight against Kiba and Kaneko. Asia only healed everyone who was injured with her sacred gear Twilight Healing. This allowed her to heal all beings. Training continued all day. Issei had to commit to helping the school council in the future so that Sona would help them with their absences from school. So the training days passed where everyone improved enormously. The day before the raiding game, Issei couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. During his night walk he found a small place that looked like a kiosk. He went into it and saw Rias. Rias, Issei, I see you can't sleep, she asked, taking off her glasses. Issei, same here. Rias, nervous? He asked her. Rias, how could I not be if this game defines my future? I just want to fulfill my dream, she said to the redhead. Issei, dream? He asked. Rias, my only dream is that I can find love and he will see me as I really am and not just by my last name, she said to Issei. Issei, that boy will be lucky to have you. You are a temperamental, tender and fun girl, as well as very beautiful. I think the boy you fall in love with will be happy. I would be. He told her from the bottom of his heart. Rias blushed at what the redhead said. She admitted the boy was handsome, also very kind and tender. He also saw her as Rias, not as a gremry. His compliments had no ulterior motives, they were compliments from the heart. Little by little, without her realizing it, in this month Issei had gotten into her heart. She also knew that the redhead had won the hearts of the other girls. She knew she would have to share him, but she didn't care. As long as she could be with him, nothing mattered to her. Rias now had another reason to win tomorrow. Rias, Issei, thank you, she said, giving the young man a blushing kiss on the cheek. Rias said goodbye to Issei and entered the mansion. When Rias left, a magic circle appeared in her ear. Issei, tell me something good, he said as he headed to the mansion. The raiding game. The entire Gremry group could be seen in their club room. Rias was sitting at her desk. Akeno was sitting next to Issei, as was Asia. Kiba was just sharpening one of his backs. Kaneko was eating candy. Aki and Kori were talking to each other. Issei, guys, I know you're nervous, but everything will be okay, he told everyone. Rias, thank you Issei, you trained us well, now it's our turn to win, said Rias. Akeno, Issei, what do you think if you give me a lucky kiss? Akeno was approaching Issei little by little, but a crimson ray crossed between them both. They both turned around and saw Rias surrounded by an aura of destruction. Rias, don't tempt my patience, Akeno, he said with a forced smile. Akeno just laughed low and said in Issei's ear, Akeno, don't worry, I see, we'll continue this another time. Akeno whispered in Issei's ear, making Rias angry, but she was interrupted by Grafia. Grafia, Ojo-sama, it's time. Rias, I understand, guys, get ready. Rias's nobility, hi Butcho. Issei, you have the chance to win, take advantage of it. At that, Rias's entire entourage disappeared into a magic circle, while Issei touched his ear where a magic circle appeared. Issei, tell me, is everything ready? He asked the other person. Everything is in position, Issei-sama. Issei, tell Rei and Kuroka, tell them to get into position, Leifi, he said to his partner as he left in a magic circle. Flashback. Issei, tell me something good. Issei was inside the house that Rias got for them to train in. Issei-sama, I investigated what you asked me to do, and just as I suspected, the raiding game is rigged. Issei, tell me, how did they fix it? What traps will he use? Gravity will be increased throughout the battlefield, and Razer will also have a spell to increase his strength. Issei, do you have the names of all the elders who participated in this? Issei spoke calmly, but inside he was very furious. Yes, Kuroka was able to get it, he told her. Issei, okay, I want you to continue with the plan. Understood. The connection was cut, and Issei went to his room to sleep. Issei knew that there would be problems with that raiding game. Issei, I think I'll roast a chicken. Drake, frowny face, there's a world of chicken jokes, and you came up with that? Issei, shut up. Issei just slept. End of flashback. Issei entered a large room where there were two people, a man no older than 35 years old. The man was red-haired and wore a very elegant white suit, and next to him was a woman very similar to Rias but brown-haired. Issei thought the woman was Rias' sister, and the man looked like her father. Issei was in his own world when both the man and woman approached him. Hello. The woman spoke to Issei. Issei, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Hayata Issei, a friend of Rias, he said to the woman. Venelana. Oh, you are the boy that Rias told us about. I am Rias' mother, Venelana Gremery, and the one next to me is my husband. Her husband interrupted her. Zen-Aku Gremery, nice to meet you. Both Issei and Lord Gremery shook their hands, and then from the television that was there, Grafia's voice was heard. Grafia. Welcome everyone. I am Grafia Lucifer, Queen of the Mao Lucifer. With that said, the raiding game between Rias Gremery and Razer Phoenix begins. The screen changed to Rias's place. Issei, Rias's base is the occult club. They're going to give her the advantage of being in school. Zen-Aku. Yes, but still, I feel bad that my daughter went through this. Issei saw how Rias's father clenched his fists tightly. Issei, don't worry, Lord Gremery. I think there will be a surprise in this raiding game. Meanwhile, in the raiding game, Rias, guys, gave us the advantage of the place, but still Razer and his pieces are strong. Akeno, Butcho, my body feels heavier since we arrived. Kiba, Butcho, I feel the same. Rias, I don't know why it's like this, but let's not back down. Everyone. Yes, Butcho. They responded enthusiastically. Rias, Kiba, I want you to be outside monitoring this place. Akeno, go with him and set traps. Aki and Kori, head to the gym. If we take it, we will have an advantage. Kaneko, you stay with me in Asia. Everyone, yes, Butcho. They said, and everyone started to move. Kiba and Akeno were setting traps around the building until they came across a woman wearing armor and bandages. Carmine, I am Razer Phoenix's knight. Call me Carmine. I want a sword duel with you, Gremery Knight. Also the sword towards Kiba. Kiba told Akeno that he would take care of her. Akeno also flew away but was hit by an explosion. Yubilina. It seems that the lightning priestess was not for HHHHH. She was interrupted by a lightning bolt that fell on her. Akeno stood up and saw herself rise into the air. Akeno, Era, what happened to you? She said mockingly. Both queens engaged in a brutal aerial battle. While on the ground, Kiba had a sword fight. Kiba blocked the attacks that he saw as slow due to his training. He mentally thanked Issei for training him, and little by little he was gaining ground, until he applied more force and his sword broke in half. Carmine, surrender, Sir Gremery. I admit that you are good. If you hadn't been aggressive in battle, you could have won. he said to Kiba. He just smiled and half of his sword disappeared and another red one appeared and he launched himself into the attack again. Carmine, you have another sword. While the battle continues. Both continued fighting, sparks could be seen and the air could also be heard being cut as well as the clash of swords. In a moment of Kiba's carelessness, the Phoenix Knight broke the blonde's sword again. Carmine, your other sword is broken. I recommend he remained silent when he saw the blonde doing the same action as with the first sword. Carmine, how many swords do you have? He asked on guard. Kiba, this is my sacred gear sword birth allows me to create all the swords I want. With that said, let's continue the fight. Meanwhile with Razer. Razer, too bad I won't be able to beat up that guy, but it'll still be nice to have Rias as my wife. Graphia's voice was heard in the background. 2 rooks, 2 pawns and 2 knights of Razer Phoenix were eliminated. Razer, it seems like Rias has strong pieces, but still the one who will win the rating game is me. Ravel, who was with him, didn't believe that what his brother was doing was good, but he couldn't do anything. Razer touched his ear and a magic circle appeared. Razer, Yubelina activates the magic that the elders gave us. With Akeno, the battle was brutal. Both were launching their maximum attacks and were very evenly matched. Akeno, it seems that we are both evenly matched and with our injuries we will both eliminate each other. Yubelina began to laugh as she pulled out a necklace from her chest that had a small bottle in it. Akeno, Tears of the Phoenix, cheaters, they didn't give them to us. She shouted at Yubelina. Yubelina, you have the sacred gear of the blonde girl, so Yubelina was interrupted by a magic circle on her ear and smiled. Yubelina, this ends here, release. When Yubelina shouted that a great power was felt coming out of her, a red aura surrounded her and her eyes rolled back. With Issei, Zen-Aku, what kind of magic is that? Shouted the Gremry leader. Issei, it's a magic that was given to Razer to ensure his victory. Issei replied. Zen-Aku, Issei-kun, do you know who gave it to him? He asked. Suddenly, a magic circle formed from the ground, from which 2 black-haired girls emerged, one dressed all in black and the other in a kimono. Issei, Kuroka, Ray, start with the plan. Sekiryuutei vs. Phoenix. Issei, Kuroka, Ray, start with the plan. Kuroka/Ray, understood. With that said, they both disappeared in a magic circle. Venelana, Issei-kun, what are you going to do? She asked the redhead. Issei, I'll just make Razer get what he deserves. With that, Issei disappeared. In the battle zone, Akeno could barely withstand the attacks of Queen Phoenix. She could not move normally because her body felt heavier. Akeno fell to the ground badly injured. Yubelina, ha 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 ha, the lightning priestess is not as powerful as they said. Come on, get up, this isn't over yet. She shouted at Akeno. Akeno tried to get up but couldn't. She had many wounds, but Yubelina didn't hurt her enough to make them take her out. Finally Akeno stood up in front of Yubelina. Yubelina, well, this is how it has to be. I hope you survive. Yubelina attacked with all the power she had left. Akeno saw the beam of power approaching her. The black-haired girl closed her eyes and said, Akeno, sorry Issei. The lightning covered her and continued its path to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Queen Phoenix thought she had eliminated Akeno, but her surprise was great when she saw her in the arms of a young redhead. He only had his right arm extended and his left arm holding Akeno by the waist. Issei, there's nothing to forgive, you did quite well, now rest, I'll take care of everything. He said with a smile to Akeno, who thanked him and disappeared into particles. Yubelina, what does this mean? You are not part of Rias Gremry's nobility, so you shouldn't be here. She said angrily to Issei. Issei just looked at her with a serious look and shouted, Issei, since you and your team shouldn't be cheating. With that said, Issei snapped his fingers in the moment where Razer accepted the help of the elders and they gave all his nobility a spell that increased all their physical and magical abilities was broadcast on the screens. Yubelina, I am impossible. How do you have that recording? She said scared. Issei didn't respond and disappeared from the girl's sight. Issei appeared in front of her and kneed her in the abdomen, then hit her on the back of the head that made her faint. Issei, that was for Akeno. Leifi, where are you? When Issei said this, a magic circle appeared next to him from which a young man Kaneko's age came out sitting on a broom. The young woman was blonde with blue eyes and dressed like a magician. Fei, Issei-sama, everything is ready, he said to the redhead. Issei, okay, I want you to take out all the participants except Razer and me. You have control of this dimension after all, he said to Leifi. Fei, as Issei-sama wished. Leifi raised his hand and it shined. With Rias, Rias was about to enter the Razer base when she was transported to the VIP room where her parents were. Her nobility, although Akeno was attended to by Asia, then she saw her brother arrive. Rias, what happened? Why am I here? She asked. Venelana, daughter, Issei is the one who did everything. Rias, Issei? She asked until she saw the screen where Issei was seen flying and waiting with his arms crossed. Faye, Issei-sama knew everything, that's why he devised this plan. Right now I have control of the pocket dimension in which he is. Kuroka went for the elders who were involved in this farce, and Ray went for his brother. Leify explained everything to Rias. Sirs, as Rias says, everything is already settled. The counselors who did that are already in prison with enough evidence to convict them. Rias, that means he asked his brother. Sirs, yes Rias, the engagement is broken, all thanks to Issei. Rias cried with happiness upon hearing this. The problem that had plagued her for many years was now solved by the person she had fallen in love with. Rias, thank you Issei. With Issei. Issei was flying with the help of his wings. Issei was waiting for Razer to approach, which didn't take long. Razer had seen everything Issei had shown. To say that the Phoenix was upset was an understatement. Razer shot into the sky, saw Issei and headed towards him. Razer, wow you, this is all your fault. Everything was going fine until you came. He shouted angrily at Issei. Issei, calm down, it's not good to get upset. Besides, you caused all of this. He answered Razer. Razer, shut up. If you hadn't get involved, Rias would be my wife and she could buck me. Razer was interrupted by a blow from Issei. The blow hit Razer in the face, causing him to crash to the floor. Issei, don't you dare talk about Rias like that. Issei yelled at the Phoenix. Razer from the floor saw Issei's eyes change color. His emerald green eyes changed to blood red. The Phoenix was scared but also annoyed. His annoyance was greater than his fear. Razer wanted Issei to pay for what he had done, so he got up and went to Issei to hit him. Issei saw how Razer's fist approached him. Issei dodged the blow and counterattacked with one of his own to Razer's abdomen, which made him spit out blood. Razer turned to see Issei, who was no longer there. Razer moments later felt something hit him in the head and threw him back to the ground. Issei had given him an axe kick to the head. The young redhead went down to the ground at an incredible speed, slamming Razer into the ground again as he got back up. Issei placed his foot on Razer's head, pressing him to the ground. Razer tried to stand up but couldn't because of Issei's foot. Issei, you are trash, Razer. Besides being very weak, the great Razer Phoenix, who is considered a strong opponent, the same one who has destroyed many demons' dreams in the raiding games, the high-class demon who doesn't care about cheating as long as he can get what he wants. Now that demon is under my foot like a cockroach. When he finished, Issei crushed him on the floor. Razer was no longer moving. Issei was disappointed. He thought he could have a little fun, but it was easier than he thought. Issei, Leify, get us out of. Issei stopped talking as he felt the Razer's power increase. Issei turned to look at him and saw how Razer's eyes were red as well as being surrounded by an aura of fire. Issei was surprised, but not by Razer's power but by the presence he felt inside him. Issei, so that bastard Agriel also helped you, he said with a serious face. Razer, so you know him. That bastard told me he'll use this power against you. I was planning to kill you after the raiding game, but now I just want to destroy your miserable existence. Razer's voice changed little by little and he launched himself to hit Issei. Issei stopped Razer's blow with his left hand where the Sekiryuutei's gauntlet appeared. Issei, is that all? I admit that you became a little stronger but still not more than me, although now for mentioning that bastard I will show you all my power. Issei looked at Razer with his red eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine. Then he felt Issei kick him in the face that sent him flying into the old building. Razer opened his eyes and saw Issei approaching him slowly. He could see how Issei's eyes shone just like the gem on his gauntlet. He could also swear he could see a dragon behind him looking at him as if he were an insect. But what scared him the most was that next to Issei was another man who looked like Issei. Only he was wearing rusty armor. The figure looked at him and Razer felt like the darkness itself was watching him. Issei, balance breaker. Saying this, Issei was engulfed in flames and soon they dissipated and revealed the legendary Sekiryuutei armor. Razer, seeing him, was terrified. He felt like his heart would jump out of his chest. For the first time in his life, he was afraid, terrified of Issei's presence. Issei disappeared from his sight and appeared in front of him. He kicked him in the jaw, which lifted him into the air. Issei disappeared again and appeared behind him and held him by the neck and removed his helmet. Issei, stay away from Rias. If you come near her again, I'll eliminate you. Razer nodded many times. Issei let go of him and said, Issei, so you don't forget. While Razer fell, Issei with fire in his hand and hit Razer's face, leaving him KO. Issei deactivated his armor and said to Leify, Issei, get us out of here. Issei and Razer left the pocket dimension in a magic circle, leaving behind a small sample of the current Sekiryutei's power. After the raiding game, Issei appeared in the VIP room where everyone was, including his team. Issei was walking towards everyone when a red blur tackled him and threw him to the ground. Rias, thank you, Rias said while crying and hugging him. Issei caressed Rias's head. Feeling the caress, he looked into her green eyes. Issei gave him a smile. Rias blushed when she saw him. Little by little, Rias was getting closer to kiss Issei, but she is stopped by a black-haired girl. Ray, hey you busta redhead, stay away from me, I see. The young woman threw Rias aside, who was not happy at all. Rias, who do you think you are? To interrupt my moment with ISCI. She faced the black-haired girl. Ray, I am Rainer, a fallen angel and a very close friend of Issei. Ray emphasized the very close to annoy Rias, which she achieved. Rias was upset that that fallen angel had taken away her moment with Issei. She was about to kiss him. Kuroka, yes Naya, Issei is not yours Naya. Now it was Kuroka who stood in front of Rias. Issei, girls please calm down. Issei was going to say something else when he was hugged by Akeno from behind. Akeno, era, Issei you are quite popular. By the way Issei, thanks for the help in the game. If it weren't for you I would be much more hurt. That deserves an award. Akeno turned Issei's head and kissed him in front of everyone. Needless to say, all the women were furious. Rias's mother, Venelana, is having a good time watching her daughter act her age. Zeoticus was happy to see his daughter without the worries of commitment. Returning to Issei, he was in shock. Akeno was kissing him. If you asked him if he disliked it, he would say no, that it was quite the opposite, but Issei felt the disturbance of the force in the direction of Rias and the other girls. Issei repeated in his mind, it's not me. If he doesn't turn around, nothing will happen to me. Rias, Akeno, could you stop kissing ISCI? Rias's voice became distorted and sounded very much in line with her race. Akeno turned to look at all the girls, gave an evil smile and kissed Issei again. For his part, the redhead didn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky, but suddenly he felt something approaching him. He separated from Akeno and dodged the attack of destruction along with the spear of light. Issei, he was speechless. He didn't know what to do but run, but he was stopped by Rias's older brother. Surzex. Hello Issei-kun, I am Surzex Lucifer, Rias's older brother. I must thank you for everything you have done for my cute little sister. The mouse said to Issei, stopping him, causing a magical attack from Rias and Ray to hit him. The combined attack of both knocked out the poor Issei, who could not put up any resistance against this atrocious attack. The girls, seeing him lying there without moving, became worried and approached him, and seeing his discomfort, quickly took him to the occult club. Meanwhile, in Issei's mind, a huge dragon was dying of laughter at what had just happened. Drag frowny face, ha 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 ha, they knocked you out, ha 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 ha. And the worst thing is that they were women weaker than you, ha 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 ha. Issei saw his partner laugh and wanted to hit him but suppressed his impulse since his partner was right. Issei woke up and found himself in the occult club room lying on an armchair, but his head was not on a pillow but rather lying on Rias Gremry's legs. Rias, it's good that you're awake, you had us all worried. And I also wanted to apologize. What I did to you was too much. I just got angry. I know it wasn't your fault, but I wanted to apologize. Rias said as she looked Issei in the eyes. Both young redheads stared into each other's eyes as if they couldn't take their eyes off each other. Rias slowly got closer to Issei. What surprised her was that Issei did the same. Rias and Issei kissed. Although it was a short kiss, both enjoyed it. The boys separated and looked at each other again. Issei took Rias's face and was bringing her face closer to his again. Centimeters from kissing again, the door opened, showing two very upset black-haired girls. Ray, ICI, can I know what are you doing? Ray is normally a very kind and calm person, but if someone messes with Issei, she completely transforms. Akeno, era Issei, you are a very naughty boy, you need a lesson. Issei saw that rays were coming out of Akeno's hand. Issei turned behind them and there were the other girls. Asia was pouting cutely along with Leify. Kuroka looked at him with a very annoyed face and Kaneko told him, Kaneko, you're the worst, senpai. So they spent a while in which Issei was explaining to them what had happened by omitting the kiss. Although more than by will, he explained it out of fear. Leify, Issei-sama always doing the same thing wherever we go. Kuroka, yes Naya. For their part, Rias and Ray were fighting with words. Ray, you thieving cat, you want to take my IC away from me with your cow breasts. Rias didn't find that comment funny at all. Rias, Shut up your fourth-rate fall with an elephant's butt. Both girls glared at each other with such anger that lightning could be seen coming out of both of them. But they were interrupted by Sona, who was entering with Tsubaki. Sona, I see it's very lively here, right? Hyoudou-kun. Issei, yes, but it's fun. Tsubaki. Hello again, Issei-kun. Issei approached and kissed both girls' hands. This action triggered the sensors of everyone watching. The president and vice president blush a little. Sona, HMP, leaving that aside, I was wondering why you asked me to come after the raiding game? Issei, true, I had forgotten. I would like to ask for a few days off. I have something to investigate. Both Sona and everyone else along with Kiba were surprised by what was said except for Issei's teammates who already knew what it was about. Sona, I need to know the reason. Issei, well, it is very possible that the world will end. Issei said it too seriously and scared everyone. Rias, what do you mean, Issei? She asked him. Issei, tell me, Rias, Sona, have you heard of Quetzalcoatl? He asked them. Both were surprised by what was said, but Sona responded. Sona, she was a deity in the mythology of numerous pre-Hispanic peoples of Mesoamerica. She is known as the Feathered Serpent, he replied. Issei, if that divinity is about to awaken, according to my research that I had done, Quetzalcoatl will be awakened by a member of a faction that calls itself the Chaos Brigade, Snake Island. Everyone was surprised by what Issei had said. What worried them most was the awakening of said god. Sona, Hyoudou-kun, according to information, Quetzalcoatl was a god of the American continent, more specifically in the ancient city of Tenochtitlan. Does that mean that you are going to Tenochtitlan? Sona asked him. Issei, no, according to the investigation that my team and I did, when Tenochtitlan was attacked by the Spanish, Quetzalcoatl was on an island fighting with an ancient bearer of the white celestial dragon, since he belonged to the Spanish and he was in charge of sealing the god. According to the investigation and what Drake told me, Quetzalcoatl was too strong. He could easily fight against the Dragon Kings. Issei explained to the people who were in the room. Rias, wait, if that god was that strong, how was it that Sekiryuutei was able to defeat him? Rias asked Issei. Issei, that is still a mystery that only the Sekiryuutei knows. The fact is that Quetzalcoatl was sealed on the island and could not prevent his people from falling. Rias, so, where is that island? He asked. Issei, the island is located in what is known as the Bermuda Triangle. That is the location of Quetzalcoatl. Sona, the Bermuda Triangle, that would explain why it's so dangerous. Issei, that's why I ask you to give me the days, Sona. If I don't stop this, many people could die. Rias, why would that happen? Issei, Quetzalcoatl swore revenge on the Spanish as well as the White Dragon Emperor. But if the Chaos Brigade releases him, they could manipulate him for their own benefit. Sona, I'll give you the days off, she said to Issei. Issei, thank you, Sona, but on one condition. Issei, tell me which one it is. Issei didn't know, but he felt that this was going to be troublesome. Sona, let both Tsubaki and I accompany you, she said to Issei. Rias, my entourage and I will also accompany you, Rias said determinedly. Issei, no, it's too dangerous for you, you're too weak. Issei told them. Sona, if we don't go, I won't give you the days off. Issei, even if you didn't give me the days off, I'm going to go. It was just to avoid inconvenience, so it's still a no. Sona was going to answer when Leify told Issei. Leify, Issei-sama, I think it would be good to let them go. A little extra help would do us good. Remember the last time we fought a god? Rei, yes, that time Ares beat us up, and since that fight your power is not the same. I complained to Issei. Issei still thought it was a bad idea. He didn't want to put his friends in danger. He didn't want them to suffer or for any of them to die. But he finally accepted. Issei, fine, but if you're going to accompany us, you'll follow my orders to the letter. All yes, Sir. After the meeting, Issei went home to prepare everything he would need during the trip. After preparing his backpack, he went down to the dining room and told his parents that he had to take care of some paperwork in Tokyo, for which none of them had any problems. After spending time with his family at dinner, he went to his room to rest. The next day Issei got up, grabbed his things and headed to school, where he would meet up with the others. Upon arriving, he could see that his friends were already carrying their things and in front of them was a limousine that would take them to the airport. Although Issei felt a little uncomfortable about the limousine and the private plane that Sona had brought, he didn't say anything. Only when they were on the plane he made fun of Sona. Issei, judging by the limousine and the private plane, I have no doubt that you are an Ojo-sama, Sona, he said mockingly. Sona blushed a little and pouted slightly. The young people were heading to Puerto Rico and from there they would take a boat to the center of the triangle. Upon landing in Puerto Rico, they headed to the hotel Sona had reserved. Needless to say, the hotel was very expensive. Upon arrival, the girls wanted to stay and enjoy the ocean and the hotel pool, but Issei stopped them. Issei and the group rented a boat big enough for the whole group, left Puerto Rico for the center, sailed for about an hour. Kuroka, I see Naya, we're almost there. I'm already bored, she said to Issei. Issei, just wait a little longer, we're close. Issei didn't finish as he felt a ball of fire heading towards them. He quickly got out of the boat and deflected the attack. Everyone went out to see what was happening, and they could see an island where on the side they could see 5 people standing on it. Chow Chow, Siegfried, George, Heracles, Jean. Issei was surprised to see them since he knew them, since on one of his trips he had run into them. But they had never fought since their leader Chow Chow knew how strong he was. Issei, shit, looks like this mission just got more complicated. Issei watched as George made a magic circle in front of him and launched another fireball, which Sona stopped with a water dragon. Issei, girls listen carefully, the people in front of us are not normal people. Heracles is someone with monstrous resistance and strength. Rias, Akeno and Kaneko will take care of him. I don't know Jean well, so I don't know her abilities very well. Sona and Tsubaki will take care of her. George, he is the bearer of the Longinus Dimension Lost, so Kuroka. Leify and Ray will take care of him, and finally Siegfried is a great swordsman, but I have confidence that Kiba can hold him back until someone finishes off his opponent and supports Kiba. Asia, you stay back and support everyone. Aki and Kori cover Asia. I'll take care of the leader Chow Chow. Issei said this at the same time that he blocked George's attacks. Issei, already. Issei made his way alongside his friends and landed in front of Chow Chow and his group. Issei, okay, let's dance, said Issei as he launched himself into the attack against Chow Chow, followed by his friends. A battle between Longinus wielders is about to begin. Boosted gear vs true Longinus. Who will be the winner? Was Quetzalcoatl still sealed, or has he already awakened? Boosted gear vs true Longinus. Issei watched as his companions finished their orders without hesitation. The only one who worried him was Kiba, but he knew he could hold him back long enough. Issei threw a powerful punch at Chow Chow, which was covered by the latter's spear. Chow Chow, I won't stop saying it, you have monstrous strength. Since I saw you fight against my team, I knew it, the young man told him. Issei for his part said nothing as he knew that the true Longinus was a weapon worth considering. The black-haired boy pushed Issei away from him, which worked. Both separated by about 2 meters distance were observed pending the other's movements. Issei for his part drew his sword and placed himself in a combat stance. Chow Chow did the same but with his spear, both about to start a battle to show who of the two will be stronger. Meanwhile, the others were managing as best they could, since even though there were more of them, the opponents were skilled. Kaneko could barely dodge Heracles' devastating attacks. Akeno and Rias supported her. Akeno threw powerful lightning bolts at Heracles to stun him, which he accepted and endured. For her part, Rias threw power of destruction which Heracles deflected with his fists. The battle between them was a mix of Kaneko's landing blows and explosions. For their part, Tsubaki and Sona had problems with Jean because she moved very fast. Jean seemed to be playing with them, and thanks to her sacred gear she was able to create sacred swords. This put the demons in great trouble, until Sona managed with Tsubaki's help to connect a water dragon that knocked out Jean, or so they believed. Jean stood up with noticeable annoyance on her face, and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Jean, balance breaker." After saying that, Jean buried her sword in the ground, and from the crack created came out countless holy swords that slowly formed into a dragon. "Jean, it's time for round 2, Demons-chan." In another part of the island, Leify, Kuroka and Ray were having a spell fight against George, who had shown to know a lot of them. On some occasions Ray approached and attacked with light swords, which George blocked with magic circles, although it was obvious that the girls had the advantage. Kiba on his side are having a rather difficult sword battle. The opponent he was fighting knew what he was doing. The battle between the two was a display of speed and technique, with sparks flying from one place to another. Returning to our red-haired protagonist, he was having a battle similar to Kiba's, but the battle between Chow Chow and Issei was on a different level than that of Kiba and Siegfried. Where Issei and Chow Chow collided with their respective weapons, the stone beneath them cracked. At one point Issei could be seen attacking Chow Chow, who blocked with his spear and counterattacked with it. Both realized that they were at a stalemate, so they moved away. "Chow Chow, either of us is showing our full power. That's what led us to this stalemate. What do you say we fight with everything, without stopping?" he asked Issei while pointing his spear at him. Issei, sounds good to me. Even though I can't use my full power because of Athena's seal, I'll only use my dragonic power. Chow chow, well, I'll start. Chow chow struck his spear against the ground, and as he did so, 7 orbs came out. Chow chow. I know it's not very striking, but this is my balance breaker. Although it is a subspecies, it is called Polar Night Longinus Chakra Valdine. Issei didn't know what would happen in this battle. His dragon instinct told him that this was a memorable battle. His heart was beating rapidly. He couldn't help but get excited for the opponent in front of him. With a smile, Issei shouted with all his might, at the same time that the boosted gear appeared in his left hand. Issei, balance breaker boosted gear scale male. At the moment of saying that, he was enveloped in a large tornado of flames that when it disappeared, the legendary armor of the Sekiryuutei could be seen. Now both of them, at the maximum power they could reach at that moment, launched an attack against each other. Issei attacked with his sword in hand and Chow Chow with his spear. Both collided their weapons and a large shock wave was produced by this collision. Chow Chow, the fact that your sword can withstand this clash shows me that you are a strong opponent, since an orb allows me to destroy weapons. Only those stronger than me or at the same level are not affected by this. Issei for his part was a little surprised but quickly got over it and attacked again. Chow Chow ducked and with the handle of the spear hit Issei's abdomen, cracking his armor. Chow Chow didn't stop there. He kicked Issei into the air. Using another ability from the orbs, Chow Chow flew into the air and tried to hit Issei. But Issei hit Chow Chow in the face, separating him from him. Chow Chow looked hurt, blood oozing from the corner of his lip. Chow Chow, this is a weakness of humans. We are less resistant than other races. Issei didn't pay attention to his monologue and activating the thrusters on his back, he launched himself to hit Chow Chow. But at the moment in which he was going to connect his blow, Chow Chow disappeared before his eyes. From the corner of his eye he could see what appeared above him and hit him with the spear. Issei could barely block the blow, although it crashed him into the ground. Issei stood up, and as soon as he got up, Chow Chow appeared in front of him, hitting his abdomen. Issei didn't understand why Chow Chow was moving at that speed, but Issei wouldn't be left behind, so he released the gravity seals on his body. Boost boots boost 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 boots boost boost boots boost boost boots. Transfer. Issei transferred his power to his speed to be able to increase it even more. Now Issei moved at an incredible speed, but he could not match Chow Chow's teleportation. Drag frowny face Issei, that guy is teleporting, just follow your instinct. Also now your reflexes and speed have increased. Trust your instincts. Issei did not doubt his partner. Now that he was a dragon, his instinct was more developed than that of a human. He opened his helmet and closed his eyes and tried to feel the environment, the ground at his feet, the air hitting his face, the sun rays warming his face. For his part, Chow Chow did not understand why his opponent was not moving, and on top of that, he was closing his eyes. This bothered him a little. He teleported in front of him and tried to pierce him with his spear, but the moment he appeared in front of him, Issei hit him in the abdomen. Chow Chow was surprised by this. He attacked again, but Issei dodged him, counterattacked. At this point Issei opened his eyes, which were shining. Both of them launched themselves into combat. Issei followed his instinct, while Chow Chow occupied his tactics and strategies. Both of them were on the same level. Teotihuacan. Moments before Issei and Chow Chow began their fight, a young black-haired man could be seen walking along the cave. This was none other than Agriel. His goal was to awaken Quetzalcoatl, so that he could kill Issei. Over the years since Agriel met and fought with Issei, the young Sekiryuutei had been a thorn in the side of the demon. All the plans Agriel made to gain more power, Issei always ruins them. Once in Tokyo, later in Kyoto, then in the Nordic countries, and finally in Greece. Agriel just wanted to get rid of it. It was personal to him. The demon found a stone blocking the path. He simply destroyed it and passed to the other side where a monstrous feathered serpent could be seen. There was no doubt it was Quetzalcoatl. Agriel, with the power of the demon Agriel Vasago, I order you to wake up and fulfill my requests, said Agriel, waking the enormous snake. Quetzalcoatl, a miserable demon, dares to stand before me, kneel before a god. The enormous serpent just looked at him, and a powerful pressure could be felt. Agriel couldn't stand the pressure, and prostrated himself before him. Quetzalcoatl, stupid demon, how dare you stand in front of me? I should kill you. Quetzalcoatl was about to kill Agriel, but he interrupted him. Agriel, excuse my boldness, but there is something you need to know. The Sekiryuutei is attacking Teotihuacan and has already destroyed Tenochtitlan. The demon lied to him. Quetzalcoatl stopped his attack. The pressure became stronger. Agriel fell to the ground. Quetzalcoatl said with great anger, Quetzalcoatl, that damn dragon, defeated me once but isn't here. I'll get rid of it. I won't let it happen again. Saying that, Quetzalcoatl took flight and crossed the land above him. Meanwhile with Issei, the Sekiryuutei was having a speed battle against Cao Cao. Only sparks could be seen when their weapons collided. Issei could keep up since Drake was helping him. With his other teammates it was more or less the same, but they cornered Cao Cao's team in one place. Meanwhile Issei was dodging a slash that was heading for his chest. As he dodged it he managed to hit Cao Cao's wrist with all his power, which was covered with magic circles. Cao Cao could no longer teleport so often because the battle had left him exhausted. The circles resisted the blow well, but Issei managed to cut his left eye with his sword, just like Cao Cao, who instinctively did the same. Both were already exhausted, so much so that their respective balance breakers had been deactivated. Cao Cao, you are someone incredible. I enjoyed fighting with you. This will be a great memory of the first time I lost. Cao Cao's body could not take it any longer, and he fell unconscious. Issei, I'm sorry, but you'll be a problem in the future. I won't risk it, Issei said as he approached Cao Cao raising his sword. Issei was ready to end Cao Cao's life when a loud bang was heard. With the girls, they were all cornering their rivals and were ready to defeat them, but a huge explosion distracted them. But what surprised and terrified them the most was seeing a huge feathered serpent. Quetzalcoatl had awakened. George took advantage of his astonishment and teleported to Cao Cao. Seeing him lying down he was surprised but reacted quickly and picked him up. Issei noticed and was inches away from stopping him, but George was faster. The hero faction had escaped. Issei turned to the girls to reorganize the strategy, and also to have Asia heal him. If he wants no one to die he has to be in the best possible condition. With Agriel stopped feeling the enormous pressure that the snake exerted. When he stood up a subject appeared at his side. He was covered by a cape that covered his entire body. Master, it's time to go. The trap is set. Agriel, if everything is in its place, that Sekiryuutei has bad luck. Who would have imagined that the one who defeated Quetzalcoatl as well as condemned Tenochtitlan was the Sekiryuutei and not the Hakuryuku? Agriel said with a smile. Master, it's time to go. Agriel, come on, I want to see how the Sekiryuutei dies. Saying that, they both disappeared, returning with Issei. Issei had met with the girls. The huge snake, as soon as it appeared it flew away. Asia healed Issei's wounds, the others were healed by Leifi and Kuroka. After half an hour Rias received a call from her brother, telling her that Quetzalcoatl had arrived in Mexico, specifically in Teotihuacan, and that he was standing on the Pyramid of the Sun demanding to be taken to the Sekiryuutei. Everyone was surprised. Why did that god want the Sekiryuutei? Nothing made sense to them, but they decided to help. Issei, I don't know what that snake is up to, but I won't sit idly by, and I know you won't either, Issei told them. They were all teleported, but to different places. The girls appeared at the Gremory mansion where the Mao Lucifer was. They were all surprised to see this, but they were even more surprised to see that Issei was not there. In front of them was a real-time projection of what was happening in Teotihuacan, where Issei was seen facing the god. Rias, Oanai-sama, what does this mean? Why did you teleport us here? Rias shouted to her brother. Sirzex, Issei called me before his trip and made me promise that if Quetzalcoatl woke up, only he would face him. He didn't want you to get hurt. They were all upset but worried about what would happen to Issei. It was normal that he would face a god who was said to be almost as strong as the strongest of the Dragon Kings. With Issei appeared in Teotihuacan in front of the Pyramid of the Sun where Quetzalcoatl could be seen. Quetzalcoatl, we meet again Sekiryuutei. What do you think if we have another battle? Issei didn't say anything. He just watched him and immediately activated his armor. For his part, Quetzalcoatl transformed into his human version for greater comfort. Quetzalcoatl, shall we begin? Issei activated his thrusters and launched himself against Quetzalcoatl, who in turn also launched himself into battle, both colliding their fists, producing a great wave of destruction. The battle between the Sekiryuutei and Quetzalcoatl had begun. Two beings of incredible powers capable of creating miracles. Both will measure their strength, and only one will come out alive. Against a god, both beings collided their fists. The force was such that the floor sank and a strong wind was caused. Quetzalcoatl was far superior to Issei. The young man was impressed by such a display of strength. At the moment of clashing fists his whole body felt pain. Boost 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 boost. The Sekiryuutei increased his strength to be able to withstand the force of this god. Quetzalcoatl, for his part, responded with another punch that aimed straight for the young man's abdomen. He was barely able to react and dodge the blow that grazed his armor. The young man increased the distance between them, which Quetzalcoatl quickly reduced in less than a second. The Sekiryuutei was impressed by the speed, so much so that he couldn't dodge the kick to the face that crashed him into a pyramid. Quetzalcoatl, pathetic, the Sekiryuutei who sealed me had more power. The god was clearly disappointed. For his part, Issei was under the rubble talking to Drake. Drake frowny face Issei, we can't continue like this. He's surpassing us in everything. Issei, I'm aware of that. I need to keep up with her speed. Do you think it's possible to weaken the seal that Athena placed on us a little? Drake frowny face Athena told us that it is possible as long as it is not everything will be fine. Issei, do it. Although he didn't like depending on that power now, he had no other options. For his part, Quetzalcoatl was impatient for Issei to leave. Suddenly from where Issei was a large lightning bolt fell where Issei was. Quetzalcoatl was surprised to feel the increase in strength in Issei. From one moment to the next he felt Issei's strength change. Quetzalcoatl, interesting. I hope this makes it more entertaining. From the great lightning bolt the Sekiryutei's armor appeared. Electricity could be seen running through his armor, and despite having his helmet on it could be clearly seen that Issei's eyes were glowing in a crimson hue. Issei, let's start round 2. He said while placing himself in a combat pose. Saying that, the Sekiryuutei moved at great speed and launched a powerful punch. Quetzalcoatl was initially impressed by why his speed had increased in such a short time, but he didn't let that distract him and dodged the punch that was heading straight for his face by ducking. A great torrent of air was observed, just after Quetzalcoatl moved and attacked with a kick to Issei's abdomen, which he covered with his arms. Then he counterattacked with an axe pass that hit Quetzalcoatl's face. Issei increased the distance between them. Quetzalcoatl got up from the floor with a little discomfort. Quetzalcoatl, impressive, you've improved a lot in a short time, he said, cracking his neck. Issei, I'm just getting started. Quetzalcoatl, this will be interesting. Sekiryuutei. They both engaged in a fight of speed and strength. The place of the fight trembled every time their fists collided. Issei was able to continue the fight thanks to the electricity that ran through his body, which also enhanced his strength. With the demons, all the girls watched the fight scene with notable concern. Rias, Onisama, we can't lose by letting Issei go through this. We can only help him if you send us there, she asked with great intensity. 7. They all nodded in affirmation. Serzex, I'm sorry, but you would be more of a hindrance to Issei than a help. Rias, that's not. The redhead couldn't finish as she saw a loud bang occur in the place where Issei was fighting. It could be seen how in the exchange of blows, the god took advantage of an opening in Issei and hit him in the chest, pinning him to the ground. Then Quetzalcoatl could be seen throwing a large ball of fire directly at Issei. All ISSCI, Rias, Onisama please. Serzex, sorry but no. They were all upset but could do nothing but watch and hope that the young redhead would emerge victorious. With Issei, Issei had just received the full attack on his body. If it weren't for the fact that he managed to cover himself with a magic barrier, that attack would have been lethal. Quetzalcoatl, come on Sekiryuutei. I know that's not enough to kill you. I want to keep dancing. I want to see the fear in your eyes. Issei, that was a good attack, but you'll have to try harder so you can end my life, said the redhead getting up. Issei, time to get serious. Blue Flame, Blade, Issei's faithful companion, made an appearance in great battles, coming out of his left gauntlet. At the moment in which Issei took it, fire and electricity ran through the blade. Boost, 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 boost. Issei gave boost to have an advantage against his opponent. Quetzalcoatl, you will use weapons, eh? Well, if that will be more entertaining, come for me Sekiryuutei. Quetzalcoatl opened his arms, inviting Issei to attack him. Without warning, Issei launched himself at the god and launched a thrust that the god dodged, narrowly grazing his face. Issei didn't stop there. He continued launching precise and fast cuts, some of which grazed and caused counters in the god. Quetzalcoatl felt his fury increase with each cut he felt. The god himself counterattacked with punches that Issei blocked with his sword or dodged. Both were realizing that they were equal. Quetzalcoatl felt very furious since his power was not entirely complete. After so many years sealed, he did not imagine that he would weaken so much. They held each other's hands so tightly that the ground sank. Quetzalcoatl, you have rubbish luck. If I had my complete power, this would be over in a second, said the god. Issei, what a coincidence. I can't use all my pod either. He didn't finish since Quetzalcoatl had kicked him in the chin. Issei rose into the air. The god appeared in front of him and began to hit him. Kicks, punches, were given to the Sekiryutei's body, which could not react since the god had increased his speed. When he finished, the god pinned Issei to the ground. Quetzalcoatl, I understand. The longer I prolong the fight, my strength will return. The god now had the advantage. Issei was getting up from the beating he had received. That god was a great nuisance. Whenever Issei did something to gain an advantage, he always surpassed him. Drag frowny face partner, if we continue like this we will die. Issei, do you think I don't know? That bastard will become stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. Issei was getting desperate. Issei, I can't take it anymore Drag, I'm reaching my limit. Drag frowny face calm down. Issei remembers what Glenn said for moments like these. His partner reminded him. Issei remembered his master's words. Flashback. Issei was lying in a tent with bandages all over him. He was very discouraged by the recent defeat. Glenn, Issei, how are you? His teacher asked him worriedly. Issei, how do you think I am, master? It's my fault we had to flee like cowards, he said, discouraged. Glenn, that doesn't matter. Sometimes you have to run away to win next time. Glenn approached his student. Glenn, listen Issei. When you feel like everything is against you, when you feel like you can't take it anymore, just remember why you're fighting. The important thing is that you stand up and keep moving forward. Life will be hard for you Issei, but I know you'll get over it. After all, you are my student, Glenn said to Issei with a big smile and ruffling his hair. End of flashback. Drake, I know you can give more Issei, and if you reach your limits you can surpass them. After all, you are a dragon and dragons. Issei, they don't give up, Issei continued. Suddenly, from where the Sekiryuutei was, the characteristic sound of his gauntlet was heard. Boost 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 boost. Burst. Issei emanated a large amount of aura. The lightning around him changed color and became wilder. For his part, Quetzalcoatl was intrigued by that. Now his senses told him to be alert. As he looked at Issei, he felt a chill run through his body. Although it was only for a second, he felt that someone who was not Issei nor Drag was looking at him, but a completely different being. His penetrating gaze with those crimson eyes made him nervous. The battle for the revenge of a god was at its climax. Both beings were demonstrating great power. Both were about to reach their limit. But the question will be who will do it first? The fight that transcends. Rias and the girls watched from the screen as Issei fought against that god. They felt every blow they gave Issei. They all felt a great importance for everything that happened. Rias, Nisama, please let me go. If I don't go and help Issei, that god will kill him, she begged her brother. Surzex, no, Rias understands. If you go to that place instead of helping Issei, you will be a nuisance. Rias squeezed her hands to the point that they were bleeding. Everyone else was the same. They knew they would be a hindrance in this battle, but they wanted to be there to help Issei. Meanwhile, with Issei, Quetzalcoatl lunged at Issei. He managed to dodge the attack by moving to the side. Quetzalcoatl stopped in his tracks and launched a kick at Issei's face, which Issei stopped with another kick. As they hit the ground beneath them, it gave way, and a loud crash could be heard. Issei grabbed the god's leg, and in a quick movement he slammed him into the ground and proceeded to crush his head, but Quetzalcoatl reacted quickly and got out of there, causing Issei to bury his foot in the ground. Quetzalcoatl swept Issei down. He was falling to the ground, but Quetzalcoatl kicked him in the abdomen, sending him to the skies. In the sky, Issei reacted and hit Quetzalcoatl, who was already behind him, although he also received a blow that destroyed part of his helmet. They both flew out and crashed into a pyramid each. Issei got up in pain from the blow, as did Quetzalcoatl. They both looked at each other, and once again launched themselves into combat. Anyone watching the fight would be delighted by such a display of power and technique, either of them backing down. Every blow they threw felt like Thor's hammer was hitting them, each blow making their bodies shake, yet neither gave the other an advantage. Issei, who had put away his sword, was fighting bare knuckle. Issei knew that the longer the battle dragged on, Quetzalcoatl would recover all his power. He wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Issei gathered the lightning bolts that were around his body into his fist, and used it to strike the god in the face. Quetzalcoatl, feeling the fist hit his face, spat out blood. The noise caused by the blow sounded like lightning. Quetzalcoatl shot out from where he was. Issei increased his speed and made lightning appear on his body again. With this he moved at great speed and received Quetzalcoatl with a knee to the abdomen, causing the god to spit blood again. Issei took advantage of Quetzalcoatl's confusion and hit him with both hands on his back, causing him to fall to the ground. Issei charged magic power into his hand, creating a ball of energy that he hit with his arm while shouting, "Issei, dragon shoot!" The energy ball continued on its way until it crashed into Quetzalcoatl, who was still on the ground. Issei thought that he had done it, and that he could have won. He descended to the floor tired and observed the battle site. "Issei, I made it," he stopped when he felt a strong blow to his body. Issei spat out blood and fell to his knees. When he raised his head, he could see Quetzalcoatl standing in front of him, wiping the blood from his mouth and nose. Quetzalcoatl, it seems you took advantage of the fact that I was recovering my power to attack, said the god, putting his leg on Issei's head. Quetzalcoatl, you hit me a lot. I think I'll return the favor. With that, Quetzalcoatl kicked Issei's head, lifting him into the air. Quetzalcoatl hit Issei in his abdomen. When it hit his body, the armor that protected that part was instantly destroyed and leaving a large wound on Issei. Issei flew out. Quetzalcoatl moved with divine speed and caught Issei by the back of his neck. Quetzalcoatl, come on Sekiryuutei, this was getting fun, he said to Issei. Quetzalcoatl smashed Issei into the ground, destroying part of his helmet. The god turned him over and destroyed what was left of the redhead's helmet. He saw Issei's face with blood coming out of his nose, mouth and forehead and being very beaten. Quetzalcoatl saw this and smiled, approached Issei and said to him, Quetzalcoatl, I want to see the moment when your body stops living. I want to see the moment when your soul leaves your body, he said to Issei while holding him by the neck with one hand. Issei couldn't move. The previous blows were nothing compared to all the blows he had given since the beginning of the battle. So this is the power of an ancient god, Issei thought, already tired. Drag frowny face, come on Issei, hold on a little longer. We still need the juggernaut drive. We can still win. Issei nodded, but he knew it was risky to use it since after using it he would be very weak. Quetzalcoatl, last word Sekiryuutei, he said to Issei, raising his other hand that was being surrounded by energy. Issei, rot. With a quick movement he kicked the god in the abdomen, thus managing to free himself. At the moment of releasing Issei he increased the distance between them and held his abdomen. Shit, if only I could use all my power this would be different, Issei complained. I need time to prepare the juggernaut drive, Issei thought. Quetzalcoatl, it seems you still have strength. Do you want to keep dancing? The god said to Issei. Issei, I can still dance, said Issei. Drag frowny face, Issei, you have to move him away enough so you can do the chant, he said to his partner. I know, but a hand-to-hand fight now would be suicide. I need to land a very effective blow, he said to Drag. Drag frowny face, what do you think if we use that technique? Suggested the dragon. It's not quite ready yet, but it's better than nothing, Issei told Drag. Issei began to accumulate fire in his fists. The flames looked very wild and powerful. He also redirected the lightning to his other hand. When both attacks were controlled, Issei brought his hands together, the electricity mixed with the fire making the attack become a green flame that was surrounded by lightning. Issei, it's ready. Quetzalcoatl, perfect. The god appeared in front of Issei and tried to hit him. Issei reappeared, his lightning bolts on his body gaining great speed. Issei dodged the attack and responded with his own. Issei, rising dragon. Issei's fist hit the god's chest, causing him to fly away. When the blow hit Quetzalcoatl, Issei could see how he spat blood. Issei, it was more effective than I thought, said Issei. Issei took advantage of this and began to perform the chant. Issei, I, the one who woke up. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I laugh at infinity and despise dream. I will become the red dragon of domination, and I will sink you in the depths of crimson purgatory. Juggernaut drive. At the end of the chant, Issei had changed form, another great red dragon. Issei had just used the forbidden ability of his sacred gear. Now he was going to give his all for this battle to protect the future. The power of a dragon. The place of battle trembled from the presence that was there. A majestic dragon was standing in all its splendor, roaring at the sky. Near where the dragon Quetzalcoatl was, that last attack that Issei had made had undoubtedly hurt him. He had the mark of Issei's fist on his chest and blood was flowing from it. The god saw the red dragon standing there. Analyzing the options, he decided that it would be best to return to his original body to fight, since this body was smaller and now weaker. From where Quetzalcoatl was, a great white light was born, and from it came a great feathered serpent that rose into the air, showing its majesty. The red dragon immediately noticed the presence of the snake and launched a ball of red energy from its mouth. Inside the dragon's mind, our young redhead tried with all his might not to fall into the darkness that the ancient bearers were offering him. Accept the darkness, and you will have all the power. Darkness is the domain. Do not fear the darkness, it will welcome you in its arms. Drag, don't listen to them, Issei. They just want you to fall into the depths of darkness. Drag said to his partner. Issei, I know, but it's very strong. I don't think I can resist more than 5 minutes. Drag frowny face, this is consuming your magic power. When it runs out, it will continue with your vitality. The dragon reminded him. Issei, but if I don't stop him now, I don't know what will happen. exclaimed the redhead. Outside of this one's mind, the battle against the god had begun. The god had returned the sphere that the dragon had sent. Quetzalcoatl had hit the attack with his tail. Issei dodged this and soared through the sky against the snake. Quetzalcoatl greeted him with a swipe of his tail that the dragon caught in his jaw, making the snake scream. The dragon tightened its grip, causing even more blood to flow from his tail. For its part, the great snake wrapped itself around the dragon, squeezing ever tighter to be able to free itself. Seeing this, Issei squeezed the snake's tail harder and generated another ball of energy that he launched and pierced the tail. The damage was such that the snake lost its grip. Issei took advantage of this and took Quetzalcoatl's head, and with the help of his wings he crashed it into the ground. A loud bang could be heard as a large curtain of dust rose. In the place you could see a large dragon crushing a snake. Issei was about to kill Quetzalcoatl when he very quickly headbutted the dragon in the chest, flew out, and made his tail wrap around the dragon's neck. Although the pain was unbearable, Quetzalcoatl was enduring, carrying Issei in his dragon form through the skies. He used his tail as if it were a whip and threw the Sekiryuutei against the ground. Quetzalcoatl began to charge energy in his jaw and launched it at Issei, who could not dodge it. A great explosion was observed. Quetzalcoatl was sure that this attack would finish him off. Great was his surprise to see him get up with very few injuries. The dragon roared angrily and suddenly lightning began to come out of his body. Quetzalcoatl was surprised that even in that state he could use those techniques. The Sekiryuutei moved at great speed and appeared in front of the god, who could not see him. The dragon appeared with a large ball of fire in its mouth, smashing it into the snake's face. Quetzalcoatl would have flown away, but Issei grabbed his tail and threw him to the ground again. Quetzalcoatl was about to get up, but Issei dropped onto his body, placing one of his paws on his tail and the other on his neck. The great dragon, without a shred of mercy, grabbed one of the serpent's wings and tore it off without remorse. The snake growled and roared in pain, but this mattered little to Issei, who, following the same strategy, tore off the other wing. Quetzalcoatl lay on the ground while large amounts of blood flowed non-stop from where his wings had been. The dragon, seeing that the god was no longer moving, rose into the heavens. Some gates had been opened in his chest and could be heard. Boost 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 boost. The gem that was in the dragon's chest began to shine and generate a sphere of red power in front of it. The sphere emitted overwhelming power. Longinus smash. Drake's voice echoed throughout Teotihuacan, and a powerful beam of energy was directed at the god on the floor. Quetzalcoatl, seeing the attack coming, tried to move, but the attack hit him squarely on the right side of his chest. At the moment the Longinus smash collided with the ground, a powerful explosion could be seen. Issei, who could not stand it any longer, stopped his transformation and fell heavily to the floor. The Sekiryuutei stood up, looked at the landscape, and couldn't help but feel that he had won. He had been able to win against a god. "I did it," said Issei, who already had all his clothes destroyed. Only his pants remained, which looked more like shorts. "Drake, frowny face, you did it, Issei," his partner said happily. Issei, "Yes, I do." The young man felt strange and suddenly spat out blood. He looked down and could see a hand going through him. Meanwhile, with the Gremries, everyone was celebrating that Issei had won. But from one moment to the next they saw how Issei was pierced by the hand of a man that no one knew. All the girls and those present panicked. No one was supposed to be able to enter there without the Mao Lucifer allowing it. So why? Returning with Issei, he had a hand across his chest and the person behind him spoke to him. "You are very strong. Defeating a god is no small feat," said the person behind him. "Issei, that voice Agriel?" At the moment of saying that name, the man took his hand from his chest, causing him to fall to the floor. "Agriel, this will be our last meeting," he said as he went to where Quetzalcoatl was. Agriel took it since for some strange reason it had become human. Both the demon and the god had disappeared. Issei soon became unconscious, or perhaps dead. Issei had demonstrated the power of a dragon that was capable of even defeating gods, but was injured when he was weak and out of energy. Will Issei survive? What will happen to Quetzalcoatl? Consequences of the battle. Narrated by Rias. Everything happened so fast. In a second we were celebrating Issei's victory over Quetzalcoatl. But life changes so quickly and suddenly. As I turned to look at the screen, a lump formed in my throat. Watching the person you're in love with get pierced by someone isn't easy. "Everyone, Issei!" they shouted as they saw him fall inert to the ground. Aki and Kori couldn't hold it any longer and fainted. Akeno looked at the screen with a lost look. Kuroka hugged her little sister. Ray didn't want to believe it, and repeated many times that it wasn't possible. "Oh, and Isama quickly, Issei is dying, do something!" I shouted desperately to my brother. My brother, like everyone else present, was surprised and confused. And how was it that no one was supposed to enter that place without his permission? He quickly let go of his surprise and immediately saw a magic circle appear under his feet and disappear. We all looked back at the screen and watched my brother appear in front of Issei. We saw him place the Phoenix tears on him. "Sirzex, damn it, the wounds are not healing!" My brother shouted angrily. Taking Issei in her arms, she disappeared again and appeared in front of us. "Sirzex, Asia quickly tried to renew her wounds," he shouted to Asia. Little Asia quickly snuck in front of Issei to heal him. At that moment I could clearly see how Issei had ended up. Blood was coming out all over his body. His face was covered in it. It was very cruel to see how he was. "Asia, I can't do much. His ribcage is destroyed. Possibly several organs will start to fail," said Asia with tears. My brother, upon hearing this, took Issei again and headed to the hospital in the demonic world. We arrived a little later. When we were there, Issei had gone into surgery. About 9 hours later, the doctors came out and told us everything would be okay. Apparently his body, due to the great overexertion that Issei had exerted on his body, the power inside him was getting out of control and was damaging himself. We could only see Issei through his bedroom window. It was painful to see him with all those tubes in him. "I hope you recover soon." Normal narration. A few days passed and Issei managed to improve with the help of the former Dragon King Tannen, who provided them with the dragon fruit with which Issei began to diminish his injuries and in turn helped to keep Issei's power contained. The girls took it upon themselves to tell their parents that Issei had gone to Tokyo for a few days as he had something to do. The parents believed them since Rias had taken Issei's form so she could talk to them and keep them from worrying. All the girls and Kiba frequently went to the hospital to see how Issei was. As the days passed, Issei no longer needed the tubes and his body had completely healed. "Rias, if his body is already fine, why can't he wake up?" he asked the doctor. "Doctor, we don't know yet. It could be something mental or something that has him inside without being able to get out," the doctor explained to Rias. Meanwhile, inside Issei's mind, Issei was lying next to Drake. Both were on the ground with their eyes closed. Every so often both writhed in pain. Domination, supremacy, contempt, darkness. Little by little the previous carriers of the booster gear appeared surrounding them, and emanating darkness that headed towards Issei. "Issei, don't go away!" shouted the young man. The darkness embraced the young redhead, feeling all that resentment, hatred and thirst for power taking over him. "You really are that weak, brat," said someone who was approaching. Issei was able to open his eyes and could see his other standing there looking at him. "Issei, get away, stupid." Both his eyes and hair were black. Without thinking twice, Issei extended his hand towards his other self. The darkness began to head towards his other part. "Weak," said the other Issei, seeing the darkness approaching him. The darkness didn't even touch him. It was as if a force field was there protecting him. "I'll only help you this once." Without warning, he moved quite quickly and placed his hand on Issei's forehead. A bright light appeared and the hair and eye color returned to normal. "Try not to use that power too much." That was the last thing he said as he disappeared into the darkness. Issei fell unconscious and tired from what happened. During all this was happening in the real world outside of his mind, the red-headed Issei showed changes. While lying down, his hair changed color from red to black, alerting everyone who was watching the scene. They quickly called the doctor. The doctor, when he arrived and saw such a scene, did not know what was happening. Never in his entire career had he seen anything like this, and even more so when the young man suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness that protected him, preventing anyone from approaching him. No one could get close to Issei since that darkness looked like whips. Suddenly the darkness went away and the young man's hair returned to its red color. Finally, after almost a week, the young dragon opened his eyes, showing his emerald eyes. "Everyone, Issei!" They all shouted with happiness and threw themselves onto Issei's bed. Issei didn't say anything, he just smiled and received everyone's affection. He knew he had worried them and he had no right to push them away. The doctor politely asked them if they could leave as he wanted to run tests to make sure Issei was okay since what had happened worried him. Nothing out of the ordinary appeared in the studies, so the doctor discharged him. Issei arrived home and greeted his parents. They asked him about Tokyo. Issei told them a lie to keep them calm. Upon reaching his room, Issei spoke with his partner. "Issei, tell me, Drake, how serious are the consequences of the Juggernaut drive?" he asked his friend. "Drake, we don't have access to the balance break," he answered bluntly. "Issei, As long as strong opponents don't appear, we won't have any problems, said Issei, lying down on his bed to rest. A very noisy reunion. Issei was walking towards school, although at a slow pace since he was still feeling the wounds from his battle. He was also eager to see Agriel again and thank him for everything he had done for him. Issei. Stupid demon, I'll get this from you, Agriel. Issei thought with quite annoyance. When he arrived at his school, most of the girls were happy that the most voted prince was back. According to the surveys conducted by all the girls at the Kuoh Academy, Issei had surpassed Kiba by about 10 more votes. Issei greeted everyone with a smile that made more than one blush. Damn me, because I was born ugly, shouted a boy as he knelt down. Why did God make me ugly? Another one shouted, crying his eyes out. Although Issei was popular with girls, he was also greatly hated by quite a few men. Issei headed to the research club to meet up with his friends. Upon arriving, he saw 2 young women sitting on the club's sofa. One was a beautiful young woman with blue hair with a green streak. Rias, Issei, I see you've arrived. Rias greeted the redhead. Issei thought he knew the brown-haired girl since she looked a lot like his childhood friend Irina. The blue-haired girl was observing Issei analytically in order to determine if he was a potential threat. The other one, seeing his face, went into shock. Although he had changed, he was the same Issei she was in love with. She was also surprised to see her childhood friend in front of her. She felt happy but also angry since he never sent her any letters or messages. Issei, without Irina noticing, approached her and stood in front of her, observing her carefully. Issei, have we met? I feel like I've seen you somewhere else, he said to Irina. Irina, you are an idiot, Irina yelled at Issei. Issei was surprised by the scream but remembered his friend and smiled. Issei, you look like my friend Irina, he said with a smile. Irina, I'm Irina, you fool, she yelled at him again. Issei now knew why she looked familiar. She was his friend who had been with him for so long, that friend who always accompanied him. Issei slowly approached Irina, who had tears in her eyes. Issei couldn't hold it anymore and hugged her. Issei, I miss you, he whispered in his friend's ear. Irina, for her part, lightly stroked the young redhead's hair. Irina, why did you never call me? She whispered to Issei. Issei, I'm sorry, I was doing other things, forgive me. Issei hugged Irina tighter. Irina, only if you take me on a date, Irina said to Issei without looking at him. Issei, it's okay, Issei said, hugging Irina. Suddenly he felt how the atmosphere changed and the girls who were there looked at him quite badly. The only ones who were there were the demons, since Rei, Leifi and Kuroko were in an apartment that Rias got them during Issei's hospitalization. Rias also offered them to enroll in school, which the 3 accepted. Kuroko was in 3rd with Rias and Akeno. Leifi was in the same class as Kaneko and Rei in the same as Issei. But their enrollment was still in progress, so they couldn't go to school. Akeno had lightning all over her body. Rias had the power of destruction in her hand ready to unleash it. Aki and Kori had both summoned their sacred gear, and Asia just pouted. All. ISSEI/SAN/KUN. For his part, Issei watched them and with a look told them to stop. The girls didn't understand why, but they did it even though they still had a pout on their faces. Issei and Irina sat down. Irina didn't leave Issei's side, and while they were sitting she hugged him by the arm and looked at the others who were watching her, and Irina smiled at them as if to say, losers. This made them angry and they smiled quite annoyed. Rias, and what brings you exorcists here? She asked with annoyance. Irina, we just came to let you know that we are looking for some of the sacred swords that were stolen a few days ago. Since this is your territory, we came to notify you, Irina replied, hugging Issei more. Rias and Akeno were the ones who were most upset to see that. Rias, I can't allow some followers of the church to be hanging around there, Rias replied. Zenobia, don't worry, we won't cause any problems, Zenobia replied, so that Irina and Rias's gazes calmed down. Rias, it's okay, just don't interfere with our work, Rias replied. Both girls were leaving. Irina said goodbye to Issei and told him that she was going to say hello to her parents, while Zenobia stared at Asia. Zenobia, a question, are you Asia Argento? Zenobia asked Asia. Irina, oh, are you referring to the heretic who cured a demon and was expelled from the church? Irina asked. Asia stood with her head bowed, clenching her hands. Asia, yes, it's me, she answered timidly. Zenobia, I see that you became a demon and that you had faith in God and you ended up as a Phil. She couldn't finish because Issei slapped her. Issei, don't you dare speak ill of Asia. If you do, you will pay for it. When Issei finished the last thing, his eyes changed color from green to red. Zenobia was in shock. She didn't think any of those present would be capable of hitting her or saying anything to her, since it would be like declaring war. Zenobia wielded her bandaged sword and tried to attack Issei. Issei, seeing this, stopped the attack with his left arm that already had the booster gear. Zenobia, you are the Sekiryuutei. The church has been looking for you since what you did in Greece, Zenobia said, struggling with Issei. Issei, I don't care what those clowns are looking for, but if you or Irina dare to hurt my friends you will pay, Issei told him. Irina was surprised that Issei defended the demons. She thought he was a demon, but she was wrong since his aura was nothing like that of the demons. Zenobia, if that's what you want, let's settle it in a fight, she said to Issei. Issei, just don't cry when you get crushed, Issei said to Zenobia. The exorcists. Both Zenobia and Issei were watching each other. The tension was palpable in the place. Issei, we better go out. I don't want to destroy the club, Issei told him, pushing Zenobia's sword. Zenobia grabbed her sword and was going to leave but was stopped by Kiba. Kiba, that will be a 2 versus 1. I think it's a little unfair. I will fight too, he said to Issei. Issei simply nodded. Although Issei was much stronger than them, at the moment he was very weakened, but he knew he could fight and of course win. The 4 young people left the occult club. When they arrived at the courtyard of the house, Issei asked Rias if she could create a barrier so that no one would notice what was happening. Rias gladly agreed and activated the barrier. Zenobia stood in front of Issei and began to remove the bandages from his sword. Zenobia, I heard what you did in Greece, so don't argue with me, she said to Issei, pointing her sword at him. Issei, don't talk about Greece as if you've been there, Issei told him, a little annoyed. Zenobia, you caused great damage to the church and the Romans at that time, she told him again. With Rias and her entourage. Asia, Greece? What happened in Greece? She asked Rias. Rias, I don't have all the details, but I heard my brother say that the Sekiryuutei had appeared in Greece and declared war on the Olympians. Akeno, it was said that the Sekiryuutei eliminated one of the strongest warriors of Ares, the god of war. I add. Rias, where did you get that information? Rias said to Akeno. Akeno, it was news that shook the world. I'm surprised you haven't heard it, Akeno said to Rias. Kori, so Issei killed someone? Said Kori, shocked. Akeno, that's what was said, she answered completely seriously. With Issei. Issei just looked at Zenobia with a look without feelings. His eyes did not show any kind of light. Zenobia felt a little scared when she saw those red eyes staring at her. She felt like her soul was being examined and surrounded by darkness. Issei, are you done? Issei said, approaching Zenobia. Zenobia, you will experience the power of the Excalibur sword, she said, wielding her sword. Issei, Excalibur, it's not a big deal. If all the pieces of the sword are not joined together, they are only swords a little better than conventional ones, Issei said to Zenobia, taking out his blue flame. With Kiba, the young man and Irina had already started their fight. Irina, like her partner, was using an Excalibur. Kiba, upon learning that it was an Excalibur sword, began to get upset and attacked very aggressively. This was not something typical of him, since he is very tactical and always thinks before acting. Kiba, I will destroy that sword with my own strength, he said to Irina. Irina, with your current strength you do not represent any danger to me, and I can also read your attacks. You are very predictable, Irina replied. Kiba launched himself at her furiously, launching a diagonal slash, which Irina dodged very easily. She kicked Kiba's hands and made the sword fly. Taking advantage of this, Irina began to launch attacks at Kiba. Kiba, the moment his sword flew out, he quickly created another one. He did it just in time to be able to block most of Irina's attacks. Although others did graze it, it was preferable to being hit directly by it. Irina, surrender or I might kill you, Irina told him. Kiba was feeling helpless. The sword that destroyed his life had reappeared. With Issei, Zenobia threw slashes at Issei, while Issei dodged her attacks or simply blocked them without much effort. Zenobia attacked Issei with her sword. Issei blocked it with one hand. Both were struggling to win. Issei, is this all your power? It seems that you are just gossip, he said, and threw it without any problem in the opposite direction. Zenobia, don't get too carried away, the exorcist replied. Zenobia's sword began to shine. The shine passed from the sword to Zenobia. Now Zenobia was enveloped in divine aura. Zenobia, this sword is Excalibur destruction, Zenobia told him with a smile. Issei, I understand, since you covered yourself with his aura your raw strength has increased, right? Issei told him. Zenobia, you are not only strong but also smart, she answered. Issei, your first hit better defeat me. From what I can feel, you can't last long with that technique, Issei told him. Zenobia, I won't do it, rest assured, she replied. Issei, well, since you are confident I will not move from here, I will just block your attack, Issei told her. Zenobia, if you do that you will lose your arm, sword and probably your life, Zenobia told him. Issei, don't worry, nothing will happen to me, even though I'm weak, I'm stronger than you and Irina. Issei told him. Zenobia, don't blame me later, the exorcist said to the redhead. Zenobia released even more aura and launched herself at Issei. Zenobia moved at great speed, although Issei was able to follow her without any problem. Zenobia jumped to gain more power as she fell and take advantage of gravity. At the battle site, a large curtain of dust could be seen. The attack was such that even Irina and Kiba stopped their fight to see what was happening. Slowly the curtain of dust began to disappear, and in the middle of it 2 shadows could be seen. When finally all the dust could be seen, Zenobia with her hands on the hilt of her Excalibur. A part of the Excalibur had broken. The cause was blue flame. At the last moment Issei infused fire into his sword and used it to block Zenobia's attack. Issei, I told you there was no problem, Issei told him with an arrogant smile. Zenobia couldn't believe it. That sword that didn't look very special had been able to withstand the attack of one of the pieces of Excalibur. And not only was he able to withstand its power, but he was also able to break a part of it. Zenobia, understanding the difference in power that existed between her and Issei, withdrew her sword from Issei's and surrendered. Issei, now apologize to Asia for treating her like that, Issei said to Zenobia. Zenobia, I'm sorry Asia Argento, she said without much enthusiasm. Asia simply nodded, turned to look at Issei, and he was giving her a warm smile that made her blush. Irina and Zenobia left since they had nothing else to do there. Issei, Kiba, what was that way of fighting? You don't fight like that, he reproached him. Kiba, it has nothing to do with you, Kiba told him. Issei, look around you, we all care about you since you are our friend and partner, Issei told him. Kiba looked and indeed everyone was worried. Kiba, those swords ruined my life. He said this and left. Rias approached Issei and said, Rias, don't worry, he'll be fine, she said to calm him down. Issei, what did he mean by that? He asked. Rias, do you know the process of the sacred sword? Rias asked Issei. Issei, hearing that, memories flooded him, his first mission and his first failure. Issei, yes, I know him, he answered lightly. Rias, Kiba is the only survivor of the Sacred Sword project, she said to Issei. Issei was surprised by what he had discovered. He couldn't help but feel guilty for what was happening to Kiba. Memories. The Sacred Sword project was a sad chapter in Issei's history. Not only was it his first mission but also his first failure. Just remembering the children he had seen brought him great helplessness. The first time he failed and the first time he knew the true cruelty of the world. Rias, Issei, are you okay? Rias asked him, seeing him a little depressed and with a lost look. Issei, why if it's nothing, I'm just a little worried about Kiba, Issei said to Rias. Rias, yes, I'm also worried about him. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him. He's part of my family, said Rias. Issei, Rias, we can see each other later. I need to tell you something, Issei told her. Rias, of course, Rias told him. At first she got excited, but seeing Issei's face she understood that it was nothing like what she thought. Issei began to walk away from the place without looking at anyone. Akeno, something is bothering him, Akeno said to the air. Rias, yes, I hope it's nothing serious, she said, looking where Issei had gone. With Issei. Issei was walking through the streets of Kuoh, while in his head he remembered everything that had happened that day. The children's faces came back to his head the moment he realized that everything he did didn't help at all. He was excited that day. It was the first time he went to a real battle, but thanks to that his dragon instincts forced him to play with his opponent. He wanted him to feel fear and helplessness. If only I hadn't let myself get carried away, he kept saying to himself. Weak, useless, loser. The voices reappeared in his head. They told him things that Issei had told himself before, many times. Since he met his teacher Glenn, it was not easy to win as he had done since he was a child. Since he had become a student, he realized that he had been having luck in the battles in the small town of Kuoh. Drag frowny face. Issei stops listening to the voices. You are better than this and you know it, his partner said to Issei. Although Issei perfectly understood what his partner wanted to tell him, he still felt bad, remembering everything he saw on that mission, being tormented by the idea that he could have done much more to help those children. Everything was going around in the redhead's head. Issei, I have to help Kiba. I can't leave him alone. It's not good for him to be consumed by anger and revenge, he said to Drake. He wanted to put aside all his memories and complications. He had to talk to Rias to know what to do and also tell her about the project so that he could take some of the weight off, and maybe Rias would help him talk to Kiba. With the intention of helping Kiba, Issei spoke to Rias and asked her to meet. She told him that it would be fine to meet at the old building to discuss whatever he wanted. Issei quickly went to the old building where surprisingly only Rias was there. She was in her respective seat behind the desk. Rias, I thought it would be better to discuss things alone. I hope it's not a bother, Rias said with a smile. Issei, thank you, Issei said to Rias. Rias, what did you want to talk about? Rias said. Issei, it's about Kiba. Do you know anything about the Sacred Sword project? Issei answered. Rias, I only know that it was a project organized and executed by the church to create artificial holy sword wielders, since the gift of being able to wield one is something rare. Issei, that was the purpose of the project, but the method by which it was carried out was most grotesque. The person in charge of doing this project sacrificed the children who were not able to achieve it. None of the children could achieve it. All the children who participated in that project died, and thanks to that the project was able to move forward. While Issei said this, Issei's hands formed a fist each. Rias had noticed this. She saw how the fists were clenched quite tightly, so much so that she thought she would draw blood if she continued doing this. Rias, Issei, are you okay? Rias asked him. Issei, there is something I have not said about the project. I was the one who was sent to destroy it. When I arrived, I looked out the window and I could see the children in a magic circle. I assumed it was not something good. I tried to get into the church, but I found a priest or exorcist who blocked my way. He was weaker than me. I was excited because it was my first mission. I wanted to play a little with him. I wanted to show my superiority, and thanks to this all the children died. The only thing I could do was bury them with dignity, Issei said with a sad face. Rias was a little surprised by what was said. She herself had gone with Kiba that day. She found him to see if she could help her friends, or at least find someone invited. The only thing she found there was a communal grave of all the children. Issei, it was all my fault. I could have done more. I could have saved the children. I could have, Issei said with rage in his voice. The guilt was noticeable in it. His hands were bleeding from the anger he felt. Rias, seeing this, approached Issei and took one of the redhead's hands. Rias, it's not your fault. You did everything you could, Rias told him. Issei, I could have done more, he answered dryly. Rias, but that's already happened. You can't change it. What's wrong with the strong and brave Issei? I knew. This isn't the time to get melancholic. Kiba needs us and we must help him. We are his friends. Issei was analyzing the words that Rias had said to him. He was right. This was not the time for this. His friend needed him, and he was here remembering his failure that was of no use to him. The past is the past and cannot be changed. Issei, do you know what Kiba could do? He asked Rias. Rias, I think I have an idea, Rias said with a little joy. Old enemies. Rias had told Issei that Kiba would probably be looking for the Excalibur swords. Rias, Kiba's goal is to be able to destroy those swords that have brought him so much pain. He wants to create a sword with his sacred gear capable of destroying that sword. Issei, if Kiba tries that, the church will persecute him for life. But it wouldn't be bad to destroy those swords. If they were to come together in one, they would be very powerful. Rias, I don't think Kiba cares about that. I just don't want him to get hurt. He's one of my servants. Besides, I consider him a little brother, and I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Just thinking about it makes me scared. A tear came out of the redhead's eye. Issei approached her and wiped the tear from her face. Issei, don't worry, I won't let Kiba get hurt. I promise I'll bring him back to your side, Rias. Issei said to Rias, holding her face, staring into those emerald eyes that he liked so much and that now had concern in them. Rias, thank you, Issei. The redhead hugged our protagonist. Having finished talking about Kiba's matter, they both agreed that it would be best to look for the exorcists to know and have a greater advantage in finding the swords. Issei, that will be the plan. I hope the exorcists help us with the search. I wouldn't want them to deny me because of how I treated them last time. Rias, I hope you will cooperate with us, although I must admit it feels strange to have a truce with exorcists, he replied. Issei simply smiled at the redhead's comment. He knew that even though there is a relative peace between the three races, they are always fighting with each other. Both redheads said goodbye and each went their own way to their respective homes. Issei arrived home without much trouble. He tried to search a little around his house to see if he was lucky, but it was not the case. He thought that since it was night it was not very likely to find the church's envoys, so he lay down on his bed to rest a little. The next morning Issei decided to take another route to get to school. since he was hungry and his mother had to leave in the morning and couldn't prepare breakfast for him. Passing by a shopping center, he saw the people he wanted to see since yesterday. These were the church envoys, Irina and Zenobia. Irina, do a good deed by helping these servants of the Lord. Zenobia, please, our Lord will make it up to you. Both of them were holding a bell, waving it from side to side to get people's attention. Issei, you have to be kidding. I never thought you both would be here begging, Issei said, approaching both of them. The girls were a little surprised to see Issei. Irina was more happy than surprised. Zenobia, Sekiryuutei, we meet again. Glup. She stopped in embarrassment when she heard her stomach rumble. Issei, it seems you are hungry. If so, follow me. I am also very hungry, he told them with a smile. Both girls followed him. Issei entered a restaurant and told them they could order whatever they wanted. As soon as the food arrived, they both began to devour it as if there was no tomorrow. Issei, I see you were hungry. It seems like you haven't eaten in days, Issei told them. Zenobia, it's all Irina's fault for spending our money on a painting of the Archangel Michael, and it was a copy, Zenobia said to Issei as she looked at Irina with a popping vein. Irina, I'm sorry, but I couldn't send it without buying it when I saw the beauty of the Archangel Michael, she replied to Zenobia. Zenobia, anyway, thanks for the food, Sekiryuutei. To make up for this, I'll tell you something. That she couldn't finish because Issei interrupted her. Issei, if you're going to tell me that the hacker Yuki woke up, I already knew it, Issei told him. Zenobia, nothing escapes you, right? She said jokingly. Issei, I'd just like to be prepared for him. After all, he is my rival. Leaving that aside, if you really want to make up for the food, just let me know if you find the sacred swords or if you see Kiba, Issei told him. Zenobia, don't worry, I'll let you know anything. Just give me your number so I can contact you, Zenobia replied. Issei gave her his number, said goodbye to both of them, and left them some money so they could eat later. Irina, I told you Issei is a good boy, Irina said to Zenobia. Zenobia, you were right, he's not a bad guy. Returning to Issei, he was entering the school where all eyes immediately fell on him. To be honest, he didn't mind attracting the attention of women and found it fun to bother men. Classes proceeded normally. Nothing important to mention came up. When Issei was going to the occult club, his phone started ringing. Issei, hello? Zenobia, Northwest Church, near a park. Issei immediately knew what those words meant. He quickly sent a message to Rias and headed at full speed to the church. Using a spell he had learned on his travels, he became invisible to normal people and low-level demons. When he arrived at the church, Kiba was found on the roof of the church with quite a few injuries. It was clear that he had been fighting. Turning to look at his opponent, his blood boiled. The events of years ago flashed through his mind. Standing there was the priest who stopped him from saving the children from the Sacred Sword Project. Rias and her nobility arrived at Issei's side. Rias was about to speak to Issei when he disappeared from where he was. In the church, the sound of swords clashing was heard. Kiba was surprised to see Issei in front of him attacking Fried with his sword. But what surprised him most was seeing the display of fury on his face. Issei emitted a very intense thirst for blood against Fried. Fried covered himself from Issei's attack with his own sword, although it made him kneel from the force it carried. Issei cursed that he was too weak to not kill this wretch with a single cut. Fried, we meet again, Sekiryuutei. The sacred swords. Fried was a little surprised to see the Sekiryuutei standing in front of him, although he was also excited. Ever since that fight where the Sekiryuutei cut off one of his arms, he held a lot of resentment, and swore that he would return it. Fried, ha 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 ha, Sekiryuutei. How long has it been since we last saw each other? Fried said, enduring the attack. Issei didn't say anything. He jumped back, separating himself from where the swordsman was. The moment he fell to the ground, he pushed himself forward. He wanted to finish off this wretch as soon as possible. Fried saw this and turning around, he dodged the attack that Issei had launched. But without realizing it, Issei had thrown a kick that connected cleanly in his side. Fried flew out. Issei with great speed launched himself at Fried to impale him with his sword. But Fried recovered and blocked his attack with his sword. Realizing that his sword was blocked by Issei's sword, Fried kicked Issei in the face. Issei lost his balance a little. He was still quite weak from his recent battles. At that moment, Fried hit him with his right fist again in the face. Issei flew out and crashed into a wall covering the church. Fried raised his hand and from his fingers came out cables with electric current that held Issei. Fried, you like this artifact? The church gave it to me as compensation for managing to prevent you from running the sacred sword experiment, said the exorcist, showing his arm that was now robotic. Kiba, what did you say? Asked Kiba, surprised to know that Issei tried to stop that experiment. Freed, didn't you know? The Sekiryuutei could stop the experiment of the sacred sword. If I remember correctly, that brat wanted to stop that experiment, he said to Kiba. Kiba turned to see Issei, who was already standing up, although blood was coming out of his mouth and nose, keeping the cables around him. He cursed himself for not being able to do more than this. His power still hadn't fully returned. Freed, but the Sekiryuutei child preferred to demonstrate his supremacy before this humble exorcist, humiliating and torturing me, taking my arm without any remorse, he said to Kiba, raising his right arm that was made of metal. Freed, his pride and arrogance condemned those children. He could have saved them, but he didn't want to. Ha 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 ha, how funny. The only survivor of that experiment is here, and the Sekiryuutei is his friend. He asked me how he will react. Ha 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 ha, stupid surviving child. How does it feel to know that your friend could save your former friends? Ha 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 ha. Freed laughed in a macabre way. This guy practically enjoyed seeing Kiba's look full of feelings. He wanted to see how that blonde brat would react. Issei was also waiting to see what Kiba would do. He didn't know how he was going to react after hearing this. Kiba probably didn't know what to think about Issei right now. Kiba gripped his sword tightly and disappeared from everyone's sight. At high speed, Kiba launched a slash at Freed, who could barely react, blocking Kiba's attack with his sword. Kiba, HHHHHHHHH. Kiba shouted, headbutting the exorcist. The force of this disconnected Freed's mind for a few moments. Freed had stood still without reacting. Kiba, without any hesitation, launched a slash at Freed's throat, but this inconvenient blocked his attack with his sword. Although Freed blocked the attack, he took damage from Kiba's slash, sending him flying away from Kiba. Freed crashed into a rock wall and went through it, becoming buried under the rocks. Kiba disappeared from everyone's sight again. He was so fast that Kiba was only seen for a second. Kiba appeared in front of Issei, the Gremry Knight still holding his sword in his arm. As time passed, Kiba tightened his grip on the sword. Issei turned around and saw him standing in front of him. Kiba, tell me, is what that idiot said true? He asked Issei. He gripped his sword tightly, the strands of his hair covering his face. Rias was also worried about Kiba. All of Rias's peerage was motionless because of what was happening, focusing their attention on both boys. They didn't want anyone to get hurt. Although they didn't believe Kiba was capable of attacking Issei, they all paid attention to their conversation in case they needed to interfere. Issei, yes, Kiba, it's true. When I was just starting to get to know the supernatural world, that was my first mission. I was excited, so my dragon instincts were unleashed. Sorry for not saving your friends, Issei said to Kiba, looking him in the eyes. Kiba listened to everything carefully. He was really thinking about killing Issei, but he knew that it wasn't his fault. It was the church's fault. She was the only one responsible for what happened to him and his friends. Kiba raised his sword, intending to cut Issei. Rias, Kiba, don't do it, she shouted to her knight, who ignored this. Kiba launched a slash that destroyed the electrical bonds holding Issei back. Kiba, I really want to hit you, but it's not your fault. I know you tried with all your being to save us. Besides, you are my friend, my mentor and my rival. Let's fight together against him. I know you're not in your best form yet, Kiba said, turning to look at Freed. Freed began to panic. If they both attacked one by one, he wouldn't have any problems. But if they attacked together, it would be really dangerous. So much so that he would risk his life. He quickly pulled out his ace in the hole, the emergency transport circle that the old priest had given him. He could only use it if the plan was at risk or his life was in danger. Freed was standing there. He quickly took out a paper and threw it to the ground. Quickly a magic circle appeared at his feet. The circle began to rise quickly until it disappeared next to Freed. Kiba tried to stop him from running away, but he couldn't stop him. His teleportation was very spontaneous, and he couldn't do anything. New problems. Kiba watched with interest the spot where Freed had been. If he hadn't been distracted by other things, he could have stopped him right there without much trouble. Kiba, shit, he escaped, said Kiba with notable anger. Issei, don't worry, Kiba, sooner or later we will catch him, and he will pay for everything he has caused, Issei answered. Kiba nodded, unable to do anything else. Suddenly he saw his mistress, Rias, approaching him. Instinctively, Kiba decided to close his eyes and wait for a slap, but instead, he received a hug from her. Rias, I'm glad you're safe. Don't ever do anything like this again. Do you know how worried I was? Rias said to her knight. Kiba was shocked. He thought Rias would hit him for disobedience to her, but upon hearing these words he felt like the biggest piece of trash. How dare he cause so much worry and suffering to the person who saved him from the abyss? How dare he even think about betraying the person he sees as his family? Kiba wanted Rias to hit him, he wanted her to yell at him, but no. Rias simply hugged him as if he were her brother. Kiba felt all the anguish he had caused his master. Kiba, Butcho, I am sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm not worthy of being your knight. I ran away from my master, I'm no better than a renegade demon, said Kiba. He felt like a drop of water came out of his eye. Rias, don't say that, you're part of my family, I don't want you to think that. I just asked that from now on you trust us more, Rias said, separating from his hug. Rias's nobility watched everything in silence. Aki, Kori and Asia couldn't help but shed a tear. Akeno for her part was watching everything with a smile next to Kaneko. Issei watched everything from a distance, knowing this was necessary so Kiba would start trusting his classmates and friends more. Although he was left wanting to see a punishment for the pretty boy. Kiba, hi Butcho, from now on I will have no more secrets from you who are my family, said Kiba wiping the tear from his eye. Zenobia, I'm sorry to be the one to interrupt this moving scene, but another divine sword Excalibur has already been stolen, said Zenobia approaching all of us. Issei, where did they get another sword? He asked in disbelief. Zenobia, Irina, she was attacked and drugged so that she wouldn't be able to use her power at 100%. It seems that we underestimated them, Zenobia replied. Issei, are you okay with Irina? He asked, looking closely at Zenobia. When he saw those red eyes, he shuddered inside, feeling terror for a moment. Zenobia, why yes she is fine, I was able to take care of her, the wounds she had were not serious, Fried simply wanted to knock her out so he could take the sword, Zenobia said to Issei. Issei began to feel anger rising in his body. Being a dragon, anger was more prevalent in his body. He wanted to go and destroy everything, kill that wretched Fried, and dismember that stupid Balfour. Do they want to go against him? A being like the Sekiryuutei who is capable of subduing the gods themselves? Are they really challenging him? Before Issei could start searching for the two guys all over the city, as if his life depended on it, a magic circle appeared in Rias's ear. Rias, I understand we're going there, she said in a serious tone, implying that something had happened. Akeno, Butcho, what happened? The black-haired girl asked. Rias, Balfour and Fried took control of the school playground, Sona just told me, she said to her queen in a serious manner. Issei, this has been too much, it's time for me to get really serious against them, they've already exhausted my patience, said Issei raising his fist. Issei spread his dragon wings and soared through the skies, heading towards the school and leaving at high speed. Rias, that idiot forgot that we can teleport directly to school, said Rias letting out a sigh. All the members of the Gremmy nobility laughed a little at how stupid Issei could be. Rias activated the teleportation circle and everyone left the church. Meanwhile Issei was flying at high speed over the city. Issei, Drake, is it possible to use balance break? He asked his partner since he really didn't know the situation of his current state. Drake, it is possible to use it but it would be for a short period of time, your body has not yet fully recovered from the Juggernaut drive. He answered as honestly as he could. Issei, how long would that take approximately? He asked. Drake, I estimate an approximate of 4 minutes reaching a maximum of 5 minutes. That is all the time you would have to fight in balance break. But I warn you after this your energies will be drained, the balance break will use much more energy, and it would be a great waste. If you want to use it I recommend not spending the 3 minutes exceeding that limit it will be impossible for you to fight afterwards. Drake warned him. Issei was thinking, the Juggernaut drive is a truly powerful technique but the consequence of using it is quite large. If he wants to face beings even more powerful than Quetzalcoatl he had to find a way to be able to use that power without any consequences. Issei arrived at the school and could see how the main courtyard was shining while a large magic circle continued to grow. In the center of said circle was a sword that gave off a great divine aura. Issei, it seems I'm a little late, they've already fused the Excalibur swords, said Issei, and without thinking twice he went down to stop what was about to happen. Arriving in front of the individuals present, he saw how Fried had pulled the sword from the circle. Fried, ha 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 ha, you're late again Sekiryuutei, the 4 Excalibur have already fused. The exorcist shouted with joy, pointing his sword at Issei. Issei, wait, and an arm stopped him as he was about to launch himself to destroy Fried. Kiba, I'll take care of him, you deal with him, said Kiba pointing to a person who had gone unnoticed by Issei. The man in question was sitting in a chair that floated in the air, revealing his multiple black wings. Issei immediately after seeing him knew that he was a fallen angel, but not a normal one. He was one of the highest command Kokubile. Kokubile, the Sekiryuutei. If it is the legendary Sekiryuutei that will face me, I am sure that I will not get bored, he said, getting off his floating chair. The battle between the Sekiryuutei and Kokubile was about to begin. Kiba wants to have his revenge against Freed and get revenge on Balfour. Kokubile, the fallen angel. Issei watched Kokubile, who was in front of him. Issei knew who this person was. A high command of the fallen angels who was never satisfied with how the war ended. Now that he knew that this guy was involved in this whole disaster, he already had an idea of what was going on. Issei, now it all makes sense. You want a new holy war, said Issei. Kokubile, indeed, I want a war to break out again. We fallen angels had everything to win, but that stupid Azazel didn't want to continue and decided on peace, he said with notable fury in his voice. Issei, I really don't understand your stupid desire for a new war. Let's be sincere. Thanks between the three races of the Bible, the fallen angels are the weakest, Issei said with a smile. He knew that if he provoked Kokubile a little he would respond. Kokubile, we are not inferior to anyone. We are better than demons and angels. We possess qualities of both, said Kokubile with a little fury. Issei, they are nothing more than crows, pets waiting for someone to accept them, slaves without owners, Issei told him. Kokubile couldn't stand Issei's insults any longer and launched himself at Issei with all his might. Creating two swords of light, he attacked Issei, launching a thrust at the dragon's face that he easily dodged. Now Issei had summoned his gauntlet, and in the other hand his faithful companion Blue Flame, with his sword in hand, launched a cut with the intention of splitting the fallen in two. Kokubile reacted in time and blocked the attack with his swords. The clash let out a bit of wind and the ground beneath both of them had cracked. Kokubile, interesting weapon, but will it be able to hold its own in a fight against me? The angel mockingly said to Issei. Issei, I'm more than sure you can do that and much more, said Issei, applying magic to the sword. Kokubile held his swords in front of him in an X shape, stopping Issei's attack. Surprisingly, Issei's sword caught on fire, and with a very skillful sword movement, Issei destroyed the fallen man's sword. With great reflexes, Kokubile was able to dodge the flame that had been projected from Issei's sword. With a great distance between him and the young man, spears of light began to appear. Kokubile wanted to end this quickly before Issei used his balance break and launched his attack that abruptly headed towards the young man. Kokubile, take this and see if you can survive the attack of the great General Kokubile. He launched multiple spears of light that went from the mine to Issei. Issei for his part did not move even a little. He waited patiently for the lost to arrive in front of him, and when they finally arrived with his faithful companion, he cut them in half one by one. Disoriented by that attack, he turned to see the young Sekiryuutei and was surprised not to see him in the place where he was a few moments ago until a sharp pain in his abdomen brought him out of his thoughts. Issei, for his part, kept Blue Flame since he wanted to make Kokubile feel the pain with his own fists. The fallen one did not realize and received a powerful blow to the stomach, drawing some blood. Issei, pathetic, he said to Kokubile with eyes as cold as ice. Issei didn't stop there. He started boosting his secret gear and with his free arm landed another powerful punch to the fallen angel's jaw. Kokubile shot into the sky and Issei along with him. Issei increased his speed and surpassed Kokubile. Issei waited for him in the air, and when the fallen angel reached him he stopped him with an elbow to the head. With great force he brought both hands together and hit his back with a powerful hammer blow that left him on the ground again. Issei, is this the best you have? I thought that the feared general of the masterless servants would be something much more entertaining. But I see that I was wrong. Anyway, trash will always be trash, said Issei with the intention of annoying Kokubile even more. With Rias and the others, all the Gremry noble girls were watching the fights between the two friends. Kiba, for his part, was putting up an incredible fight, his movements fluid and precise. Although their swords could not compare to the power of the legendary sword Excalibur, Akeno, Kiba won't be able to hold out much longer, said the queen with concern for her friend. Riyadh, I know, I hope Issei can help. That idiot is just playing with that fallen angel, Rias said surprised. Everyone turned to see how Issei was carrying Kokubile from one side to the other. The poor fallen one already had many blood stains all over his face. Riyadh, that idiot still hasn't overcome that defect. He should defeat him and help Kiba, said Rias. Suddenly they all saw how Kiba began to shine, and when the light dimmed, they saw Kiba standing with a beautiful sword in his hands. Akeno, I've never seen that sword before, she said to the air. Rias, from the magic I feel, it's likely that Kiba has reached balance break. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise since it wasn't easy to obtain that forbidden technique. Returning with Issei, Gabriel couldn't explain how he had ended up in such a deplorable way. That bastard from the Sekiryuutei hadn't used his balance break at any time, and yet he was giving him a monumental beating. Gabriel stood up again and launched himself at Issei with lightsabers in his hands. Gabriel was already attacking and in despair. I simply couldn't think of anything else. Issei was easily dodging Gabriel's attacks, and in a moment of carelessness, Issei launched a counterattack. The fist went towards Gabriel's abdomen, and when it hit him, he flew. On the ground, Gabriel was finally able to understand why he was so damaged. Gabriel, bastard, you only use your balance break to attack. You are a very clever little bastard, Gabriel shouted. Issei, you're not as stupid as I thought, but I praise you for discovering this trick. Issei decided to use this technique since he had a limited time with his balance break, so to save his power, Issei disappeared from one moment to the next and appeared in front of Gabriel, who was on the floor. Issei, I'll give you a prize for discovering my technique. Issei with enormous coldness kicked Gabriel, making him face down. Issei began to approach Gabriel. He couldn't move and only felt the great pain of feeling that one of his wings was torn off. Everyone was shocked by Issei's actions. Rias and her entourage couldn't recognize the Issei in front of them. Rias, Issei? She said with a little fear in her words. She had never known such brutality in him. When Issei was going to kill Gabriel once and for all, suddenly a loud bang was heard. Issei turned to see the dome where the fight was taking place was destroyed and a white armor appeared in the sky. Issei, Hakuryuku, Issei said, releasing Gabriel. The Hakuryuku appears. Both celestial dragons observed each other. Each of them knew that the other was formidably strong, but that only made their fighting instincts increase more. Issei felt that every fiber of his body, every cell and every particle of him, wanted to have a battle with all his power against this being who was called his rival. Issei, Hakuryuku, you have come to resolve our conflict, or rather the conflict of our dragons, said the redhead, releasing the fallen angel and observing the figure that rose through the skies with its imposing white armor. Hakuryuku, I only came for that fallen angel who is half dead at your feet, she said without any problem. Issei just looked at Gabriel and looked at everything he had done to him. Once again he let himself be carried away by his dragon instincts, although he didn't feel bad about it. Issei, I got carried away by the situation. I apologize if this brings you problems, said Issei, turning around and returning to the Gremry nobility. Rias, Issei, are you okay? She asked him doubtfully because of how he had treated Gabriel. Issei, don't worry, I let myself be carried away by my instincts. Sorry if I scared you, said Issei, lowering his head a little. Then everyone turned to see Hakuryuku, who was collecting Gabriel's body. Hakuryuku, well, I won't fight you today, that will be later. I prefer to wait until you are in your best possible shape, even though suddenly disappeared. Suddenly a great clash of forces was heard. The Gremry nobility along with Irina and Zenobia were sent flying. A huge gust of wind had suddenly sprung up and had blown the girls away. They all recovered and watched both Issei and Hakuryuku clash their fists. Both sides had their armor activated. Hakuryuku, you are not in your best shape. Defeating you now would mean nothing, Hakuryuku said. Issei, in this state I can fight you. If I used all my power, there would be nothing left of you, he replied. The Hakuryuku felt a little offended by that statement, and launched another attack now if it was attacking seriously. The fist was going straight to Issei's abdomen. He deflected the attack with his free hand and separating his fist from the Hakuryuku, he launched a blow to his head. The Hakuryuku crouched down, and with his legs kicked Issei's, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Propelled by his arms, the Hakuryuku was on top of Issei and came down with a punch that wanted to hit Issei's back. He quickly dodged that attack, leaving the Hakuryuku with his fist buried in the ground. Without wasting time, Issei kicked the Hakuryuku in the face and sent him flying. Activating his speed ability, he launched himself to chase the white dragon. Rias and everyone else looked at everything in surprise and worry, since Issei was not in his best condition and was using the techniques he had used against Quetzalcoatl. Rias, ICI, she said in a whisper that showed concern. Issei was about to hit the white dragon, but suddenly his voice was heard. Divide. Suddenly Issei felt his body weaker and stopped halfway. He turned to see Hakuryuku, and he was already standing. Hakuryuku, it seems you forgot about my ability to divide my enemy's power in half every 10 seconds once we have made contact, said the white dragon. Issei used his dragon's own ability, and once again launched an attack, colliding the fists of both celestial dragons again. Both dragons knew that neither of them were fighting seriously, but they were still putting up a good fight. Letting out a smile, they both walked away and began to leave. The Hakuryuko rose into the air and looked back at Issei one last time. Hakuryuko, we will meet again Sekiryuutei, and next time we will have a legendary battle, she said, and in a blue circle. The moment Hakuryuko left, Issei's red armor quickly faded away, leaving only Issei there, brown, sweating profusely. Issei, I was about to reach my limit, he said on his knees, breathing heavily. Quickly all the girls from the occult club came to see how Issei was doing. Rias was the first to arrive and held Issei's head as it was about to fall to the floor. Rias, you are a reckless idiot. How could you possibly fight against the Hakuryuko in your current state? Said Rias, scolding Issei while the others supported from behind. Issei, sorry, it was an impulse, I couldn't help it. When I saw him, every cell in my body screamed at me to fight him, said Issei. They all just didn't understand it because they couldn't imagine what it would be like to have that kind of feeling. After some time on the ground lying on Rias's lap, Issei was finally able to gather enough strength to move on his own. Issei. Drake, how is Athena's seal? I was holding back the entire battle, but I'm still worried that I might have damaged the seal, he said to his partner in his mind. Drake, frowny face, everything is fine. There is nothing wrong with Athena's seal, so don't worry, replied the dragon. Issei and the other girls returned to the old building, and there they began to talk about what happened with that general of the fallen angels. Issei noticed when she started talking about Gabriel, it seemed like something about him had an impact on them. Issei didn't understand why they were like that. Our redhead began to think about why until he found his answer when he saw Asia and Zenovia's faces. He assumed that both were in such a deplorable state because of the truth that had been hidden. Issei, seeing all your faces, I can already imagine that you are like that since God is dead, who died along with the previous demon kings. He mentioned to them, and noticing that all the demons present felt pain for naming God. Asia, so this is real. I can't accept this. God can't be dead. If he were dead, miracles wouldn't exist. Issei, miracles are performed by a special machine created by God himself. But do you really think God died? Said Issei, looking at the others. Asia, who was shocked by that statement, spoke up. Asia, what do you mean, Issei-san? She asked, intrigued. Issei, miracles are done especially by God. If he is dead, why do miracles keep happening? Although the machine does most of the miracles, but the big miracles are done especially by God and these keep happening. Don't you think that is a little strange? Said Issei. They were all thinking but still couldn't understand. Issei, the only thing that matters is what you think, nothing else matters, only what you believe matters, Issei told them. After this talk, everyone left the old building and returned to their homes. Issei on his way home thought about everything that had happened. Why had he treated Gabriel like that? Issei wasn't like that. He didn't like humiliating his opponents. He felt that was something low, but then, why had he done it? Issei, it really must be because of that person's influence, said Issei. Don't you know yet? That was your true wish. I just helped you fulfill it. Issei heard the voice in his head. He entered his mind and began to walk towards a chained door. Surprisingly, the door opened in front of him, and he could see the Issei he had seen since the event of the sacred swords in his youth. That Issei was just like him, only he wasn't red-haired or brown-haired. He was black-haired and had red eyes. This Issei looked at him and smiled. Issei, I see you can't move. You're still trapped by Athena's seal. Now you're not a problem, Lanther Drenprego. Our protagonist addressed his other self. Lanther, stop pretending to be a good boy, a believer in justice and order. You can't boast about that after what we did in Greece, said Lanther with a smile. Issei, I won't fall for your pathetic psychological games. The incident in Greece was your fault, said Issei. Lanther, ha 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 ha. It was really my fault that you lost control of your powers after Lanther couldn't finish since Issei interrupted him. Issei, don't you dare mention it, Issei said with anger in his words. Lanther, ha 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 ha, you are becoming more and more like me. You will slowly fall into darkness, and I will be there to give you a hand and help you in your true purpose. Although for now it seems that our talk is over, Issei, said Lanther, and was surrounded by a light. Suddenly Issei flew out of the room and the door closed abruptly. The locks began to shine and the symbol of Athena appeared in the center of the door. Issei left his mental space and realized that he was at the entrance of his house. He entered, greeted his parents, and went up to his room. Issei, I definitely won't be like him, said Issei with a bit of anger in his voice. A new night in the nobility, a new day in the life of our red-haired protagonist had begun. After meeting him with the white dragon and having a little chat with his other self, Issei couldn't sleep peacefully, thinking, why had the white dragon come? Why did he feel he had some connection with Azazel? Why did Lanther keep bothering him about Greece afterwards? All of this had been going through Issei's head during the night. He tried not to think about this anymore and went down to have breakfast with his parents. He chatted a little with his parents about trivial matters and about certain young women who always hung out with him. He said goodbye to both of them and began his walk to school where he met Asia. Asia, good morning Issei-san. The ex-nun greeted energetically. Issei, hello Asia, I see you're alone. Where are Rias and the others? Asked the redhead since normally they all went to school together. Asia, Rias-ne-sama and Akeno-san told me they had things to discuss at the club so they left early today, answered the blonde. Issei and Asia walked normally to school and a little further on they met Aki and Kori. The four of them arrived without any problem to the old building where the club was. They entered and saw Zenovia dressed in the school uniform. Issei, good morning girls and Kiba. Issei greeted and then the other girls. Rias, good morning, I see that all the club members are already here so I must give you some great news, said Rias with happiness on her face. Akeno began to approach Issei, who was sitting on the couch. The black-haired girl sat next to him under the attentive gaze of everyone. Rias, ahem, well the news is that we now have another battle partner. Zenovia has agreed to be part of my entourage, Rias said excitedly. Everyone present applauded in congratulations, and the aforementioned woman seemed a little nervous since it was the first time she had been congratulated in that way. Issei, with this you already have your nobility complete? Asked the redhead. Rias, no, I still need a tower, she replied to Issei. Issei thought he was also missing a bishop but he put it aside since he thought Rias had forgotten it. Issei, so Zenovia, why did you decide to become a demon? Could it be because you found out about God's death? The redhead asked the bluehead. Zenovia, since I was a child I only had the conviction to serve the church and fight for God, but when I found out about his death I lost my way. I felt that nothing made sense anymore. So when Butchel proposed that I join his nobility I didn't think about it much. Now that I think about it, why did I do it? She said a little embarrassed. Issei, seeing her like that, couldn't help but laugh at how the former exorcist acted. Asia, so that's why you were reincarnated as a demon? Asia asked the former exorcist. Zenovia turned to look at Asia and Issei could see how her eyes reflected regret and nervousness. Zenovia, I owe you an apology. Asia Argento. After they found out that I became a demon, everyone I considered allies looked at me with contempt as if I were garbage. I imagine you suffered the same. I'm sorry, said the young woman, lowering her head in an apology. Asia, Zenovia-san, I know I'm a demon now, but I don't regret it. I was able to meet great people who make my life much better, she said with an angelic smile that moved everyone. Issei, I can't be the only one who thinks this is a bizarre twist of fate, turning this young angel into a demon. Issei thought about how ironic life could be. Zenovia, I see. Asia, I would like to ask you a favor. Could you be my friend? I asked Asia with a smile. Asia, of course Zenovia-san, she answered with a big smile. Rias, who saw everything, was able to smile as well as everyone else who witnessed everything. Rias, alright guys, I also wanted to tell you that today is a special day since we can go find the relatives for all the new members, Rias said with a smile. Excuse me, good morning. Everyone was heard from the club door. Rias, Sona? What are you doing here? Rias asked when she saw her childhood friend enter. Sona, I came because today is a full moon day and I wanted to get Saji's familiar. I imagine you also want to give your familiars to your new members, she replied. Rias, then we have a problem, said Rias. Sona, we could solve it with a rating game, but it would be too troublesome if we did, although if you want I wouldn't object, she told him with a big smile. Rias, I'll pass, I had enough with Razer, she replied. Sona, so how about we fix it with the usual? Rias, I don't really feel like playing tennis, how about a dodgeball match between the occult club and the student council? Rias suggested. Sona, I don't know, the council is at a great disadvantage due to the number of members each one has, Rias replied. Rias, how about a 3-on-3 dodgeball match? But we can only include one player, since the other two participants will be the king and queen. You're free to choose the other player, whether it be your pawn, bishop, rook, or knight. What do you think, Sona? The redhead suggested. Sona, I see you well, Then we will face each other tonight, said Sona, leaving the room. The other club members looked at Rias with a smile that showed she was confident, so Issei asked, Issei, I see you're pretty confident, Rias. I imagine you already know who you're going to bring. Rias, ha ha ha, obviously I'll take you, I see, Rias said with a big smile. This puzzled the others, as she had told Sona to bring someone from her nobility, as she was emphasizing kings and queens. Issei, but weren't you talking about bringing someone from his nobility? Asked the redhead. Rias, I didn't say anything about specifically bringing someone from our peerage, it was a play on words. Besides, Sona can't bring someone who isn't from her peerage since this match isn't a normal game. If she were to bring someone who isn't from her peerage, she would be putting the secret of the supernatural at risk. It's the perfect plan. Surpass Sona, who is the smartest among us few fuff, Rias said with a big smile. Issei didn't know whether to say what was on his mind since he found a big flaw in his plan which Sona is capable of using against him, but he preferred not to say anything. As time passed, night fell. The members of the occult club were standing in front of the gym door, where Sona, Tsubaki, and a student I didn't know were waiting for us. Rias, Sona, who is she? She asked with a little concern on her face. Sona, Shiro is a new assistant to the student council, she said with a big smile. Rias approached Sona's ear and whispered to her, Hey, are you crazy? How could you bring a human to a supernatural game? He said in a whisper. Well, then it won't be a supernatural match, because if you do something out of the ordinary you'll put the supernatural at risk. Sona replied with a smile as she walked away. Issei, it's just a flaw I had found. Since we are much stronger than Sona and her entourage, she wouldn't risk playing supernaturally against us, said Issei, seeing Rias saying in a low voice. It was the perfect plan. And with a dejected face, Rias, it doesn't matter, we're much more athletic than them, so we'll win as a team. Issei and Akeno, hi Butcho.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.